I am so glad you all are here. I can't believe people are already waiting for our little chat. Are you ready? Do you have a bit of coffee or tea or water? I know that's the controversial drink, isn't it? Is good tap water or bottled water. But anyhow, here we are. It is time for, I think we're chat number 3 of the Worldwide Writeathon. And with me, I'm not doing this alone, although there are some people who think I could. I disagree, but I definitely have some fantastic co-hosts, friends, guests. It's going to be a wonderful show. I hope you are all ready to give a warm round of applause and cheers for our lovely friends. There's Chandra. Woohoo! Chandra is here. And Andrea. Yay! And then with us as well is Katie Rose. Woohoo! And guess who showed up all the way from across the other pond? It's Amy. And then our favorite Canadian American, it's Laura. Woohoo! So talented. That is unrehearsed. I just improv that because I totally forgot to set up.
It was perfect. No one noticed.
Oh, good. I'm so glad. So, hello and welcome. Thank you all for coming.
Miley forgot she had the tab open. We scared her.
Oh, no. You had no idea. It's like, woohoo, everybody, welcome to the party. You don't know. The party has begun. Waka, waka, waka. Can't do it straight. Anyhow, let's go ahead and just say hi in the chat. Just to start, Maggie is here. Hello, sweetie. And Barrett is here. Hello, hello. And it is the wonderful Devin. I am honored. Thank you so much. Right side 1212 is here. Hello.
Hello.
And let's see. Where is I'm scrolling. Eva. Hello, hello. Who should there be but Carrie? Yay. And Agul Creates. Hello, it's been a little while. I hope you're well. And Michael CB Chen is here. Speaking of Canadians. And Andrea is doing double duty in the chat. I just like to say it. Rooted Reinvention. Hello, hello. Is that classical? I like it. Hello and welcome. Let's see. I'm just scrolling. Hello, Lee Holderfield Writes. Spence is here. Hello, sweetie. Oh, and of course, StreamYard Jumps. If you've got it on your bingo, please be sure to mark it. Aphrodite Lee. Hey, sweetie. And CB is here. Hello, hello. Writing Violet. How's the writing going? Just scrolling. I hope I didn't miss anybody. If I did, oh, there is Chandler doing double duty because I like it. Yeah.
They were asking about my bathrobe hoodie sweater.
That's what we were talking about that backstage. It's so amazing. It looks so comfy.
So it is actually big enough that I could pull it over my knees and like fit my entire body inside this hoodie. And we were talking about how the pocket is big enough. I believe it's actually an Australian company. I think it's called Oodie. But the pocket is big enough that I could fit like a 2-liter soda, a bag of popcorn that's already popped, some like purse beer, and candy to go to the movies.
We were making plans, all sorts of ideas.
Hypothetically speaking.
Too far. If anybody in the chat would like to let me know how your weather is, I am a weather nerd and I'm always curious. You do not have to let me know, but it is currently 73 degrees where I am, and that is unusually cool for us. So I am happy.
They finally flipped my building to heating. It's 47 right now.
Oh my gosh. I would absolutely die.
It's been in the mid-80s all week here, and it is projected to be in the mid-80s again next week. So this is like our only cool time, which at least it's for the weekend. That's something. But if anybody would like to let us know in chat how your weather is, I at least am always curious. And would anyone like to introduce themselves? It is entirely optional. All the author tubers here, all their info is down below in the descriptor. But you don't have to introduce yourself if you don't want to.
For it.
Okay, cool.
Hi, everyone.
Hold on, let me get you. There we go.
Hi, everyone. My name is Chandra Arthur. I am a historical fiction, science fiction, and fantasy writer. I also have an AuthorTube channel at Chandra Arthur, which is over there somewhere. And you can find me on social media at cchanwrite. And I stream every Tuesday, and new videos come out every Wednesday and Friday.
Would anyone else like to
Sure.
introduce?
Yeah.
Andrea?
Yeah, I'll do it.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I was looking how much is 20 degrees Celsius in the other.
Fahrenheit.
Oh, very nice.
It's 68 Fahrenheit.
Oh, it's 56 here in England.
Very nice.
68, yeah. It's warm. It's spring for us, so it's kind of nice. I'm Andrea Donoso. I'm from Chile, so my English is like a little bit of Spanglish most of the time, but I try to make myself clear. I try to not swear too much in English. I swear in Spanish, so you don't understand what I'm saying. I'm a teacher. I'm a writer. I aspire to be a writer. I just started writing this March, so it's all new for me. But I'm so glad to be with you. I follow most of the ones that are in the stream, and also in the chat. A lot of you I follow, and I watch your streamings and your videos. So I'm really, really glad to be here.
Oh, that's awesome. Would anyone else like to introduce themselves? Amy, thank you for the finger so I could see it.
Hello, I'm Amy, and I'm currently writing book 1 of my cyberpunk series. I also stream 3 times a week on Thursday, Friday, Saturday under Shiny Night on Twitch, and I do writing sprints and gaming over there, so you can come check me out there.
Excellent. Would anyone else like to? Yes? Thank you for the hand, because the auditory dyslexia is real.
I feel like whenever there's a group of people, I'm always like, who said what? I wasn't looking for
You get it.
where it came from. So I'm Katie Rose. I'm a creative writer and an educator. So I write fantasy, short stories, and novels under the pen name of K.R. Green, as it says. And I educate mostly millennials around like personal reinvention and sort of self-help and well-being under Rooted Reinvention. And by day job, I'm a mental health practitioner. So thinking about refilling our well is actually really important.
Oh, that's wonderful. And Laura, how you feeling?
Yeah.
You like that? All right. Awesome.
Okay. My name is Laura Nettles with my channel called Laura Nettles. And I write horror and sci-fi, adult and YA and middle grade. So full gambit. I even did a picture book once for my nephew. I never finished the illustrations. I failed. So
You're not dead yet. There's still time.
it's true. And their little sister is being born next month. So
Possibility.
maybe it'll be for the sibling. Who knows? But yeah. I am currently working the day job for another like 3 minutes and then I'll be off. Oh my gosh. So
You're doing great.
my day job is lighting special effects for movies and television shows. So that's my day job, and it takes up my life. So if I'm not working, I'm sleeping or writing, and I don't know how to refill my well. So please help me.
Well, you've come to the right place. All right. Well, I guess everyone else has been in the hot seat, so it is my turn. Hello. If you don't already know it, you are on my channel, Glory Writes the Blues, and I'm so glad you're here. My links are down below as well. I have a YouTube channel, a Twitch channel. I am on Instagram, although barely, and Twitter. I am on more often. I also have a novella project, and the link is down below in the description for, well, I say that. Now I'm like, I don't know that I updated this one with my Vella link. It will be updated within the next hour. But I actually, the first book I ever published, I was 15 and co-wrote a cookbook with my mother. And we actually handcrafted Like, that's how indie we were. All right, in honesty, it was the mid-90s. And we literally edited it, we wrote it, we researched our book, we did a lot of testing on recipes. We wrote a lot of stories for between recipes, and then we physically printed the book, we designed the cover, and then we hand sold 500 copies over about a 7-8 month period to pay the rent. It was great and also exhausting. So that's my first book I ever published. It is obviously out of print, although I recently found one of the manuscript versions. So who knows what next year will hold. In the meantime, I do write all sorts of fiction and nonfiction. In fact, that's where I got my start aside from cookbooks. I have also written for newspapers and magazines, mostly in the humorous and informative nonfiction category. And now I am working on writing more fun fiction. So if you enjoy fantasy, if you are into The Labyrinth and Willow and those kind of classic movies, you might actually enjoy my novella project. And just for the record, the first 3 episodes are free. And as I said, there will be a link. I hope you have a good time with us. We're just going to really chat. If you don't have anything to drink, again, I would like to encourage you to have some sort of liquid. A lot of people don't realize the brain needs fluid. Did you know that I have a background in psychology and teaching? So I just want to encourage all of our creative people to make sure you have something to drink during our little chatty chat. We're going to keep going. You are welcome to come and go as you please, including the people on screen. And we will be here. We will be here as long as I have people to chat with, quite honestly. So it will be probably several hours. So please feel free to come and go as you want. We're just sort of like that nice little hospitality suite at the sci-fi fantasy convention where people come in and they chat for a little bit and they hang out and then they go to the next panel and then they come back and they just make friends. So that's what I hope you will get out of this. And in the meantime, let me get out of this hot seat. Ugh. I do not like looking at myself. Such big. No, thank you. So anyway, hi. Thank you all for being here. We were chatting before the stream started, and I feel like we've done a great job of that's the end of that chat. What should we talk about now?
Well, I'm really interested. You mentioned that cookbook and how many months. Like, it sounds like you probably needed to refill your creative well, because that was a lot of creativity and problem solving. Also, do you remember how you did that?
Oh, poverty. I was working by that. Okay, I don't want to tell other stories to like distract from, but this story, essentially, I was 15 years old and I was working 40 to 80 hours a week babysitting at $2.25 an hour, which is not it was like less than half of minimum wage at the time, just to give you an idea. And we still were struggling to pay the rent between my mother's job as an office manager and everything. So we were like, how else can we make money? And mom was like, hey, because I literally would read cookbooks like other people read fiction. I was also reading fiction a lot too. And she was like, hey, you cook all the time. How about we make a cookbook? People are always buying cookbooks, those little kind of church cookbooks or it really originally those kind of started with Ma Bell, the telephone company. People would submit recipes and they would sell a yearly cookbook of people's tried and true recipes. And people would give those as gifts in the Deep South because that's where we lived. We lived in Mississippi, in North Mississippi at the time. So since people like to give each other these homemade type cookbooks as gifts for Christmas, that was mom's idea of let's make our own. What is the one thing we know how to do? Very affordable recipes that are fairly healthy and don't use a lot of processed food. That was, my mother was very much raised me to not use a lot of sugar. That did backfire when I learned that I could make my own homemade candy, but we still actually didn't consume that much sugar. And she was also against processed foods for a variety of reasons, including a lot of processed foods back then were more expensive than less processed foods. So she felt like we had something interesting to bring to the cookbook conversation in North Mississippi. And everybody she asked about it, she said, if I wrote a cookbook with my daughter, would you be interested in buying it? Every single person was interested in this that she talked to. And we first tried to query every publisher of cookbooks in America at the time. There's this book, people don't really use it as much anymore, but it was like I think it was called Writer's Market, and every year they put out a new version. This book was literally this thick, hardcover. And the library would get new copies every year or every other year. We queried every single publisher of cookbooks. We crafted individual query letters, and we were turned down every single time. So then Mom was like, look, my boss just bought, she worked for an industrial real estate agent. She's like, he just bought or rented a industrial level photocopier so that he could print out his own flyers and mail them out to anybody interested in buying industrial warehouses, industrial factories and stuff. And she's like, he's kind of absentee. We could just use the photocopier when he's not there. And that was where, I was like, yeah, but we need a color cover. How are we going to do that? And she's like, I'll convince him to rent a color photocopier too. So, but I was like, he'll know the ink, he'll know. And that is where we came up with the idea. The cover was, it was supposed to look like a crumpled up grocery store brown bag, those craft bags. Mm-hmm. I'm dating myself here because a lot of people don't know, a lot of younger people don't know about paper. But the idea of the brown paper grocery bag with, in red letters, printed our title, Eating on the Cheap, by L. Patty Fink and Glory Fink. That was the original, so that we essentially wouldn't use that much ink. How did we get craft paper? Every time we'd go grocery shopping, we'd ask for extra bags. And sometimes, we'd ask for extra grocery bags just walking in because they really didn't care back then. And then we hand cut all of these grocery bags to fit a 5x8 because that's the size of the cookbook. And then hand fed them through the photocopier to print out in red. So when I say handcrafted, I mean it was literally handcrafted books.
And when I say that sounded creative, we've got the problem solving of how to even do it. We've got the idea. There's so many different elements and layers to that story where I think it's that innate creativity that we all have. And what I'm hearing is that the refilling came from the motivation, which was got to pay the rent.
As well as doing it together. My mother was at the time concerned with everyone else. All the other women that she knew were talking about how their teenage daughters didn't want anything to do with them or, considered them so boomer. This was even before we said boomer, but, so old. My mother was 4 to 46. And my mother was like, how do I reconnect with my daughter? And this was her idea because I frankly didn't really want to spend a whole lot of time with her. We were already butting heads a lot. And I was working so much. I was exhausted. And she was like, hey, this way we can make money while working together and spend time together. And that was her idea of we'll spend time, we'll get to know each other as equals, as peers. Mm-hmm. And she told me that of this is my proposal. What do you think? And I was like, I am interested to try to make a book. Yes, I'm fascinated. Do you actually think this will sell? She's like, what we'll do is we will print them out in sets of 75 books. And if the first set doesn't sell, we won't make any more. But if it sells, we will then make more. And I was like, okay, that doesn't seem like a terrible use of my time then, because I'll at least have made 75 books. And if that doesn't work out, at least I'll have a couple copies, to keep as memories and portfolio. And that was how she convinced me to do this, because I was very skeptical that anybody was going to buy our crappy little cookbook. I literally do not have a copy left. They sold. So we did deliver them to people's houses, but they would buy 8 and 9 copies at a time and pay cash and then give them out as Christmas gifts.
One thing that I think is interesting about this, and this is something that I do to refill creatively, is it's not all the same type of creativity. you're doing the more crafty part, you're doing the thinky part of the writing, having hands on keyboard. There's a lot of variety within that creativity. And I find that when I am stuck on something, or even when I'm trying to build inspiration for a project, if I can like go make a book cover or make a vision board for the project, or you know, some kind of crafty brainstorming where I've got like a piece of paper and I'm just drawing crazy things and maybe mind mapping or something outside of my regular creative process. Even if I've never tried that way before, it can kind of shake things loose and make me feel a little bit less stressed or like I'm stuck at my desk the whole time.
I agree. I do something similar. Like currently, because I'm kind of feeling a little overwhelmed with the book that I'm working with and all the parts that I still need to do, and then getting the momentum in the chapter that I'm in. So part of a way of kind of refueling my energy and taking a break, but also still being productive on the project, is I'm doing like character dossiers. So I'm making the graphic of it to look like it's on an investigation wall kind of thing, and it's fun, and it's a kind of way to look into my characters in a different angle, but it's still related, and it still kind of gives me that mental break to just get a little bit of distance and then come back with potentially other ideas or things, you know, opened up, or at least feeling like I've got that energy back a little bit.
I nap a lot.
Naps are wonderful. I'm a huge fan. Like what I have ADHD. So what I was experiencing at the time was definitely, I had problems feeling overwhelmed at many of the steps. And my mother would simply say, it's okay. You go sit down. I will do this part. And when you feel a little better, come back and I will show you what I did, so that I could more copy what she was doing. Rather than, I think it was essentially when I would feel overwhelmed, it had a lot to do with I was running low on executive functioning. You know, the bucket was getting overfilled and I was feeling overwhelmed. And so having someone else to essentially collaborate with did help me, as I was frequently feeling overwhelmed. I still deal with feeling overwhelmed all the time, but being able to break it up into smaller and smaller steps until the step is small enough that I feel, oh, well, this one thing is doable. I could do that. And then I could rest and then maybe do something else, or do something, you know, the next little tiny baby step to move it forward. But also, yeah, being able to pivot the creative stuff. So we're editing. We're also like, tried a lot of book covers before we came up with we'll just use grocery bags with red print, you know, of like the most economical idea. But we tried a lot of ideas before that. And that also was kind of fun to pivot from print to images. And then we tested out a lot of different binding, because we did hand bind them with the, you know, who remembers the old like hand cranked cutter that would cut out the little holes for the binding?
So when I was an admin, not too long ago, as in within the last 2 years, we had one of those. With that and a fax machine. And I will never forget, this is like on a side note, but a boomer came to me to ask me how to use a fax machine, and it made my life complete. That is all.
Nice.
The trick was that fax machine was broken, so the admin knows all.
The only weird thing that we had, like back in college, we had Acme hole punches for all of our hand animation. You had to have the Acme holes, so the long and the dot in the middle, so you could do your flip throughs of your drawings. So those were fun.
I've never seen that before. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's why everything is Acme in Looney Tunes. Like,
yeah,
it's the hole punch.
That's hilarious.
I think when you were saying about having those different tasks and like breaking them down, I particularly find like with NaNoWriMo coming up, like one of my friends is sort of trying to sort of plot out what she wants to do, but I'm the plotter and she's a pantser. So she just kind of, she's like, I don't really know what's going to happen, and we'll talk it through. So I think also those tasks where it's not your strength, being able to not necessarily like delegate it to someone else, but to like share the task with someone who's good at that, to kind of take that burden off of like, oh, I really find this bit frustrating. Well, let's do it with someone who likes doing it. And it just kind of, you can pick up on their energy. I find that really helpful.
I find it can be very helpful to even just, like what we're doing here, it's not that different from other video chat situations, software. And being able to just be around other people while working on my own tasks that maybe I'm not necessarily totally enjoying. So something that feels a little laborious to me. It's just nice to be around other people, sort of that study hall effect, if that makes any sense. I think that can be very comforting when doing something that's like, this is uncomfortable because it's new, or I'm not that good at it. But at least I have other people to maybe chat with a little bit who are also doing their own thing, maybe working on their planners or outlining or something. And so like it's okay to talk a bit. It can, at least for me, it can be very helpful. And in fact, I often feel more productive because
I agree with that. I also have a thing, and this is probably not like me being a good friend, but I feel like my friends are pretty used to it now. I don't actually need the person that I'm talking to be listening to me or to speak when I'm working through an issue. I'm mostly having an out loud conversation with myself, where there's a third-party bystander with no personal interest in the matter, and I will just go on and on and on, and I'll be like, or I could do this, or I could do that, or I could do this, or I could do that, or maybe I'll do this. And they've like said nothing, and they're just kind of like watching me, and then I'm like, oh, I have to go right, I have an idea.
I agree.
Use the rubber duck method, where you have a rubber duck on your desk that you talk to.
I have a dog. I talk to my dog. I'll be in the kitchen, just everyone's doing their own thing around the house or whatever, and I'm just chatting with my dog about this amazing idea that I'm working through, and she's fine. She enjoys it.
Maybe
So
I
I
should
talk to
do
my
that.
journal.
Replace the person with a stuffed animal or something.
It's worth a try, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's something in therapy where you do the empty chair, where you just literally put an empty chair, and then that gives you the space for it to be whoever you need it to be at the time. So I think that's the thing. But I just use my journal. I'm like, oh, I could do this, or I could do, and I find that like I'll free write, and it'll start with, I don't know what I'm writing. What am I doing here? This is a waste of time. And then like half a page down, I'll like have like a breakthrough. But that's because my cats are really bad listeners.
Oh yeah,
They should work on that.
I mean,
I usually, I'm a lot of in my head. I'm a lot in my head. Like it usually bothers me when people talk to me, because I usually like thinking or hearing something like a podcast or a YouTube video or something. So sometimes my kids or my husband come and talk to me. It's like, why are you talking to me if I'm thinking something? So I tried that to put it in a book. I have a lot of notebooks, and I usually don't use it at all. Like now I have like, okay, I'm not going to buy another notebook till I finish the 8 or 9 that I have in the middle. But of course, already I bought another one because it was like, okay, this is amazing. And for me, I have to do something for the creativity. I need to do something with my hands to draw. I'm really bad at drawing. I'm not an artistic person. Like I have ideas, but I'm not like really good at painting or drawing or sketching things. But anyway, I do it. Like I like to make like these boards for the plotting or the scenes, or I start to write something about writing, and I try to put my things in there, and that's the way that I like feel unstuck. Sometimes it's like, oh, okay, now I can continue with what I was thinking. But it's fun because I'm not an artistic person. I love fountain pens and ink, but I don't have a great calligraphy. I cannot do that like really lettering things with beautiful letters. I don't have the patience for doing that. I try, but it usually doesn't work. But I think that one of the most things that I started to love about I've been able to allow myself is not to be perfect. Like, you know what? This like bullet journal is or horrible, but it's work for you. Like, I'm not going to use this page. I'm going to throw the page away, or my lettering is not nice, but F, I'm going to. I like it, to not be. I think that I'm 42, so and I really think that the 40s is for everyone who doesn't like something about you. It's like, you don't like that I talk too much? Uh, F you, because right? I'm 40. I don't have the time to try to change myself to be, nice to you. That my things like to you. I think that's one of the things that I know now, that you are writing and I'm writing for me, not because I want to publish. I'm not even near to publish something like at all. um, and I'm happy doing the thing that I do, even if I'm not as pretty as others that have like thank you, Bart. Is there FU? Yeah, I think that the 4 is for FU, everyone that doesn't like you, something about you. And that's one of the things that I like about writing. It's your process. You like to draw and you draw like shit. Welcome. Your drawings are beautiful. You swear too much in your writing. Doesn't matter. You like the save the cat process. Great. You like the 3-act process, better. I mean, it's so personal, and you can join a community that allow you to be your process. Everyone here give advice is you ask them to give you advice, but no one is telling you that's shitty. You should change it. Like, it's your writing, your novel, your poetry, your whatever. And I think that one of the most thing that I love about writing communities, I mean, in the ones that I participate, are really nice about that. Like, it's your thing. It's nothing. No one have the Bible to do this in the right way. It's not no one's right way.
Mm-hmm.
So there was a request in the chat for proof of life for
Yes,
Dobby. So I woke him up from his nap to provide said proof, and he has approved. I don't know if you can see him. He has approved of the Udi. I have also approved of the Udi because when he makes biscuits on my lap, it is not painful anymore.
There, now we can see.
So, wrong way.
There we go.
He's very happy, and I'm not suffering.
Yeah, there we go.
So,
Satisfied the feline overlord.
It's good to know that the Udi is as good as they say, because they've definitely, it's like every other advert here in the UK is for the Udi.
So when Andrew was talking about bullet journaling, I pulled out way back in March my prep arch was oh, come on, show words. Okay,
There we go.
Oh, that's pretty.
I had characters and my little mood boards that I had done, and then in April I was doing my daily vlogs and stuff, and then Roy came and everything hit the fan, so I only got the first half done. But yeah, I love bullet journaling, and I saved a couple of my favorite sentences that I did. So I just use my little Polaroid sticker printer, but let's see. Yeah, apparently I didn't even try in July. But
yeah. I get, depending on my stress level and what's all going on, and how much I'm trying to procrastinate, my journaling and planner become more or less intense. So when I'm in the throes of deep procrastination, my planner is on point. Like, I have every single detail of my life in that planner when I'm procrastinating. When I'm actually doing work, there's probably nothing in my planner. That being said, my planner is filled out right now. I started, instead of Preptober, I did a Preptember, so I was almost done with Preptober before it even started. I had everything sorted out, and all I did was, like, the first week of Preptober, I did my outline. So my outline's been done for a couple of weeks, and I'm still sitting with the last 5 chapters of my September project that I was procrastinating on because I'm a potato. And yeah.
I think procrastination can be a way to refill our creative well. Like, sometimes I think procrastination is what you need. Like, you can stare at something forever and nothing changes, and sometimes doing something else, even if you should be doing. I mean, my house is beautifully clean in November, which is the one time I give myself permission to not clean it.
So, you know, what I did last year. So this has actually been a huge thing for me as far as the creative well. I found a reasonably priced service to come in and do my least favorite chores. And my deal with myself is, as long as I am putting that extra time towards my writing, that I'm allowed to splurge and give myself that gift. And so far, since she's been helping me, I've drafted 4 projects-ish, approximately. So, I mean, at 1 a quarter, I think that's really good. But I'm also, as I've set a really intense goal for myself and worked towards it, I've been able to uncover a bit more about what it is that I need in order to continue to be creative and actually finish projects. I know that I have to draft fast or it won't happen, but I also need the space in between in order to replenish. And that usually looks like lots of naps. Love me some naps. And it also includes watching a large, significant, unprecedented amount of trash TV. So
that makes sense. I don't think you're alone in that kind of TV that you can naturally switch off from.
Mm-hmm. And it's not even necessarily that I'm paying attention to it, but I need the background hum to drown out the stories that are developing in my head to keep me from diving right back into the work, because I will think that I can, and I'll even start, and then I'll just be so exhausted and not enjoy the process within the first couple of weeks, and then I feel like I'm failing, when the truth is I was just tired, and I was kind of riding that high of finishing a project and not realizing, hey, you, tap, 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 it's time to rest.
Yeah, I've got a project in the drawer at the moment that I worked on last year, and I keep getting it out. Like, I really want to do it, and I really want to get back to this. And then when I look at it, I'm like, I've not had enough time away from this yet. Like, I haven't replenished. And what I loved about you said there is something that I fundamentally believe in, everything to do with like well-being and creativity, around knowing yourself. So knowing what works for you. So actually, if I nap during the day, it messes up my sleep cycle, and I find that I don't do very much. Whereas I know a lot of people who do nap. I don't drink coffee. I know a lot of writers live on coffee, particularly during NaNoWriMo. So it's that sense about knowing what works for you and your well and like your creativity. And I think that's a piece that, certainly from the self-help, and I work in the mental health field, we have the same advice to everyone. Oh, do this works as an evidence base. And I'm not poo-pooing that. There is an evidence base. You know, we've got this information for a reason. But being able to apply that to you and your personal experience and your circumstances is just the bit that I think is often missed.
So in response to the comment about messed up sleep cycles, can confirm. But I also have like, there's other things that I rely on coffee for, so I still have to have my coffee. But I've found that the earlier in the day that I drink it, followed by, I drink about a half gallon of water a day when things are going as planned. And that makes a really big difference for me. But how you know that my life has taken a tragic turn is that I will have an energy drink instead of coffee. And that just meant that things were so bad that I couldn't even do the coffee thing. Like I couldn't make the coffee. And it was just like, I have to just like pop the top, and I'm just like, ugh, no one look at me.
Even the cat is like, that is not acceptable.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I'm just surprised that he's had enough of me already, because usually he's like perpetually harassing. But probably if we open tarot cards, he'll come out and be like, this is my time to shine.
Yeah,
lay upon them.
We'll be giving readings. Yeah, it's dark now, so I'm waiting for my cats to come in, and they will be all over this desk.
So one thing I've realized about procrastinating, so if I procrastinate, it's still in the back of my mind, making me feel guilty about not doing it. So I have to mentally give myself permission to take a break. Mm-hmm. And then that weight is off. So sometimes that can be a nice way, saying, I am taking 3 days off. I do not have to touch this. It is okay. I don't have to feel guilty about it. And then the weight will come off, and then I can actually rest and recuperate. So
I think that's an important point that you make, because I've been learning this year to reward myself for my successes, and not just come to the end of the project and keep going with something else instantly, but to pause and celebrate what I've accomplished. And what you said there about giving yourself permission and declaring, I am taking 3 days off. The same thing applies for me. One, to actually say I am taking this much time off, and to declare it, but to do the same thing with rewards, and not just go out and splurge on something and then after the fact say, well, that was my reward, because you didn't know it was your reward at the time. If you do it retroactively, it doesn't feel like a reward.
Yeah, because that anticipation is needed to like get that dopamine release of, wait, I'm anticipating this reward.
Well, sometimes I have my list of my nano goals of like every 10K, this is my reward. And I do my little check off, my little sticker, like I did my 10K, and then I never give myself the reward. Like, what?
Yeah, I think that's important, to like to actually give yourself the thing you promised, of like, isn't it hard sometimes to keep promises to ourselves? Like, we would hate to break a promise to a friend or even a coworker because, oh, well, what will they think of me? But, oh, it's totally okay to break it to myself. Like, I already have to live with her.
This is like when Glory did the research and was like, here's a place that you can go because you need a massage. And then I had to go because Glory did all that work for me.
And also because I would follow up. How did you go?
Yes. And did you go? How was it? And I was like, I did. It was good. So replenishing the well is also a community effort. Is that what we're hearing?
I think so. To feel supported and encouraged, even when it's like something that you have to do on your own, like take yourself to get your therapeutic massage. Like nobody can take you. Nobody I know lives in the same town you do, Chandra. Otherwise it'd be like, I'm going to need you to do me a favor and go and pick Chandra up and take her. Because I do not have the option. I'm still like, it's still nice to have people encouraging and following up, because while we can't do anything in like physical land, we can at least be here to emotionally support and encourage and ask, please take care of yourself because I love you. I want to know you're okay. Please help me help you. Help me. I was gonna say that so I am a professionally trained art photographer, and I went to university for that, among other things. That was actually the education like I gave as a gift to myself, because I'd always wanted to really be professionally trained in photography. And I thought it was so interesting. It was very helpful at the time that I had so many professors explaining that there is no one right process for how you do any aspect of photography, whether we're talking about picking your camera or choosing which lens to use for this image, composing within the camera, or afterwards post photography of where you're in the computer and you're editing your photo digitally or in the lab for that matter, that there is no one perfect process for this. Everybody figures out what works for them. But what you need to do as an artist, as a photojournalist, since I was actually taking both art photography and photojournalism, whatever, it doesn't matter whether you're trying to do this for a job or you're doing this for your own artistic expression, you need to observe your own process so that you understand how to do it each time that will best fit the way your mind works. So we were all very much highly encouraged to keep notes on our process and to keep notes as our process evolved. Mm-hmm. And I thought this was actually very helpful when a few years ago I pivoted to, I wanted to work on learning how to write fiction. Since, you know, my background is in nonfiction, I wanted to learn how to write fiction. And what I've noticed over time, because I had already been trained in photography to observe my own creative process, that it was very helpful for me to be observing my creative process in writing and to observe how it evolved over time, so that when I hit a road bump, I understood, okay, normally this is what I would do next, but for whatever the reason, the back of my brain says that is not working right now. That is why I'm procrastinating. So what does the back of my brain need for me to move forward in my creative process now? And often it would be like brainstorming with other people of what else, what would you be doing in this situation? I don't know what to do next with these characters, or I don't know how to approach this story, and being able to hear other people and their ideas, while it didn't mean that I necessarily copied their suggestions, I did explore that. And that has been very helpful in the evolution of my creative process, but also inadvertently also refilling the well, because a lot of advice people had for me had to do with refilling the well when you're dealing with whatever the reason you're procrastinating. So that was, I just wanted to suggest that too, of like, as I said, I know people are like, oh, would you please stop talking about the process? And I get that sometimes as artists, we do talk about the process, whatever our process is, a bit much. But I think it can be helpful for other artists to hear for inspiration, or at least, yeah, no, that wouldn't work for me. Because sometimes knowing what doesn't work can be really inspiring to try other things.
I mean, that's a big part of what my process has been, and a lot of what my content is. It's me just trying stuff and being like, well, I just fell on my face, y'all. Like, it doesn't mean you shouldn't try it. It just means it didn't go well for me. But that was also a thing that I took away from Stephen King's On Writing. And I know some people aren't a huge fan, but I really enjoyed the book because I found his version of On Writing was a story. It was his story, and it showed what worked for him. And his biggest thing at the beginning of the book is, here's my 2 cents. This is my process. If it doesn't work for you, yeet it out the window. I super don't care. I'm just sharing because this works for me. And to me, any writing advice that isn't prefaced with, this is my process, this is what works for me, or even what I'm doing right now, any writing advice that says you have to do things this way or that way, go ahead and immediately just throw the whole thing away. if they say like you have to do everything exactly as I dictated to you here within these pages, it's not for you.
Mm-hmm.
It's not for anybody really, because it should really just be try all the stuff, pick out what works, and once you find it, awesome. But everything else that you learned along the way, those are just tools that you can stick in your tool belt for in case of an emergency. When nothing else that usually works is working, to step outside of your regular process. Like Lori was saying, today this doesn't feel right in my brain. It's rebelling. What else do I know or have I heard of that I could try or investigate?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's something I've certainly noticed in the last 10 years, though, that there is this idea of the right way or of your process. And I mean, my background's in sort of family support and social care and stuff, and being able to say to a parent, like, the technique that you used to manage your child's behavior yesterday doesn't work today. That's normal. That's being human.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if I'm sort of sitting here going, oh, well, I don't plot, or I mix plotting and pantsing, and then one day I'm just sort of flying by the seat of my pants, that doesn't mean I'm wrong. That doesn't mean my process has changed. We can be different even an hour apart from ourselves, as it were. And I think that there is this very, certainly when I was a new writer, it was very much, what's the way, what's the right way, what's the best way? And I think that finally coming to that realization of, do you know what worked for me 2 hours ago doesn't work now? Go try something different. It's fine.
So you raise an interesting point too, because giving yourself the creative freedom to step away from your process could be a way to refill your well. If you are too tightly bound to something, I know personally, I had some childhood experiences that make it very difficult for me to do things that I have to do.
Yeah.
Like, don't tell me that I have to do this or that I have to do it that way, because I automatically can no longer do it that way, even if it is self-detrimental. I am aware that it's not helping me. I'm aware that this doesn't support my ultimate goal, but simply because it was foisted on me as a requirement, I'm like, I'm sorry, I can't do it that way anymore. It will not work.
If anyone wants to know about that thing, there's actually a book by Gretchen Rubin called The Four Tendencies, and it talks exactly about the rebel being like the tendency where you're like, even if this is what I was going to do them anyway, the moment you tell me to do it, I'm not doing it.
You said The Four Tendencies?
The Four Tendencies by Gretchen Rubin.
Yep, I'm gonna read that because this is my name.
You can do it. You can actually just do the free quiz online, and it will tell you about your type. But yeah, the book's quite interesting as well.
Oh, there's a quiz. I love me a quiz.
I mean,
so
who
yeah,
doesn't love a quiz?
People in the comments, tell us what your tendencies are.
I'm gonna be right back. Oh, we do need to do a bio break, right, Lori?
Oh yeah,
at some point.
Yeah, I'm gonna go test that out too, because I relate, Chandra. I relate on the whole the rebel thing. If somebody tells me to, now I can't. It's not happening.
Don't tell me how to live my life.
Exactly.
Can I make one point first before we break?
Mm-hmm.
So this whole idea of like, okay, when I first found AuthorTube, it was all YA novels. This is what you write. This is AuthorTube. And so I was like, okay. So I wrote a YA sci-fi. And then I've been reading craft books and stuff. And this one craft book was like, okay, write a flash fiction. I was like, I don't write flash fiction. I write YA novels. And then I was like, well, it does make a good point to help level up your prose. So I had the free, like, I just cracked open the floodgate of freedom. And I was like, I could write a flash fiction. I'm going to write all the flash fiction. I'm going to write drabbles. I'm writing 100-word stories. I'm writing adult. I'm writing middle grade. And just, you don't have to stay in the vein of what's popular. Have fun and have the freedom to explore. Let your creativity fly and just do whatever brings you joy. Like, it doesn't have to be a YA novel.
It doesn't have to be fantasy sci-fi.
Yeah, exactly.
Even though that's what I write.
I mean, same, which is also funny because I love steampunk, but I'm not a steampunk writer. That's okay. But it's also really helpful to draw inspiration from things outside your genre because you can bring in some new elements and some new ideas to your genre simply by exploring the things you love and not excluding them, even if it's not what you write. Not feeling that, okay, well, since I only write YA, all I can read is YA.
Yeah, definitely. Because you still have character relations and character growth in multiple different genres that you can look at and analyze and say, oh, this is how they're developing their relationship or the issues, the conflicts, and you can kind of gain that inspiration from that as well.
Mm-hmm. And I used the beats from Romancing the Beat to write the first half of my tragedy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, not exactly how you would think it would be applied. I don't write romance. I like killing people too much, but
In fiction.
But it's a great way to draw inspiration.
I've read some lovely romance between murderers, but okay.
Okay, I'm gonna need some names.
I know that we're trying to end, but there was another point that you made that I just really wanted to pick up on.
Okay, last one, and then we will go to break.
Although now I've said that, my mind has just gone blank. So let's go to break, and I will come back with it.
Okay. All right. Well, we are going to go take a 10-minute bio break. I'd like to just encourage everybody that if you have run out of something to drink, now is a lovely time, again, to get something to drink, or a snack, or maybe just a little walk around, or perhaps if you stand, you find out your bladder has information for you. I'm just throwing that out there, y'all. So we will.
And just for you, Barrett, this is pumpkin creme brulee tea.
Oh, I love the titles. So we're going to go to break, and we will see you back here in approximately 10 minutes. Beep, 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 boom.
So I took the quiz.
Yes.
Yep.
How did that go?
I'm a rebel.
Oh,
Shocking, I know.
yeah. Can't say that.
Yeah.
What's the mini description for rebel? I'm curious.
So it says here, rebels resist all expectations, outer and inner alike. They choose to act from a sense of choice of freedom. Rebels wake up and think, what do I want to do today?
It's very similar to Questionnaire, but we just annoy people.
So I think if it did like your first and second, that would be my second.
Yeah. I got Questionnaire. That was my first.
Like, why do you want me to do that?
Yeah, pretty much. It's it says questioners question all expectations and they respond to an expectation only if they conclude that it makes sense. In essence, they meet only their inner expectations. They're motivated by reason, logic, and fairness. They wake up and think what needs to get done today and why. So, yeah.
I feel
that
that tendency would be the ones that my parents would probably most relate to me. Because whenever they'd be like, you need to do this, I'd be like, but why?
Yeah.
Your logic makes no sense to me, therefore I will not be cooperating today.
Pretty much. That's how I am in personal life and in work life. So it makes it a fun time for all my bosses when I disagree with what they're saying.
Yes. Well, also, see, that's the one part that I'm reading in Rebel that I'm like, oh, this makes a lot of sense, and also it explains the self-sabotaging, the way that it can seem like self-sabotage, because there's let's see, it's important to remember that rebels can do anything they choose to do, and they seek to live up to their own identity and their values. At the same time, rebels often frustrate others because they can't be asked or told to do anything. Unless it's a matter of living up to their values and identity, they aren't persuaded by arguments such as, people are counting on you. You said you'd do it. Your brother will be upset. This is the deadline. Everyone has to do this. And I have not related to something so hard in a while.
Yep. Yeah, like, I agree with the whole questioner thing. Like, if it doesn't make logical sense for it to be something I'd want to put effort into or do, then I'm just like, well, why do we need to do it? Or, I don't know, I bug the absolute crap out of people and I'm like, but we need to think about this and this and this and all of these aspects because I'm really analytical. And so, yeah, I definitely relate to my answer. But I think because I'm also very much an individual thinker, very strong individual thinker, and think that's why it works. Because I meet my expectations no matter what other people's are. I kind of I lead by what I think is making sense.
I mean, and I respect that, especially like knowing if I knew that trait about someone, then even as a rebel myself, I'd be like, okay, because I kind of view that as chaotic neutral.
Yeah. And
also, I would say I once again fall on the side of chaotic evil.
Yeah.
It can't be helped. But, I mean, the chaos is what I most identify with.
Yeah, definitely. Yep. Yeah. They're very similar in their own way, though.
Oh, yeah. And I think it also makes sense as far as trying to get rest for me. Because if I say I'm going to rest now for this amount of time, even if that's what I need, I suddenly have that internal pull to be like, I said I'm going to do that, but actually.
Yeah, it definitely impacts how you go about tasks and being productive and things like that. How you think and what works.
I think for me, knowing this, BT Dubs, I tested as a rebel. I don't know if you heard that part, but so shocking. But I think maybe a way for me to apply that to resting would be to say, I know that I need to take approximately this amount of time to rest at some point in time, but not be so harsh and specific about when that time is.
Yeah,
and
I think that would work.
Yeah, and just kind of go with, well, I am tired today, and I have allotted myself this amount of time for rest. So today I'm going to take some of that rest time.
Yeah, I think you need flexible goals. Do when it suits you rather than right now or at this point in time. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So what we do for... Okay, there, you know what? Y'all know me. It's hard for me to, like, be polite. Like, I don't mean to be rude, but, like, sometimes I'm apparently too blunt. But here we go. What we do for children who struggle with being told what to do is, like, one of the techniques is, like, to use clothespins, you know, like the kind of hang laundry. And you have tasks written on them, like as part of their regular things. Like, you need to get dressed, you need to brush your teeth, you need to eat something before you leave the house, these sort of things, wash your face. And you simply have them over in one section of they haven't been done yet. And every time they do it, or before they leave the house or they leave the room, they just move them over so they still feel that they have autonomy. And it's not that other people are bossing them, that they are in fact in charge of it, but they determine what order. Also, they are the ones who move it over, and that again gives control or a sense of control over their life or their activities in their body. And that can be very helpful when dealing with a child who maybe others have labeled obstinate or defiant. And you're trying to keep everyone's ego out of it and not become an emotional tug of war. And a lot of children have given me fairly good response about they liked this much better than being told, have you done this? Or here's your list. Have you done all the things on your list? It's like, no, you just move it over. Yeah. Nobody has to talk. You do your thing. And if I wonder, I will go look over on your little section of your clothespins to see where you are and if you need more time or encouragement.
But that also kind of gamifies it. And I mean,
like the clothespins. I like to do. This is fun, okay? And I'm an adult. This is fun.
I mean, honestly, I could see that as something that would work for me. And like I said, I forget to eat sometimes. Oh, hi!
I heard someone.
I'm 100% floral. And but yeah, if I have that like physical reminder. But that's like why I have like anything that I like, even just my allergy medicine, I forget to take. Oh, him's a big girl. Big boy.
Yeah.
He's a big boy.
It's beautiful.
So fluffy.
Sorry, I don't know if I'm being really loud, but I'm kind of obsessed. So
I love looking at everybody's pets too.
Oh my gosh.
I love that tail.
What's their name?
So this is
so muted, sweetie.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, he's just messed with the mic, which is fun as he walked over. But he's called Smoke.
Smoke.
Nice.
Yeah,
Smoke.
That's a nice one.
And his sister is a tortoiseshell, and she's called Ember. She will probably pop up later.
Smoke and Ember.
Maine Coon?
I like that.
We think they've got Maine Coon, but they are officially Moggy. Like, they don't have an official breed. But we think so, looking at the ears and how big the feet are and just the general size. But usually he curls up there to sleep. And I've put the microphone and light there.
Oh, it's in his spot.
Oh, how dare you. The audacity of you.
Yeah.
I know. I left him a space.
No, that is not how this works.
It is not the space.
Right? Why do you have to go upsetting things?
It's all right. He's managed to squeeze himself between them. We're all good.
You have disturbed the balance of the force.
I'm a bad cat mum.
Everywhere.
I'll go and think about what I've done.
Right. Go think about what you've done. Buy the bag of treats. you know.
Roy's just destroying a cardboard box that his new winter jacket just came in.
Nice. Yes, he is.
Ooh. So I'm just reading through some of the strategies for approaching tasks that I want to complete. And it's mentioned focusing on why you want to do the thing, which is really cool because my planner actually has a spot for that. So I'll have to be a bit more conscious about why I'm setting certain goals. And maybe by doing that, I will be able to make more progress.
You know, I think it's just like we were talking about, of like figuring out your process is, I think that including, you know, just regular human care. It's
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is not something that was really emphasized in my household growing up. So it is it's a skill. It's a learned and practiced skill. And I think that's something that should be normalized for people who weren't raised that way, for people who didn't grow up with it. Hey, this is an adulting skill that you will have to learn and put effort into teaching yourself and make it a practice, and it'll make your life better. But it's going to be weird and uncomfortable and challenging at times.
Mm-hmm.
I think that can be said for anything. Sorry. I was just going to say, I think it can be said for anything. Like most of the skills we have about well-being, creativity, managing our time, having a day job, and cleaning the house, like all of these things are life skills we're not taught, but are expected to know.
Yeah, and I think I have a 6-year-old kid and a 10-year-old. And I see some of these things in them, like, you know, the hollow revelry. Like he asked me a lot of questions about why I'm asking him to do something, and he keeps like, even if I met all the requirements about the question that he's asking, anyway he won't do the thing, or it's mad at me. And you need to try to, because he gets, my 10 years old, he gets a lot of angry with himself because he's not doing the things he knows is good for him, because he doesn't want to say, yes, ma'am, I agree with you. But yes, there's some kind of gamification of the chore to help them to do it in a more healthy way, like mentally healthy way. And there's not all the time like this confrontation, but it's exhausting to me too. Like in the third question, it's like, because I'm say so, like I don't, you need to do it. You don't want to do it right now, okay, but you have to do it today. You want to do, and all the things that help you manage like a healthy house environment. And now we know they are healthy, but when I was growing up, that doesn't work that way. Like today, a lot of memes about, now we have psychologists. My mom have this, how do you call that, this we call it la chancla, but it's this like beach Havaiana. Is this shoe that is just with two strings?
Yeah, sandals.
The flip flops. Flip flops. Like
yeah.
when I grew up, my mom had the flip flops. Like if you don't want to, like throw it over your head. Now we go to the therapy with the kids, and of course needs to be a balance of all the things, and we also need to know what is working for us. I remember a friend, there was many years ago, he was drunk, and he was trying to explain to me what was the magic of chaos. Like he was a wizard of chaos. And what you're talking about, what these things, like, is you take all the wizardry in the world, like all the traditions in every different, like Wiccans and voodoo and whatever, and you take what it's worked for you as a wizard. And I think that with creativity and artistry is the same thing. Like, we can take, like, I start reading the Save the Cat and make myself crazy trying to do the 70 or something scenes with every scene of and was crazy to me, but it's great to start because you have a point where to start. And then you can go, like, listening to all your own process and say, oh, you know what? It worked for me, write the draft by hand, because I think more in depth of the thing that I'm writing. It doesn't work for me to have chapters. I don't understand chapters. Like, I'm going to write, and when I can, I'm going to say, oh, this is chapter 1, you know. And when you mix technicalities with humanity, you need to be able to say for you the thing that it worked for you, even if it's your mental health, or is your creativity, or is artistry in general. Like, this is the technicality, and this is the technical thing. You know, these are all the tools that we have. You can use what you want. Like, it's up to you to sit and stick with what you like to do. But you have to do this doesn't work. If you start a video with, you need to do this for finish your work, it's like, okay, next. No, doesn't work that way.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Of course, we know I'm a rebel, so.
I can confirm as a questioner, still going to stand here and go, but why? Are you sure?
Yeah.
What makes you say that? How do you know that's going to work for me?
Mm-hmm.
I did like, speaking of Save the Cat, I read it, and I liked it in that it gave me a little bit more clarity about genre. Because even though I've read a lot and I've been reading for pretty seriously for a few years now, I haven't read genre with the idea of genre in mind. So after reading that, I started to go back and look at the books that I had already read and, you know, group the books that I was going to read by genre just to get a better feel for genre and tropes. But as far as my writing process, there's no way I'm going to do that. That's not how I function. But also, when other people are talking about it, I can relate. I can join the conversation. I've read the book, but I can also say, yeah, I'm glad that works for you. That's not for me. I would also like to take this moment to direct your gaze to the conversation that is happening in chat right now, because I am absolutely dead.
Yes, thongs are not shoes.
Yes.
No.
Thongs are shoes.
No. Are not shoes. Thongs
As the Aussie. Thongs
I feel
are
like
shoes.
this is like in
Like, everybody's words are valid in this regard. Regional, and just keep aware that if you travel, people may look at you funny, depending on what you're saying.
Oh, I know. It's a different kind of wedgie. So
Yes.
Again, that is a different meaning here.
So
I
like
also like
pants.
I like the Devon taught the paw, because yes, my cat has just sat down and started cleaning his bottom end.
Yeah.
Which is why if anyone saw me cracking up in the middle of something that wasn't very funny,
Yeah,
it is why. Just
you are
They-
our best.
they always do that, and they always turn right towards the camera. They're
They're like, "Do you
behold."
not? Is this not what you came for? This show? This is
yeah,
the
no,
real
I'm
show."
keeping the camera up here.
I
But
think
you are getting a very different show. Yes.
CB made a funny about cats versus dogs, where I'm trying to find it here, but it was something along the lines of
Dogs have owners, cats have staff.
yes,
yeah.
It's true.
Very
Truer words.
Yes, it is very true.
Also, cats are like either behold my greatness or I do not wish to be observed.
I 100% agree.
They're definitely interesting to think about when my knowledge is human psychology and neuroscience, and you look at a cat and go, you don't make sense. We don't understand you.
That's why I, instead of going in and trying to pick a cat, I just went and sat in the cat room and waited till a cat came over and was like, you are belong to me. Because the last time we adopted kittens and someone just picked up, the last 2 kittens in the litter, and I named my cat ISIS, and that was before that whole thing happened.
Yeah.
And she 100% lived up to the name.
Oh dear.
And she should have been an outdoor cat, but there was a lot of feral cats in our neighborhood, and she got attacked, so I wouldn't let her go outside anymore. And she never forgave me for that. And I'll never forget, like, she already refused to use the litter box just out of spite because of that. And then our other cat wasn't the brightest bulb in the tanning bed, so she would just be like, oh, is this where we go to the bathroom now? Okay. And it was like this never-ending cycle. And then one day, it was not long after Thanksgiving, so I still had my special holiday tablecloth on the table. And I'm sitting on the couch, and she jumps up there, makes direct eye contact with me, and then she pees. And I was just like, like, you can't be serious. And after that, I was like, nope, she's got to go. She's got to be rehomed. She needs to be a barn cat. She needs a nice big farm where she can run around and be free and not resent, her captors and live her best life. Yeah. So I rehomed her. But after that, I was like, I'm never just going to go and pick a pretty kitty or, take the last one in the litter. If I'm not their person, I'm not their person. And it's going to be better for all parties involved, even if I'm trying to be helpful, if I just don't.
I love that you get that, because I've basically, my Artua rescues, we got them when they were 18 months old from a shelter. And basically we were looking for 2 cats together, my partner and I, and kind of just wanted to find 2 that lived together, and walked in, and Ember's sat there like hair raised back going, my heart went over to her, and I walked over to the back to smoke. And I've never been liked by cats. I've always loved cats, but never been like, they've never approached me or anything like that. Tried to learn cat language as a child. And basically I walked up to him and he just flopped over and exposed his belly to me. And I was like, oh, you trust me. I have to take you home.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, now he just curls up on my desk and washes himself during streams.
Because of course.
But whenever I tell people like he chose me, they're like, oh, he's a cat, he doesn't know what he's doing, you're just a person. And I'm like, no, you don't get it.
Yeah. No, when cats don't like you, like if you're not sure if your cat likes you, it doesn't like you.
Yeah, I mean, like, I had a cat once many years ago. She was wonderful. She was feral. But she's no longer with us. And I guess about 2 years ago, there were some kittens born in our azalea bush out front, which, if you're looking for cat videos, y'all, there's a couple of videos on this channel of the kittens in the azalea bushes while it rains, and they're mewing. It's fun times. They're so adorable. Well, one of them refused to be caught to be given away. We were able to find homes for the rest, but she was the smallest one, and she just was like, I'm not having this. No, thank you, guys. And I was like, well, what are you going to do? There's plenty of cat people in our neighborhood. So they were happy to feed her with, there's a few other feral cats. Most of the cats in the neighborhood are fixed. So I didn't think much of it. And other neighbors would tell me from time to time, the small one, did you know she lives behind your house? Have you petted her? And I was like, no, I mean, like, they're feral cats. They just do whatever. I I don't pay attention to cats. And because, like, I assume cats have their own lives, and they very much are living life on their terms, and that's it. And every neighbor would talk about how she would let them feed her, but she would not let anyone pet her. And we would, when we had scraps, like steak, little bits of steak. My brother and I have been experimenting with smoking meats. We have a smoker outside. And so we would have bits of experiments. We'd feed her. She obviously loved it. And I just figured we're part of her little route. But my brother told me recently, he's like, that's your cat. Did you know that? I was like, excuse me. I, A, never go outside. And B, it's not that I don't like cats. I'm not, our next door neighbor is like obsessed with all cats. And he keeps trying to catch this cat to pet her, but she just does not want to be petted. And he's like, my brother says, go see, why don't you see about feeding her a little bit of the ham? So I put it on a fork. She was coming to the door. I was like, here you go. And then I was like, you want to sniff my hand? No big deal. So I petted her whiskers, which, cats normally do not like. And she was fine with it. Gave her a little bit more ham, ran out of ham. And she still wanted to be petted. I petted her a little bit. And I was like, okay, now you need to leave my house, because she had walked into the side door a little. And I told my brother about it. And he's like, yes, this is a cat for 2 years that has not allowed anyone to pet her. You are the only human being that has petted this cat. She is your cat. I'm like, well, I guess I got a familiar. Oh, well, I read Rita Mae Brown's book on writing, and she was very clear that a cat will find you.
Mm-hmm.
If you do not have a cat, be prepared if you have cat allergies.
Oh my gosh, I'm allergic to both cats and dogs, and tell me why I have a cat and a dog. My only thing is, no one is allowed on my pillow. So speaking of things that you don't normally like to do, but you find a reason to do, I was the person who never made my bed. I now make my bed pretty much every day. Like, the only time I won't is if I know I'm washing my sheets that day. Other than that, I have to make my bed every day to keep the animals off of my pillows, which is really important to me because allergies are real.
Right.
And even though I take my allergy medicine every day, because I keep my allergy medicine on my desk, so I remember to take it every day. Those are the two things that I know are going to happen. I will make my bed, and I will take my allergy medicine so that I do not die.
Yes, when I had an indoor cat many years ago, I made my bed every day because otherwise she was going to sit on the pillow. And I'm like, I have seen you. You are using yourself to dust my house. I don't need that on my pillow.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. It smells like love.
Yeah, can confirm the dust, the grass seeds. I mean, to be fair, like, it just moves the dust around and brings it to bed.
Yes. Like, why are you littering my bed with this?
You will also notice that if Dobby has been on my lap during a stream, I'll probably start going like this.
Mm-hmm.
And that is to get all the cat hair off of my face so that I don't die. Or I'll just sit there like for the rest of the stream.
I do not need a cat for the allergies. I just live in the woods.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I keep like wiping the eyes. Every time the AC turns on, I'm just scratching. I take allergy medicine. It cannot, it rounds the edges off.
It really does. It just keeps me from getting like a sinus infection or strep.
But like right now,
every 5 minutes.
I am definitely a little bit, because like everything is blooming for autumn.
And the mold. Don't forget about the mold.
Yes. So
you think it's not there? You think you've bleached everything? You think you've scrubbed everything? You have not.
No, because there's no way to clean out the air ductwork. That's where it all lives. And also, I live in Mississippi. It is like, it's dusty. The entire state is dusty because of all the agriculture. Like, there's just that much particulates in the air. We're one of the few places apparently that can achieve 120% humidity because there is so much organic matter suspended in the air all the time that it can absorb extra moisture.
That is
Aw.
spectacular.
Yes, if you want, just not like hair, but more like just something that lives on your head that exists on its own. So much humidity. Yes.
Honestly, that's why the only time I flat iron my hair or get a blowout is in the winter, because otherwise the humidity
It's with the point.
makes it pointless.
An hour later, it will be curling back up.
Mhm.
Yes. I don't even try. I do not pay for blowouts. There is no point.
During the summer, I wear my hair natural or in braids pretty much all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to where I would just like come up with creative new ways to braid my hair so I look a little bit more professional,
Right.
Instead of just having pigtails all the time.
Right.
Because after a certain point in time, it's just like, why? And when I had a desk and office that was like in the back corner and no one really came by unless they were in my same group, I just kind of would put my hair in a super messy bun all the time. And I'd be like, if you don't love me, why are you here? You didn't come over here to see my pretty hairdos. So.
Yeah. No, my hair's a bit too short to put in the plait, so I just like twist it into a bun, and then it's like fine. No one will know.
Yep, exactly. We do what we have to survive.
Oh yeah.
Also,
I want to agree with Devin. I'm also allergic to certain people, to a lot of people actually. And I'm also allergic to speak on the phone. I hate phone calls. No. Like I can do FaceTime or whatever, but phone calls are the worst thing that exists. Like, no, I hate it. I hate phone calls. I really hate it.
Just not for you, huh?
Yeah, no. CV, you agree with me? Yeah. No. Phone calls and people.
There's a lot of allergies in this world. It's a lot.
Honestly, I would rather talk on the phone. Now, I'm not saying call me. Do not call me. I would rather talk on the phone than like if I get emails or like you have to like call or text me to let me know that you're emailing me something. 'Cause I don't do that. I don't know.
I have to have my inbox of emails empty. Like I'm on it.
For my job, that's not, well, my current job, that's possible, but my previous job, that was completely impossible. But like my personal emails, I have probably, between all of them, I probably have almost 60,000 emails.
Great. Yeah. For me, yeah, me too. I don't.
Yeah. Just like you have to tell me what your email is so I can search my inbox to find what you wanted me to look at.
See, I'm the opposite. Like, although to be fair, I'm not that. Although I am tech savvy, I don't have my emails hooked up to my phone. So yeah, you want me to read an email, text me. But if you want me to answer a phone call or answer the doorbell, text me.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely
not answering any calls or any people at my door without warning. The end.
Yeah, like nothing good has ever knocked on my door in
unexpectedly.
I don't know, 5 years. Like, yeah, if I didn't know, like, no, nothing good. I'll tell you, there's been a lot of nonsense, and that's knocked on that door, and I don't answer it anymore. That is what the last 4 or 5 years has done to me. It's stopped me from ever answering the door again. I'm like, they could just go away, or they could leave a note. They could like leave that package. Ain't nobody gonna take it. I live in the country. Ain't nobody taking it. The cats don't. They'll like sit on the box. They're not doing anything. They're fine. They
will destroy the box for you, and then the thing inside that you ordered before you even open it.
He's just trying to help you open it.
I hope this wasn't important.
You're right.
It was the detangler spray because his ears were matted from the stupid cone.
Oh no!
And so I start opening it, and he yanks the thing out, and he just crunches the sprayer part. And I was like, well,
that's not the important bit.
Oh my god.
crunches it. Wow.
Yeah, I believe that because when we first got one of our family dogs, and she was a lot younger and newer, she got into my spray deodorant and she crunched it and it just kind of went pss out, like all of it. She smelled real pretty.
See, Kayla gets it. It's like, yeah, do you want to end up on a true
Yeah.
crime podcast? I don't answer the door anymore. Yeah, like you just leave it at the. Every time in the last 5 years we've answered the front door, it's only been bad things, no good things. Not a single good thing has ever been there knocking at the door.
I
I've
usually
got a
just lurk
timeline.
behind my door. Like I'll be standing right there looking down through the blind slats, like, and my dog's right next to me, and we're just like, who that is.
Right? Like, but you could wait. They could just leave, you know.
Oh yeah, no, I 100% wait, and I just like stand there, like not even breathing, lest they should perceive me.
Right.
But
Yeah, because like friends would text me, "Hey, I dropped something off on your door."
mhm.
You know, I've now trained several of my friends to understand use the smoker on the side of the house because it's got a door, so you can like whatever you leave, the animals can't get into, and no one else knows, so nobody's going to walk off. Just put it in the smoker, and I leave things for my friends in the smoker. They'll come at 3 a.m. on their way to work and get treats out of the smoker.
Sounds very efficient.
It has worked out quite well. That is not what we got the smoker for, but that has worked out.
See, I don't have any timeline on mine in that I've never, like, I remember a friend coming round when I was about, I don't know, 10, like after school or whatever, and my mum had just popped down to the shop or whatever, and the doorbell rang, and there being that sense of like, you can answer that, like, no, and it's just something, I wasn't scared, I wasn't worried, I wasn't like, it's going to be something bad, I was just like, that's not my job. And now I'm exactly, oh, we've got spammer in the comments.
Yep.
But I'm exactly the same. So I'm literally, people are like, aren't you going to get that? And I'm like, no, they'll have if they're important, they'll have my email address and my phone number. Yeah. So mine's not even to do with the last few years. It is just, I've never done like, who does that? Who comes up and goes, speak to me now, speak to me now, speak to me now. I demand your attention right this moment without warning. Like, it's very rude.
Oof. When like telemarketers call, especially like, so one woke me up from a nap by calling me 3 times back to back to back, and I declined the first 2 times, and the third time I answered and I was like, what? But I was sleeping.
Mhm.
Like,
Oh my god. My boss, like yesterday or something, because you know how I do night shift, right? And so I sleep part during the day. And my boss, they don't think that I sleep. They don't think that the night shift workers sleep. So she called me up at 10 in the morning, which for me is like the middle of the night. I'm like in the middle of sleeping or starting to go to sleep. She calls me up and she's like, hey, have you like put in those documents? I'm like, nah. Just like one word answers to my boss on the phone. I'm like, do not care at this point. I'm so blunt. And then she's like, oh, can you give me to those documents before lunch? And I'm like, no. She's like, why? Because I'm sleeping. And she's like, right. And then just hangs up. I'm like, yeah, I'm not having any of it, thanks. Oh, I hate it when people call me all the time. It's annoying.
jeez. Sorry.
I'm trying to deal with it. I'm trying.
Yeah, no, oh my god.
This is the first time we've ever had such a serious bot troll, whatever. So
this is the first time.
Yeah. So hopefully,
want to play a game of To Catch a Troll?
I thought you said To Catch a Predator.
Can you block them? Are you able to block or ban? To stop them from...
I have
They've been
reported
blocked
them
a few times.
I've hidden them. I have
put them in timeout.
We're on
I
it.
put them in timeout as well.
I
have done literally everything it's led me to.
They've got multiple accounts with the same name, which is why it's coming through 3 times. 4 times. Spoke too soon. But we're on it.
I mean, like, there's an entire army of
Yes, I have a lot of I have tons of wonderful lovely mods. And we are all doing our best.
Y'all are like killing it though.
Yeah, you on that. My gosh.
So
way to spam like a writer's chat, like yeah, the writers, introverts alike have an OnlyFans.
Since you asked, yes, I have an OnlyFans. What are you going to do with that information now?
Yeah. Exactly.
Megan!
Hey.
Queen. I mean,
Okay.
Oh dear.
I can confirm as a Brit that is pretty standard for her.
Honestly, at this point, it's just kind of funny.
Oh my gosh. Yep.
How do you refill your creative well? You block Queen Elizabeth on YouTube is what you do.
It's not just
time.
Queen Elizabeth. It is Queen Elizabeth II, y'all. This is
Yeah.
like, make no mistake, it is not, our Tudor era Queen Elizabeth at all.
This is something else.
Wow.
Wow.
No one has far
I
too
guess
much
we're
free
finally
time on their
moving
hands.
up in the
Yeah,
world.
apparently. Oh my god.
Glory, congratulations on over 800 subscribers.
Yeah, you've got heaps. It's rocketed up.
Thank you. This is not the
Congratulations. Here's your obligatory bot spam.
This is how you know you've made it. So you have arrived.
Yeah, you've made it now.
I was worried when I first started this account that we would have trolls because everybody used to talk about it, and I thought that's this is what it would be like all the time. And now here we finally are a year later. It's like,
Mm-hmm.
well,
Gordon Spamsy though.
Is there like
huge reaction?
Is there an option to have like a subscribers only chat or something? Because in Twitch you have a followers only.
Yeah.
And that's what I use to cut out all of this stuff.
Okay, I've got that open.
You can also do slow mode on the chat.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh,
yeah.
Live chat.
I shouldn't laugh at that name, but Hitler was right is a fantastic spam name.
Oh wow. We're just really breaking out all the
I think we've made it, guys. Isn't that the sign that you've made it when there's trolls everywhere?
Uh-huh.
I guess so. Okay. All right. Where is the part to make slow mode?
And now work is bugging me again.
Oh, come on.
And now it is not responding to me. Oh, come on.
So, refilling your creative well, eh?
This is wild. Normally, behind the scenes in YouTube, it allows me to set up slow mode in chat.
We need a coders hacking montage now.
Enhance.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I've been asked inappropriate questions by the Department of Work and Pensions before. The DWP have a lot to answer for.
I
but,
honestly wonder if YouTube is having problems because it's not even responding to me. I am like backstage trying to change even the comments options.
Yeah.
And
it could be a YouTube thing that this is why this is snuck past.
Yeah, and I'm having problems even with that.
Because Twitch has been having issues more recently about that. They had a whole heap of the bots and stuff, and then they had the had to change all the stream keys and everything because things got hacked and stuff. So maybe they're the same kind of people are hitting YouTube. I don't know. That's
I'm actually just opening Twitter now to check.
Yeah. Because I've never seen this sort of thing. I've even been on like huge YouTubers live streaming and I've never seen this sort of thing happen. So
yeah, there's literally, how backstage for YouTube where you can put in show descriptions and so on, there's a place to do chat in slow mode. I literally cannot find it.
Have they changed the location maybe?
That's what I'm like scanning.
Yeah.
There's comments and ratings.
Maybe.
YouTube hijacked for storm worm spam.
Oh, is that what's happening?
There we go. Yeah.
I think so.
Okay, because I was like, what did I do wrong?
Yeah, nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah, I'm seeing a couple things where they're talking about storm worm spam spoofs I will.
Yeah, sounds like a YouTube issue.
Yeah. See, and there's even people tweeting about it 3 days until I spam my YouTube with Storm.
Mm.
So
Come on, Ted. Don't be like that.
Yeah, we might want to
You're better
post
than
something
this, Ted.
in the Worldwide Writeathon about watch out for this. Make sure you got slow mode on or whatever.
Well, like it's literally not even available to me. I don't have a.
It could be because you're currently streaming. I don't know if you can change it during a stream or if you have to not be live.
It used to be where you could change it at any time.
Ah, okay. Don't know then.
I think you had to be in YouTube Studio to do it, though. Maybe
I've got YouTube Studio. That's where I'm in. That's why I was saying like I don't understand what's happening, and it's not even. It's not letting me change settings.
Is that because you're in it at the moment, or does it normally let you do that midway?
Yeah, no, I can usually change everything while we're live. I've done that before. When we've had people come on in the middle of the show, I've been able to change things. That's why I'm like, this is so strange.
well, even with all of that, there should be as mods and for the host channel, you should be able to block this individual.
Like block all accounts made by or something like you can do on Instagram. I don't know if you can. I don't know enough about YouTube. So
Alexa.
Oh, Alexa's getting on board. Thanks.
I mean, I'm more interested if Alexa's asking me.
Maybe. Come on, baby. Please respond to me. Let's see. Wow, is YouTube slow right now?
Probably because they're getting
spammed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, all you wonderful mods. You are fabulous.
Yes, you're working hard.
Doing the most.
Y'all didn't know that you were going to actually be needed today.
Yeah, usually we are pretty chill and because there's no issues in our chats usually because of the kind of community that we have is really nice. It's like
Honestly,
decent people.
though, on the other hand of like this is really bad. This is like not a good thing. But on the other side of that, the names that they've come up with.
I know. I know.
I'm like, but also this is really bad. But
this is bad, but like. So what do you all do in stressful situations? We're talking about refilling the creative well. How do you refill the general well of frustrations?
I laugh and I make a lot of really inappropriate jokes. Like even in therapy, I'll be talking and I'll just say something and my therapist is like,
yeah, humor's my jam too.
I also, if it's an awkward situation, I do have to point out that it is an awkward situation.
But that can work. Like if you're saying a date or even if it's not a date and you're feeling socially awkward, if you make a point of it and you embrace it, it kind of takes away a little bit of the awkwardness and kind of can work into the conversation.
Yeah. Oh, are we having an echo?
I heard a little bit earlier. It pops in and out, I think.
Yeah, I've noticed that when StreamYard's quite busy, they're not as the audio compression, there becomes problems, and it usually some of the time fixes itself within 90 seconds. But like Saturdays, I've noticed I tend to hear more echoes than other days when I stream. And I figured it has to do with StreamYard being quite busy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That is so strange that there's no way. Like they've just taken out the entire option for slow-mo chat is not visible to me right now.
Is it?
That is weird.
So all I could do is tell it to hold all comments for review, which doesn't really help us in chat, but it's something.
Yeah, what Barrett said is a good idea.
What is Barrett saying? Because I'm over somewhere else. That's why I'm not.
Okay, he's saying add fans as a disallowed word.
Although they've now changed their message.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is a good idea, though.
It is a really good
All right,
idea.
I'm literally in the settings, so I will go add fans. FANS.
Yeah.
That's the one.
No one say fans.
Well, I've pressed the button. Eventually, it will come up so that I can then add
Yeah.
that word. I'm just waiting. Sorry.
It's a little inundated at the moment.
Okay.
Generic YouTube account. I mean,
Yeah, no.
All right. I have added fans as a forbidden word.
I'm sorry. It's just kind of funny.
It is.
Forbidden words.
Yeah.
Can't say this word.
Not say.
It's the naughty word.
What about rotating ceiling fan? Darn it. No, I can't say that either.
Yeah, it's a good point in the chat that they've just given kudos to the mods, so that could be they're swapping either their message or swapping people, or maybe they're done. That'd be nice.
Yeah.
Oh, they figured it out. Oh, take out only.
Does that mean that they're
listening.
reading the chat? There's someone actively reading the chat, seeing what's being said. So if we can go into a private chat and kind of, because they're in on what we're talking about. I don't know.
What was I gonna say? I had a funny that I was gonna say. It's gone now. It will return. But I mean, I feel like we're making real progress here.
Yeah. I've put a couple of comments in the private chat for what I think they might try next, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good thinking. Oh wow. They are 100% reading what we're saying.
Yeah, they're reading what we're saying. And potentially listening to what we're saying.
Yeah.
May
at least this
the
isn't the
fleas of
fundraiser stream.
1,000 camels infest your crotch.
Oh dear.
So under comments on your channel, messages in your live chat, the only option I have is hold potentially inappropriate chat messages for review. And I have it marked, of course. And hold all comments for review. And
Try
then
that one.
that's what I have marked as well.
Yeah.
There is no slow mode chat. There is no other options.
Notice that they are now using
You know,
their platform.
Harv, I feel like we're friends now and I can call you that. Harv, darling, you could just say it once. You'd still be spamming, but, you know, fewer words, greater impact. As a writer, I feel like I can give you that advice.
Yeah, if you're going to come spam a channel,
Yeah.
picking a writer's channel full of writers.
And
We're going-
introverted people.
At this point, with the repetitive nature of your words, we feel collectively that you need our advice and feedback because we want to help you develop honestly.
Yeah, we're gonna do a whole big critique on this.
Yeah.
Yeah, deep dive into the psyche and,
Oh. 7
Are you
times
feeling-
got the magic number.
Are you feeling alone, Harv? Like you want to talk with us, so we can talk with you. Like if you want to, like, please share your thoughts, but it's not need to be that aggressive because all the comments are for everyone.
Are you reaching out? Is there a problem?
Yes. Do you need to talk about these things? We know a lot about mental health, and so you can share with us your problems.
Are you in an unsafe situation? Type 1 for yes.
And please don't think that our tone of being sarcastic is something against you. It's just that.
Oh my god, what Spence just
No,
said.
you did it. You did.
great.
You activate mode only subscribers.
Yay,
and
finally.
Slow mode.
Yeah.
There we go.
So again, Harvey, if you are there, you can talk with us. We are an open community, and we are like here to. Anyway,
I feel like when Harvey's asking to see feet, they're not serious. But once more, if you are serious, let us know in the comments. All 7 of them.
okay, I'm reading Sam's message on Discord, and
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah. Okay. Okay, Sam. So, how we deal with our creativity when
We have a shared experience in our community and we build from it.
I feel like we really bonded.
Yeah.
with this.
Great.
So
It's traditional
Oh.
in-group, out-group psychology. It's us against them now. So we are
forged in the
together.
fire.
Yeah.
Well, I hope you all feel bonded.
Thanks,
Yep.
Harv.
Yep.
Oh,
oh, it was fun anyway.
My tea got cold.
Aw,
Oh no.
You have to go microwave it.
Again, thanks for the mods. Awesome work.
Okay.
yes.
Y'all are fabulous. I say that like I'm not a mod, but y'all were too fast for me.
You've got other things going on.
Mm. Yeah.
Do we need another break?
I do.
I
To
will
refill our well.
I need a break and, frankly, a glass of wine.
Oh, I've got some rum I can supply you with.
Oh, if only we had a teleporter.
Do you
I
want
know,
to
right?
Or see, shook the rum.
Woo!
I can
Yeah,
hang
I'm
out
going to
here and
be-
keep an eye on the shop.
Normally, like, I would have honestly just restarted my laptop because I don't know why that section was not showing up on my computer. But, you know, to be honest, it has been a couple days since I restarted my laptop, and I don't know. Anyway, I hope
It's
you've all
settled
enjoyed
now.
this lovely shared experience. We will forever have, you know, that time with the bots and the
Exactly.
trolls and whatever nonsense. And thank you, Tom.
Mm-hmm.
And we love you,
Take care, Barrett. Take care.
And Eva and all the mods have been amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
What?
Barrett, all the good vibes for you.
Yes.
Good
Yeah.
luck with that.
Rum for everyone. I don't know.
Bring us all around.
Yes.
I've got a lovely red, a lovely white. Just let me know.
Mhm. Maybe some gin.
I
Always
have
have
that
some
too. I
cider in
have,
the
a
fridge.
lot.
Yes, so do I.
I have so much gin.
Mhm.
I'm all out of juice.
Mm. Oh god.
But yes, Tom found
I'm
a way
going
to
for
send me
mine.
the link to the specific stream customization that it was not showing me.
Oh.
So if I need to, I can, you know, change the settings again.
Okay, cool.
So, Glory, for your t-shirts for your channel merch, thanks, Harv.
Yep.
I survived.
Oh my
Harv.
gosh.
I mean, you know, it's not often that we get visited by queens of any nature or status, right?
I mean, Hitler coming back from beyond the grave was very special.
It was an impressive, you know, several minutes, at least 20 minutes of that nonsense. Woo!
It felt longer than that.
It felt
Mhm.
like eternity.
All right, so
Did I give Harv another username that they can try? For you know, posterity's sake?
What you got?
Ben Dover.
You know, you
oh my
we
god.
already know that, right?
Classic.
Like that it's right up there with like Bart Simpson's greatest hits when calling Moe's Tavern, you know?
Yeah.
I always like Mr. or Ms. or Mrs. P.I. Staker.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah, there's a few out there.
I think my favorite that Bart ever used was Amanda Hug and Kiss,
Yes.
because I have used that as a character name in one of my stories when I was 15. So
I mean, it's unique.
Mm-hmm.
do it
I
again.
do like the occasional ridiculous name, especially when the author points out that they are aware that it's a ridiculous name. I think it's fun. And it's like, it's not, it keeps things from being too pretentious.
Yeah.
So,
And like you say, it needs to be that the author's aware of it, and then it's like the in-joke.
yeah.
Yeah, and you get it. It's funny then.
But then you have the names where it's like, is that a code name? I can't tell. If you know Death Note with like Beyond Birthday, BB, like what kind of name is Beyond Birthday? I don't understand.
That's an actual name from a book?
Mm-hmm. So they're all letters of the alphabet, and they will take over as like the head detective that will be like contacted throughout the world, like, come help this country, come help on this case. And so L was in charge, and then it was Mellow, like there's Mellow and there's Near, so like LMN, and then there's Beyond Birthday, who's BB, and he looks like L, and he's like a serial killer on the side. Like, it was really cool, but it's like, this name, I don't understand. What?
I have a name that I wrote down when I was prepping for one of my stories, and I really, really liked it. And it's Aura Man, which is a woman's name. But every time I read that, it gives me a good giggle.
When I first heard about the artist Man Ray, I thought that was a pseudonym. Because it just sounded made up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially since I was first introduced to them in photography. And like old photography, like I think the 30s, maybe the 20s as well. They were doing experimental photography. And I was like, Man Ray. Because they were mostly doing experimental portraiture. So it was a lot of pictures, photography of people. There was x-ray stuff. And I thought like, oh, well, of course. But no, that's apparently their real pseudonym or real legal name in some form. But I always think it's interesting when people have last names in particular that somehow are relevant to our lives, to society. I saw recently there in the news, there was something, it had to do with, the panini. And it was, they were quoting somebody named Dr. Welfare, and it was spelled welfare, y'all. And I think like Colbert made a joke about, until the next doctor, you're all dead or something. It's kind of always interesting to me when people have interesting last names that somehow are relevant.
It's actually, they study it. It's called nominal determinism, and it's the sense of where your name then dictates what you do. So yeah, they've got like coroners who have like a surname of murder or something. Like they've got a link between their name and what they end up doing as a job. And they've studied even like children who had these names when they were very young, and then like caught up with them 25 years later and found out that there does seem to be this, it's almost like you veer towards what you're called.
Yeah, that's why I'm tall, if you know my last name. Not genetics, just because of my name.
You grow
I'm
accordingly.
tall. Yeah, I grow accordingly.
There's a family that I knew in town. The last name is Couch. And I did not know until I met this family that couches are a brand name of sofas. And they are the originator of why, at least down here, we tend to refer to sofas as couches rather than sofas.
I didn't know they were a
Even
brand
though-
name. I just thought they were another name for it.
Yeah, no, like it was like that. It was a family in England who was actually making these very nice, at least according to the local couch representatives family. They made very nice, very high quality sofas. And so they were called couches as part of their family. You know, like, oh, do you have a couch sofa? Do you have a couch? To set aside from the lower quality sofas, as they explained to me. Versus, so I live in South Mississippi, and Mobile, Alabama is 2 hours in one direction. New Orleans is 2 hours in the other, you know, sort of kind of like a triangle. But Mobile, Alabama has a memorial to Sheriff Outlaw, Outlaw. And I saw this leaving a museum once and was like, I have to know, how did this happen? Which came first? And also why? Just why? Why would you get into law enforcement with a name like Outlaw? And the family does have a web page explaining it, because so many people would just call them and from the phone book and ask, why is your name Outlaw? And they got it in Ireland when their family was in Ireland. And they were outlaws for not paying their, you know, taxes to their landholder. And so the family was labeled Outlaw, and they decided to own that. Because like your name would be changed back to your family's surname once your family paid all their taxes back. So they did eventually pay their taxes, and they could move. They left Ireland and they moved to America. And some of them settled in Alabama, where they decided to continue this tradition. And one of them became a sheriff and was apparently beloved in Mobile, which at the time is still actually a very big port. So I just thought that was adorable and hilarious.
That's a great story. Talk about taking ownership. Like, that's fantastic.
Really, like they're like, because this happened during the Irish potato famine, when people were dying, and they're like, people are starving to death, and you care about taxes versus what's happening to people. You know what? Well, we own that. Yeah, we're outlaws. Oh, we're so bad. We're such outlaws for not paying our taxes, for not having the finances to pay the taxes.
I didn't know the story, but I liked that you went, and they got it in Ireland, and I went, yeah, that checks out. I looked it up. So versus I love to watch credits, TV credits and movie credits, because you'll see all sorts of people's names. I love to see people's last names. Another one that I've seen multiple times is, I think it's like a whole family that works in special effects. True Love, Truelove.
You remember when the Malaysian flight went down?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if anyone else was watching the news at the time, but they had some real issues with someone had put in, I don't know if it was placeholder names or if they were messing with their coworkers, but they put in inappropriate names that sounded vaguely Asiatic, and the newscaster just read them off, and you could tell as they were reading them, they were like, this doesn't seem correct, but they just went with it. But like, to anybody else who was watching, you could see what was happening, and it was like, oh my gosh, that's horrible. Oh, that's embarrassing. And they had to issue a whole apology because they just assumed, and you know what they say about assume.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, like, people will make up names, but I'm always fascinated by actual real surnames.
Well, and that's the thing. Some of them you just like, you look at it and you're like, that could be a name. It could be.
I've pretty much learned that any object that exists in this world, there's a surname somewhere for it. Some family has this as their family name. Chair,
Yeah.
salt, box, row.
I know someone whose surname was Wall. She went to my high school.
Mm-hmm.
But no, it's interesting with mine because it sounds, for some people, apparently it sounds Chinese. And so we'll get people calling up in full Chinese thinking we can understand them. And I'm like, I have no idea. And we've literally been given letters and things. We've had like a Chinese church handwrite a letter in Chinese and send it to us. It's like, we white. We're really super European. We have no idea. I mean, send it to me in Japanese and I might have an idea what you're saying. But like, yeah.
It is odd. But and I used to think like all of like, so there, especially in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, there was this idea, particularly in the Deep South. So, you know, really, I guess Jim Crow era everywhere, that English literature, and really, I mean British literature, because, okay, well, that's a whole nother joke. But anyway, British literature was somehow a higher level of prestige. So libraries in the Deep South tended to stock a lot of published fiction from the UK. And growing up in the 80s and 90s here in the Deep South, the libraries were not really, they were not buying a lot of books. So all you had was old books. So I ended up, because I was a child desperate just to read any fiction, I ended up reading a lot of these British books. And there would be all these kind of crazy surnames. I used to think they were made up, and now I have learned they are not. That they're, you know, all these kind of names that sound sort of silly to me. Moneymaker and Moneypenny and whatever being the least of the problems. Kingmaker being a real last name. Also, King Killer. Why would you keep that? That's an interesting choice.
But, you know, honestly, if you're proud of it, because
I just feel like maybe don't tell people so that, you know, they're not watching you. Just
I don't know.
In the shadows as an assassin.
Yeah,
again.
like uh-oh. They, you know, they've got King Killer in their list of revolutionaries. You know, like, y'all need to leave town.
But even then, some people's surnames have changed because they've been said wrong or spelt wrong or pronounced differently when they've immigrated somewhere. So,
Exactly.
yeah.
Or the immigration officer just didn't care and
Yeah,
just
signed
that's
out something
happened.
else.
Something else entirely.
Mhm.
I will say spelling is hard.
Yes.
Yes.
Especially when you're translating from not English into English,
Mm-hmm.
because there are no hard and fast rules for
Oh, no.
any kind of
There's
spelling
just-
in English. It is open to interpretation.
Yep.
We'll just spell it this way today because we feel like it.
Right. It just seemed like it fits today.
And,
And I say that as somebody, I say that with having a minor in phonics and phonetics, that this is like where I excelled in education was in phonics. And I learned like, no, all bets are off. Have a good time. Like that's why it's very difficult to teach phonics in English, is because there's rules that cover like 40% of the English language, but the majority is never going to be covered by any one rule. Like no majority of English spelling will be covered by any rule. Not, you won't even get 50%. And I was told that by the head of the phonetics program, who was also my advisor in the education program.
English is such a weird one because there's actually 3 root languages for all of our different things. So some are Germanic, some are from Latin, like French and Spanish, and then some are Anglo-Saxon. Gosh, it's been a while since I've had to talk about language. But yeah, and it means that basically you'll have a rule which will work for like the Latin-esque words, but not for the Germanic words. Yeah, people learning English, good luck.
Yeah. I'm always like, I really feel lucky that I was like, English is my native language, so that I didn't have to shadow box English as a second language, like a word. But what about no? It's just all confusing. Just
You
Mhm.
know, I've
accept it.
been trying to learn other languages, and it's very hard for me because our grammar rules don't make a ton of sense. And a
Mm.
lot of other countries have pretty sensible grammar rules.
Yes.
And they're like, so when this part does that thing, then you say it this way. And I'm like, what? Always? And then
Mhm.
I just like my brain's like, file unnecessary, delete.
Yeah, I work with a lot of people who are English is their second language, and I asked, because they're really fluent, like, how was it learning English? Like, because words are so different with the rules and things like that, and they're just like, yeah, they just have to memorize each individual word. I'm like, yeah, I'm like, oh my god. And then it does make, for me, I find learning another language easier because it's got the rules and it's like with its pronunciation or with its grammar, and so that can help. Though kanji's a whole nother thing and I don't like it. It's great, I love the meanings behind it, but my god, like trying to learn it for like reading ability, it's like
Yeah, the only time I think I started to like learn a language, I spent a month with some friends and they only spoke Spanish at home. And I started to be able to understand, but not really like speak. But it was really funny because I'd been there probably a month, and I'm the only person who spoke English around the house, so I would have to very specifically be like, okay, summarize that conversation in like 2 sentences if I was supposed to know what was happening. But there was one day we were all in the car. We went to the grocery store. And my friend we were all talking in the car. My friend's mom was like, okay, here's some money. Go in and get bread and milk. But she said it in Spanish. And her daughter was like, what'd you say? And I just turned to her. I was like, she said go buy bread and milk. And everyone in the car got quiet and just kind of looked at me. And I was like, oh, because that was the first time I'd heard something and automatically like understood and translated. So I feel like that would be what it would take, though, is to be in an environment where
yeah, it
English
definitely
wasn't an option.
living around the language, you learn so much. That's where your language skills go, because if you're learning by yourself or whatever, you've got nothing to practice with, and a lot of it comes from literally just having to use it in a survival kind of way. Like if you move or you're traveling in the other country and you just have to use the language and just read it because you're constantly using it and you're constantly in practice, that really makes a huge difference. But yeah.
But for me, it was kind of easy because for me, English has less norms than Spanish. With the Spanish, fought a lot with time of the verbs. Like we have a different word for every person with a very present, past, and future. And also we have a lot of all the words have a gender. That is really weird. I know for English, that's because the table, the glass, and the computer have a gender, female or male. We don't have the neutral gender.
Yeah, I struggled with that.
Yeah, that was always wild.
That's what gets me.
Yeah,
it's the gendered
how would
words.
I know the gender without already knowing the gender of the table? Like that was very
question
difficult
that.
for me.
Like,
and also because we can change the gender of the thing depending on what you are saying. Because water, for example, you can say el agua, like female, like male water. But if you talk about the water, is female, and it's a whole new thing for a lot of people to try to understand. But I see that have no another language is almost like a superpower, like to be able to speak with you and to know English as a second language. It opens to me a lot of resources and also a lot of communities, because English is the more, I think
common.
it is the more common second language for everyone. Like I know in the other streams we have, there was German, people from other Spanish speaking countries, and it's easier, and it's easier also to find like material for writing in English than in Spanish. And unfortunately it's not translated or probably translated, and but it's easier also because we have a lot of material in English, like all the videos, YouTube. I don't know, 90% of the thing is it's in English, or movies are in English. More common series are also in English, so it's easier to learn, I think, that way.
So do you write in English or Spanish?
I write in Spanish, but sometimes I kind of write in Spanglish, like I mix words, because I'm also too involved in English communities that sometimes I like mix the words, and I can do it both. I'm really bad in translating my text in Spanish to English because I'm not an interpreter. I just know English. But I have been really hard to try to translate what I write in English, in Spanish to English, so the others can understand what I want to say and not actually what I'm saying in Spanish or English. That's hard to do. But I mostly write in Spanish.
That's really cool, though. I like it when books have more than just English in it. I think it gives a bit more exposure, and it kind of will prompt me to go look things up. Like when I'm reading a book, I don't want to read books where I don't have to look up any words in the dictionary.
Yeah.
Ideally, I would like to at least every other page to have to like make a note to look something up. And I know for a lot of people that disrupts the reading process, but when I don't feel like I'm learning anything, I get a little bit annoyed with what I'm reading.
I agree. Like it's kind of fun as well, especially if it's like in another language and you can say, I know that. Like, I mean, I was learning languages and interested in languages before, but one of my favorite game series is Russian, and it's based off of a book. And so I can now, because I've always admired the look of the Cyrillic alphabet. It looks really cool. And I was like, hell, let's just, learn it. So now I can read Russian, apparently. But it means that I can go through that game and I can read the untranslated signs and go, oh, yeah, that's that place that they were talking about. It just makes it so much more immersive. And then I've got the books in English and I'm reading that. And then I was like, I mean, this is way off. But then I decided to buy the Russian books. I mean, it's going to take me a while. But they look really cool. I just like the look of it. And then I've also got language books that I bought in Japanese and Russian. But yeah, it's just language is interesting. Learning the different ways of how things are said. Like Japanese is very contextual compared to English, where we're more direct, whereas some things you can say in Japanese, you don't exactly explain it as much because it depends on the surrounding context. So it's interesting how you can kind of almost communicate slightly differently depending on the language. So, and it's just fun.
I think there's also that difference between spoken and written. So I know that I lived with a couple of students when I went to uni who were studying Japanese, and therefore I learned I think I learned up to 100 kanji symbols with them. But then looking at hiragana, which is more what they would use to the multiple layers
Yeah.
of it all. I got very lost.
So
and
many
went back to my
layers.
German.
Yeah.
I also had to be careful writing my middle grade horror because I was like, okay, my villain is not speaking English. My plant lady, she's speaking a plant language, but I'm not a linguist. I didn't know how to make up a plant language. So I chose another language and typed it in Google Translate and had it do that for me, and I put it in the story. And one of my sisters was like, this is kind of like teaching children that foreigners are villains. And I was like, dang nabbit! So I had to take it out and just describe it's a lilting, beautiful language, making the plants grow really fast. So I don't use a specific earth language. I just have to describe the tone of the language.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you also got to be a little careful.
Yes.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's kind of fun, but also I relate it to in America. I don't know how this is handled in other countries, but in America, it tends to be that for villains, it's either like Russian or Chinese with the accents, and then for fantasy, all like British actors and maybe some Australian just for the accent. And it's like, what?
Yeah.
How come the elves have British accents? I'm so confused.
Mm-hmm.
Although I will say stuff like that does amuse me, and it's kind of like just a little bit of Easter eggs. But for me, stuff like that it's part of why I like bad TV. Not that that's necessarily bad TV, but to me, it's the same as watching a TV show and seeing how they've cut something and missed that there's like a necklace on in one scene and not in the other. Or someone's dress goes from being zipped to unzipped and back and forth in different scenes with different angles because they've missed it. To me, the assuming the accent to indicate something about the characters the same, where it's like people aren't necessarily aware of the way that it's coming across or the things that they've missed or the irony of the situation, which they convey through thoughtless use of things like that.
Sweet. I'm hungry.
Glory, you look like you have feelings.
Me? Oh, Glory.
It's hard, isn't it, Laura?
Words, man.
I might be too far away. Am I too far away from my mic?
No, my
No,
brain
you
is
can
just mush.
Yeah. No, I like it when I'm reading fiction or even nonfiction in English and there are other words from other languages used as long as there's context. When there's not context, I'm ticked off. Like, now I got to like look this up. Why couldn't you have used context words? I mean, we teach children to use context. But when they do use context, I love it because I feel like that's another way for me to learn this word. To anchor it is I've got this story where I've learned a couple words and so on. I found when I used to live in the Philippines, I lived on the island of Mindanao, where it's not Tagalog is used, but it is not the common language. Visayan is the common language, which is really a merchant language like how English is. And so it has a lot of borrowing words. So I inadvertently, by just being surrounded by an island of folks, all doing business and everything, inadvertently picked up enough Visayan to know when people were talking trash about me, which I think is an important skill to have. Also, I can watch Visayan soap operas and at least go, wait, who is sleeping with who? Because I know somebody's cheating on that. I don't like have an academic knowledge of this language. It's more truly of like how languages are learned at an organic level, like children, how they just pick up on it, and in part by tone and then by context. My mother grew up being surrounded by people who spoke Yiddish, and my mother would really tend to speak some of the English translations of Yiddish phrases and so on. I found it very easy to pick up Romance languages, like reading, not speaking it, because pronunciation is different, isn't it, than print of Romance languages. But recently, Duolingo added Yiddish to their language options, and I didn't know they were still in beta testing. And so, because they were beta testing, they're like, you can have unlimited. And I was like, oh, cool, this will be fun. I will catch some dopamine. And that is how I learned that Yiddish truly is like, this is how I liken it. If English and German had a baby and raised it in an alley, it would be Yiddish.
Oh, count me in.
Because it is wild. Because Duolingo is not really meant to teach language. It's meant to reinforce language. And I had, the only background I had in Yiddish is occasionally my mother would hand me Yiddish phrase books that were really just humor books. And I would laugh through all of these, of like, oh, they're an onion. They bury their head in the sand and don't look at, I thought that was hilarious to call someone an onion because they always bury their head in the sand, not to notice what's around them. And these other Yiddish phrases. And that's all I knew about Yiddish was the English translation of it. And then to be learning Duolingo's version of Yiddish or how they're teaching it, it was like, oh, I did not know I was a natural at this, but that's because it's like, how Spanglish is Spanish and English. Yiddish is German and English in a wild combination that is not based in any one language's reality.
See, as someone who picked German, we had to do a modern foreign language at school, and someone who picked German because it was more like English than French and sort of, that Latinesque side of things.
Yeah, because of the Saxon influence. Yes, I could see that.
Yeah, so when it's like, oh, mein Vater, and you're like, my father, das Hund, the hound. Like some of these things, I'm like, if you put a funky accent on English, it can sound German.
And so, and that is Yiddish right there. Like I was just amazed at picking up Yiddish. I did not know. I'm not normally a natural at language. At least I do not think so. And to see that there's just enough German and English that I can pick up Yiddish, the way Duolingo gamifies it, was really fascinating. But also sometimes it wasn't what they were, it wasn't the phrase that I understood, it was the way it was said. And I'm like, hold up. I know what that is. We say it's like that, but this is in, essentially in German, but that's not how Germans would say this phrase. That's a very English way to say it.
Isn't German backwards to English? Because I did a little bit of German. I think the form, the structure of the sentence.
It depends. So if you're using past tense, then you might use the verb, you move the verb to the end of the sentence.
Yeah.
If you're using a conjunction like and or but, not and, but if you're using but or however, then it moves stuff around. It depends if it's and what tense it is.
Yeah, that was something that I was actually surprised. I mean, Russian's its own other thing as well, and it's not exactly easy. But I was surprised at how many. I was surprised how many words I could understand that they sounded very English, like papa, mama, it's off the top of my head, but mashed potato sounds very, I know, it's a weird, Duolingo throws some weird shit in there, okay? They just pull things out of everywhere. And I'm like, what?
Poetic about potatoes, of course, that makes sense.
Effectively, now I'm not even going to bother trying to pronounce it in Russian, but puree is the Russian word for mashed potato, which is what, so it's really interesting that there are some really easy crossovers.
So again, it's a cadence. So what it sounded like you were saying earlier was that sense of even if you didn't know what the words were, if you hear like for me, if I hear at the end of a sentence, it goes up. For me, that's a question. It doesn't
Right.
matter
Yeah.
what the language is. It doesn't matter what. If there's an upward inflection, then either it's a question, or they're unsure, or they don't know what they're talking about. Like, and you can get that no matter what the language is. You can kind of hear, like, if someone like raises their voice and then lowers it again, you're like, oh, that there's
Or
just all
if
this
they're saying,
unspoken stuff.
you know, do you want A or B? Like when people ask you that, even if you don't speak language, like in Duolingo, there were these sentences in Yiddish because I got pretty far very quickly, and it was like, do you want to go to the zoo or to the park? But it, even though I wasn't quite sure necessarily, you know, the words that they were using, I knew that it was offering me options, and from there could narrow down the multiple choice, and that does help. You know, I was learning. My mother enrolled me in a particular kindergarten because the language they were going to teach was Spanish by a native Spanish speaker. And she was like, look, you'll get something out of that. I mean, I was 5. I was frankly more interested in the drawing and coloring.
Can I just point out that even when you were 5, that was improving your brain structure immensely. I think that people who have a second language when they're younger, like, your brains are amazing.
Oh my God, yeah.
Just
And it has
FYI.
made, yeah, that is where it makes it easy for me to understand Romance languages, is because just English and Spanish, they are both Romance languages, but they are different enough and evolved far enough apart that at 5 and 6 years old, being able to compare and contrast is like, okay, I think I know. And that's why even when, again, my mother was an office manager and I was a teenager, sometimes she would get, this is before email, she would get faxes and letters in the mail from countries in like South America or Central America who were interested in purchasing a warehouse or something in this, that her, you know, industrial real estate agent boss did. She's like, all right, read the letter and tell me what you think it means. And I would scan these you know, letters, these business letters. Business Spanish is so, it's so straightforward, y'all. It's wonderful. Like conversational Spanish, I would be lost. But business Spanish, there's enough context clues and enough overlap with the English language and Romance languages that, yeah, every time I made a guess what it was, that's what it turned out to be that they were asking about, because there was enough crossover. And I guess because business Spanish, at least like in Ecuador, Peru, and Mexico, because that's where those letters, you know, where they were doing business with other people were coming from. I guess business Spanish, maybe it's more simplified, or it has further origins back in Romance language. I don't know enough, but I could guess my way through it accurately.
I'd say it's also because generally when you're taught in a structured education or professional education of a language, you learn formal. And that's what most of the business would be in. And that's probably why you picked up more than the conversation, because you were taught the formal side of the language.
For me, the hardest thing about other languages, though, is like pronunciation, because I have the inner monologue when I'm reading. So, like, I started reading Crime and Punishment and War and Peace because I realized I've had very little exposure to Russian lit. And that is the names slow me down a lot. So then, but I also find, since it is a translation, it reads a little bit more sanitized than I'm used to for fiction. And so I pulled up on YouTube an audiobook, and I was trying to read the audiobook and the physical book at the same time to just kind of give my brain the opportunity to adjust. But the translations are different, very slightly different. And so I'm going back and forth between the audiobook of being like, oh, I prefer this translation, and then what I'm reading on the physical book, oh, in this particular sentence, this reads better. And it's so all over the place and a little bit distracting, but it's at the same time, otherwise I couldn't pronounce the names, which would slow me down in a whole other way. So that's been a process. But
what a great thing for a writer to do, though.
Yeah,
like that just sounds like writing, I don't know, 404, like real high advanced level of like, I'm gonna teach my brain how to like look at sentence structure and things. That sounds fantastic.
I've actually noticed that too, reading the English translation of Metro, because it's originally Russian. The way that they speak, like the language they use in a conversation and even in the description, it's as if it's got a Russian tone through it. Because if you hear, say, like stereotypically or whatever in movies, people who are Russian speaking English and the use of words in their sentence structure, that's exactly how it reads in the book. It's very interesting. It's like structured with a Russian tone in the English translation in the way that it sounds in the sentences.
So would you say that Russian in and of itself does sound a little bit more sanitized, or is that the specific translation?
I don't know. I haven't read many, so it's hard to tell. I don't know. It's got its own flavor, I can say at least. It's definitely a flavor that I've noticed in the book that I've read.
Yeah, it definitely feels different to me.
It feels different. Yeah,
and it makes me want to learn more languages because I'm like, what did you steal from my book? You stole it. Give it back.
Yeah, like the nuance can get lost in translation, and that's really up to the translator.
Yeah.
And then all that comes with politics and all sorts of things that I would not be expecting. But yet, that is apparently a common thing among translators.
Mm.
They see nothing ethically wrong with changing or adjusting the nuance because they don't want to give the wrong impression. And I'm like, but isn't the writer's nuance what's important? But I don't know. Like,
yeah, I think also I'm coming at this translation having played the games as background knowledge and knowing the world and knowing the story already to kind of fill in little things. But of course, because I haven't read the original Russian, and I don't quite know what's missing either in the more detailed book. So I don't know. That's what happens with translation, is like you don't really know what you're missing, what's been changed.
Yeah,
there is a phrase, a quote. I don't know who told that quote, but it's translates something like translator is traduttore traitore, like the translation is a traitor, something that because the translation is not adjust to what you want to say. And what you say about the letters is something that Amy said, that usually when you write something for business, it's more formal language, English or Spanish or whatever. But when you come to a place and you try to like Spanish is really different to Chilean Spanish or Mexican Spanish or Argentinian Spanish. So the words, even with us, is sometimes you get lost in the translation and you don't know what the other is saying. And also how fast or slow the people in the place talk. A lot of people said that in Chile we talk too fast, and a lot of people don't understand what we are saying because we talk too fast. And for me, the Spanish accent is really annoying. Like, it's like, why you talk like that? For me, it's like that you talk with a Z in the. We listen something really weird. So for me, it's like weird. But even with English, I remember, I think there is the Good Omens book from Gaiman and Pratchett that came with notes in the English for the English lingo. And so in America, you can understand what they're saying because there's some bits that are in England English and not in American English. So yeah,
that's one of the things.
It's really important.
So in Barbados, there's I guess it would be kind of a dialect. It's supposedly English. And even though my family is from there, when that starts going around, usually in the more senior generations, I'm just like, I'm gonna head out because it doesn't sound like words to me anymore. I'm like, what? I remember when I first heard it, I said to my aunt, I was like, what language are they speaking? She was like, well,
Is it a
I
pigeon?
have a friend that is married with a Cuban. Her husband is Cuban, and she's always said that when he goes and talk with his family, she doesn't understand nothing, like anything, because the Cuban accent, it goes to place. And I remember this lecture that we were like in a workshop. It was in English in Chile, but it was in English because came people from all over the world, and everything was fine until the Indian came to speak to us. And when they start talking in English, but in Indian English, it was like, what? No one understood nothing because the accent is too hard.
But again, it's that accent, but it's also that cadence, isn't it? It's the where they're putting the gaps in their words.
Yes.
And thinking about the comment about Good Omens, one of the things I like to do, and I think it might have been you, Laura, earlier, you said like, oh, I tried to put this other language in and then it just teaches their villains, but it's to give that thing, is like knowing what the cultural opposite, like their cultural version of it is. So in England, we'd say it's raining cats and dogs, would be like the British phrase for it, peeing it down. Like, and in Germany, they say it's raining spaghetti. Like the German for it's raining really hard that they would use in Germany is translated as it's raining spaghetti. But if you translated a text to German that used the words Katze and Hund, like cats and dogs, they wouldn't know what on earth you were on about. You'd have to. And again, if I read something that says it's raining spaghetti, so I use that version. Like I have a character in one of my short stories that says, oh, it's raining spaghetti. Because I was just like, it just puts something a little bit different into it without like needing to know the other language and things.
Yeah, that's something
that gets lost in translation.
I was going to mention what happens when it comes to idioms and slang, because I know even in English, people don't quite understand Aussie slang. Yeah, nah, yeah, and all sorts of, I mean, for an example.
I just read a BuzzFeed article from BuzzFeed Australia about like 75 things that are strictly Australian, and I was like, I do not understand several of these at all. Like, this is technically English.
But then how do you translate that? How do you translate heavily cultural slang and idioms? I don't know.
I feel like it's also like when you have to explain a joke, it's not funny anymore.
Yeah.
There's a bit of that.
Thing.
Absolutely.
There's some things that like I mean, it was a joke, but it was also very serious in a way that someone from Jamaica was dealing with a telemarketer and the frustration of them not listening and basically weaponizing the dialect without cussing the person out to get the person, the telemarketer, to leave them alone. And to me, the story is hysterical. But when I tell the story, it does not translate. I think it's fun, and I think putting stuff in stories like that is fun, and it's an Easter egg for people who do understand it. But for the other person, the reader who may not understand it or may not be familiar, I think it's one of those things where you have to hear it several times. But this is a really long tangent that I swear it all relates. But when you read a book that's like a classic and you've read other books that reference that classic, and all of a sudden you're walking along and you're like, oh my gosh, I get this part of the book now. That it didn't do any harm to reading the book, or it didn't detract from the original reading of the book. But when you have that little piece of foreknowledge, it gives a little something extra, and it makes the book a little more special and a little more personal, because you know this little secret that if you know, you know, and if you don't know, you just don't know. You're just not in the inside joke.
Just makes it deeper.
Exactly.
It has more layers.
I
You
like
can
the
still
flavor text that
understand the
it gives.
surface layer if you haven't read the original, but if you do, it adds more subtext and more layers of like a word here and there could be hinting at something else, but it doesn't detract from your enjoyment if you don't know the original.
Mm-hmm.
I do love the use of idioms, including idioms found in other languages that are used as flavor text to help readers see this person is, not maybe a native English speaker. Like this is how they grew up saying whatever the phrase is. And it is a way to add a little flavor while also kind of giving some insight. Like if you say it's raining spaghetti outside, I understand it must be raining a lot because it doesn't sprinkle spaghetti. If you've ever accidentally dropped a plate or a pot of spaghetti on the floor, you know that is just, it is thick. And good luck cleaning it anytime this week. You'll just be cleaning forever. So yeah, like, I mean, I understand context of it, but I like it when writers add in that sort of flavor text to give like a hint at other languages and how they talk. I feel like sometimes and it may not be right about this, but I, as a reader, I feel like it gives me an insight into how that culture that also is in another language, how they talk to each other, what they say, how they communicate this. We say happy as a clam. Well, the actual whole phrase is happy as a clam at high tide. I cannot tell you how many non-native English speakers have looked at me when I've said the whole phrase. Wait, what is happening?
Well, I mean, I agree with that. I think it's also an interesting way to tell on yourself as a writer about whether or not you know anything about that regional culture. Mm-hmm. Because there's some things, like one of my personal favorites when I moved to the South, I'd never heard this before, but when a bad storm is blowing in and someone says it's fixing to cloud up and shit, like, it's funny, and you don't have to be from the area to understand what's about to happen. Mm-hmm. But if you had a character from the region who didn't say something, maybe not that specific phrase, but didn't say something along those lines and spoke with perfect grammar and perfect English all the time.
Yeah.
A person from that area would be like, I smell a rat.
Or was it jumpier than a long-tailed cat? A lot of people don't say the rest of it. It's jumpier than a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs. Which, if you think about it, that's a jumpy cat. That poor cat.
Or is that cat having fun?
No. That is not a happy cat. I've seen long-tailed cats around rocking chairs, and they suddenly are very aware of the life of that rocking chair and how that rocking chair now needs to be destroyed.
Or they're not a long-tailed cat for very long.
Right?
I had that conversation with my vet because my cat likes to sleep under my chair, and I'm so paranoid about running him over because he's like, I want to be close to you. And I'm like, not like that.
Not like that. Yeah, you need that tail. Trust me.
I'm about to be my cat's tail. Reassuringly.
Yeah.
My therapy.
No, like there are like regional ways to say things. It's true. And they do get flavor text.
I always love this in Blade Runner, the movie. There are scene where Harrison Ford is trying to buy, I don't remember what, but it's food, and he asks for 4 pieces of food. I don't remember what is the food, but he asked for 4 pieces, and the Chinese vendor doesn't give him 4 pieces; he just gives him 3, or offer him 3 or 2. I don't remember exactly, but but I like to when I understood that in Chinese 4 is like a curse word because the word for death and for 4 are similar, so it's bad luck.
Yeah. It's in Japanese.
And it was like, oh, that's why he doesn't want to give them the 4 pieces of whatever, because it's bad luck, because he's asking for 4 and he just give him, I don't know, 2 or 3. And that little like Easter eggs are like, oh, that's awesome. Like you understand a lot of things behind that interaction, and it doesn't hurt the story if you don't understood, but if you understood, it's really more interesting. Like
Yeah.
I understood that.
Well, the other thing is, and that's kind of what I was getting at, is the other side of that would be if the person just handed over the 4, someone reading it from the other side would be like,
that doesn't check out.
Yes.
Yeah, something's wrong here. And I mean, I think knowing that, or having beta readers who can pick up on things like that for you, it's really important. Yeah. And I would say it's on the same level of importance as having a sensitivity reader, or maybe it's even a different kind of sensitivity reader, because it's specifically directed at culture and not appropriating culture or misusing culture.
Yeah, like, so I've lived the majority of my life in Mississippi. I was not born here, but I live here. And, our state's nickname is the hospitality state. If I had a character from Mississippi not be hospitable, not insist, can I make you tea? Can I make you coffee? How about some ice water? Like, you don't even want me to make you a glass of water? I'll give you a bottle of water. Like, if you just are concerned about they're like, no, I want nothing. And it's like, if a person from Mississippi is not offering anything, if you go into their house and they just don't ever try to offer you any food or drink, to me, oh, well, they're the villain. I don't know what's going to happen, but that's the killer right there. Because that's like so antithetical to how, as a state, we identify ourselves as citizens. But that is not necessarily understood by people who've never been to Mississippi or don't know anybody from Mississippi, don't understand, like, we truly do pride ourselves on our hospitality and have shamed politicians into behaving better because we have, as a state, just even on Twitter, going, that's not hospitable. And like suddenly the legislature changes the plan they had for like a law they were passed. This has happened several times just in the last 10 years. So that is part of our identity as citizens. And so that flavor text would be important, but also at least a footnote to explain so that the reader understands this is a clue, kids. Like, by the way, Mississippi is a hospitality state. This person is absolutely not hospitable. Like, because, but like, if I was reading something where a writer had made sure this character was identified as being from Mississippi, and then they are not hospitable, despite several times people coming to their house, I would point out, like, culturally, this doesn't make sense. And you need to figure out, are you trying to make a villain? Because to us, that's a villain. Or are you trying to identify this in some other way? You need to try a different way.
And that makes total sense. I think that's, I mean, I don't know how well known it is that British people, if you're on the tube, if you're on the like underground train in London, you do not make eye contact. You certainly don't start a conversation. Like things like that. And I remember reading, I was in a writers group, and I remember reading a thing where someone like got onto the tube and then like chatted to the person next to them, and the person chatted back. And I was like, no, wow. That is not how we do things. Like, if you're talking on the train, you're a serial killer.
Right.
Like or a tourist. My head.
Or a tourist, yes. You've got to be a tourist. But, like, also that I believe, isn't it all British people believe you can be healed with a nice cup of tea? I
wouldn't like to be stereotypical.
But it's a stereotype for a reason, and it's not a harmful stereotype, so let's just enjoy it.
I don't drink English tea or coffee. I'm a very bad Brit.
But I mean, like, if I have seen shows where there's a British character and somebody comes to their apartment and they're crying, they're upset, something's wrong, and no one offered anyone tea.
No, and like, in that case, it's a pot of tea. if they're crying, it's not even a cup of tea, it's a pot of tea.
Right? Like, I don't know how the British function without tea, even
I
if
feel
nobody's
like-
drinking it.
It's like Australia. I don't know how we function without alcohol.
Right? Like, where's the
You
beer?
grab a beer, you know, you go down the bottler and get some Maccas and you have a stubby out in the back, you know? Like,
Right? Like,
I like that
there's
Adam Hills, the Australian comedian, came over here and talked
Yeah.
about sign language. She was like, why don't they make the Australian sign language just
yeah, I know, right? Duh.
Because
I
apparently
do
the
think
British sign language is, which is like, we'll take the people and put them over there.
Wow.
I do think what Gloria was saying would apply there as far as just me reading that. I would be like, ooh, either this person doesn't like the other character and is intentionally trying to be rude or offend them, or like really doesn't care that they're sad, or they're like they're the one who's like about to do something.
I read it was, I think it was called Tuesday's Child by something French or something French something. It's actually like two people writing collaborating, and they use a pseudonym. And it's about a killer and a psychologist or therapist. And we really are mostly following the therapist, but we don't have omniscient narrator. We have limited third person. So, but we don't even necessarily we don't always know what the therapist is thinking, even though we mostly are following them. And it takes place, I think, primarily in London, but there was a few scenes in Paris or somewhere around there. And I remember reading that book. I mean, I could not put this book down, by the way. Like, I checked it out when I was a librarian. It came in, and I was like, oh, that sounds interesting. I checked it out for the weekend and did not sleep. I had to read this I just consumed this. But there's a scene where a person who is, I think one of the characters is Polish. He's an immigrant. He's working on somebody's house or apartment or something. And he's upset. He's going to have to leave the country. He's beside himself. He's obviously distraught. And the person they're telling to, who is British, who's English actually, does not even offer to make them tea. And I was like, are they actually the serial killer? I'm starting to suspect now. This person is, I'm sus about, okay, what is happening? And I couldn't put it down because I was trying to like translate all these cultural cues because they're so baked into this story. But I was fascinated as this murder mystery unravels. But I was like, how can you be English and not offer an upset person? Is this person racist and they don't want to offer a Polish person tea? What is happening? So I kept having to read to get context.
That makes sense. Whereas if you talk about Mississippi, I've never been to America. I don't know anything about the differences between the states. I know the stereotypes about America as a whole. So I would have read that and I wouldn't have blinked at all. I would have thought, oh, if that were me, I'd have offered them a drink, usually tea. But that doesn't mean that I wouldn't be automatically judging them as a character or them as the writer in terms of having written the character. Like, I wouldn't even have gone there because I didn't know that until just now, although now I will. Now I will look for it.
Like for me, unless it was specifically indicated that a character was like vegan or vegetarian, if it was a book about the South and there was breakfast served and there weren't biscuits and gravy, I would be like, what? What do you mean? Mm-hmm. What are they cooking for? What are they cooking? Even if they dislike the person, I feel that they would still serve a meal, and then after the person left, they would be like, "Oh, bless their heart." I mean, that's just what would happen.
This is why I write in mostly fake, like made up worlds. So I do distinguish areas, and I use things like, so the book I'm currently working on, one of the characters calls the meal that you have around 6 p.m. in the evening dinner, and the other character calls it tea, which is generally seen as a difference between the north and south of England, but also I'm sure in other places as well. But this is a made up land, doesn't exist, and I've literally used that because I'm like, oh, that will show that they're from different places, which is all I need the reader to know at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
and I'll let the reader decide which one of them is right.
Oh dear.
Now I want to go out for afternoon tea.
Not the rightness of things. Oh no. I was surprised. This was a couple of years ago. I saw a video Joanna Hausman made. Joanna is from Venezuela, and she used to work at Flava. I don't know if they still exist. Or if they got bought out by BuzzFeed or something. But at the time she was working at Flava, that is how I found her on YouTube. Even after she left, she was still occasionally making these sort of, hey, Spanish is wild kind of videos. But in this one video she made, she talked about how the same word, I want to say it was the word for straw, this, can be very different depending on which country in Central and South America and Spain you are in. And some of the words not only are so different that people from different countries don't even recognize this word as meaning straw, but sometimes it translates into a very rude word, like very rude. Like you would not say that word in front of children, so rude. And I was like, wait, hold up. It's that different? No wonder the only thing I can read in Spanish is formal business. Because I don't understand all the slang. And I had no idea that even countries that are next to each other can have such different words that it entirely changes the meaning. It's not even just, oh, no, that's obvious. Hence the whole it's raining spaghetti. Look, I get it. It's raining a lot. That would
Thong?
Yeah, you're right. Thong is one of those that definitely does not translate. That is a very different thing.
Wait, what's the one about
wedging is so different here versus Australia? I'm like, oh honey, no, that does not translate either. No, don't say that.
Wait, what is that one? Yeah. Inquiring minds want to know.
What, wedgie?
Is that not a normal word?
What do you think it means, Amy?
What an American thong does to you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, what about the one with pants or drawers or
underpants, underwear?
A lot of American speak has actually been adopted in Australia. So a lot of people will say pants, but I grew up and was raised and still use trousers.
Good.
So, yeah.
Is the answer to that?
Yeah, I know.
I think it's very funny because I will often talk about loafing around the house and say I'm not prepared to receive guests because I would need to know that they're coming so I could put on pants. And just understanding how
I hope you're wearing some pants.
I know enough Americans now that I don't even blink. And
I know what you mean, but it's kind of funny. I'm like, I hope that you're wearing pants when I come over there. It's an awkward situation otherwise.
I think about that when I say it now, but it wasn't something that I would have necessarily known.
It's the only thing.
In Chile, we have this lottery contest. That is like a huge, it's like it's really old. I don't know even exists now, but it has a building in the business center of Chile, of Santiago, and have the name right all over the building, in huge letters. And the name in Spain, it means the male part of the reproductive male part, and it's you have a lot of Spanish people taking pictures because it's in this huge building.
Huge. It's
this building says Polla Chilena de Beneficencia. It's also Chilean beneficial polla, and in Spain polla means thick. So it's a lot of people in Spain taking pictures wow, it's NGO, Chilean NGO of dicks. But yes, and we have the same thing with Argentina. There is in Argentina this a candy, a sweet, that I'm not going to say the name, but in Chile that name is also the maple. We have in Spanish a lot of words for the
yeah, a lot of body parts.
reproductive. Like,
You know,
Oh, no,
I
it's
did
One body
that
part.
as a kid.
I mean, it's a lot of them. Like, you have like sometimes like a whole
Actually.
page of different names.
That
in Spanish.
actually happens with us, with the British and the American. With the I don't know if I should say it, because for us and for the British side, it's means something a lot ruder than for American side. It's the other word for bum, but like you know what I'm talking
butt.
about.
Is it a
It
butt?
starts with an F.
Yeah, sure. Let's go with butt. Let's stick with that one.
Yeah, that's what
That's
We're-
that one's really
For the
interesting.
Australian and British English, it means the same thing, but it means something less rude for the
Wait,
American.
Yeah, we don't.
It's a
we don't
different body
consider-
part.
No,
Yeah,
no,
it's a
no,
whole
no,
different
let
body
me tell
part.
you.
Would someone please put that in the
Now-
private chat?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
I am
Because I don't
confused.
understand.
So in the Deep South, a family name. So when we talk about in the South family names, we don't always mean surnames. We mean your family has inherited this name, and every generation someone has to be named it. And among women, Fanny is in fact a Southern traditional name.
That's what I was thinking.
Oh my god, really?
Yes.
Okay.
There are plenty of women whose legal first name is spelled Fanny, Fanny.
Wow.
And they're called Fanny or Miss Fanny because
It's-
Miss is a form of respect in the South. Even if somebody is married, if you respect them, especially if they are older, you say Miss. So Miss Fanny, please come on over here. I've got something to show you. It's a very normal and respectful thing to say.
But that
I think that's be funny, to be honest, and I like stuff like that.
I hope nobody's offended by me saying it, but it is a family
No.
name.
I think that's very funny. I
It is
know,
funny.
Well, there's one that I was thinking of that. Oh, there's this brand of pickles that I really like. It's one of my favorite brands of pickles, and they're called Bubby's pickles because Bubby is a name for some people, and so I mentioned to my grandfather, I was like, oh, well, he was like, do you want anything from the store? I was like, well, if you're at the store and they have Bubby's pickles, will you grab some for me? And he just looks at me. He was like, what did you say? I was like, Bubby's, the pickles. And he just started laughing. And I was like, what did I say? So in Barbados, that would be a way that you would say boobs. So he was like, what are you talking about?
Oh, Ginger, let me
dear.
add to that. In Yiddish, that is how what a beloved endearment for grandmother. It's Bubby.
Oh my god.
That's what I grew up using, and it's short for Bubbla, which is, I believe, it's also used in Russian, or at least certain parts of Russia. It's Bubbla or Bubby, and it is short, or it is like also like a shortened way of saying babushka. You know, the scarf, the headscarf they would wear, and that's where. And so, but it's like, Bubby, where's my Bubby? Oh, I'm right here. Come over here, and I will give you a cookie. You know, like it's
Yeah. That's how I use it. I like use that as a nickname for my dog, like my little Bubby, my baby, you know, that's how we use it. Or how I use it anyway in my family.
But I'm not saying it's not related, because think about like little old ladies and just let it hang out at a certain point.
I mean, it probably kind of was related at some point, and it just kind of
just
changed.
kind of veered off, you know.
Yeah.
There
I
used
can
to be
see
a Girl
that.
Scout song we used to sing of "Do your boo thing low."
Oh my god, yeah, I grew up with that too.
Can you throw 'em over your shoulder like a continental soldier? Do you?
Oh my god.
I thought it was ears.
That's the censor version.
Company. Yes, it is absolutely the Basset Hound song. But
I
if
don't
you were a
ever
Girl
heard
Scout
it
fan,
ears.
it is not ears.
It's not ears.
Yeah, no, it's about a lack of support.
I think that's another example of how we take stuff and we like shine it up for public consumption,
Sure.
and then people it like gradually drifts further and further away from what it originally was, and you can end up using it in context in which it's like wildly inappropriate, but not have any understanding of the etymology, and then stumble into an awkward situation.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep. I mean, it is what it is.
Well, here's another example of that. In boarding school, we could absolutely not say the F word, obviously, but we could say shut your pie hole and no one would say anything about it.
Sure.
Even though there's pretty much the equivalent. So, like, the first time my sister heard me say it, she was like, Mom and Dad are right there. My parents had no idea. I was like, they got away with that one. That one's a freebie.
Yeah.
I feel like that one's quite self-explanatory.
Yeah.
I mean, but like growing up in South Mississippi, they would, use a lot of borrow words. So instead of that, they'd say frickin'. And also, one of my friends growing up as a kid, instead of that, because even that was not allowed, she would, and I kid you not, she really did used to say instead, focus. Like focus, but focus. Oh, focus. And I'm like, what?
And then
that sounds worse.
Yeah, and then there's words
that sound like a terrible word, like way worse than the words you're not supposed to be saying. Like,
some people just use food as curse words.
Sci-fi
the
changes
beans and
things
cheese
up
is going
too.
on.
Yeah, sci-fi changes it up too. Like they've got frack in Battlestar.
Yeah.
Which is, the same thing, but it means that you don't have to put a rating on your TV show. So
sure.
Artemis Fowl has elvish cursing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you just make up something that sounds like it. People will figure it out.
Actually, if you're interested in like the language of swear words and stuff, I highly recommend on Netflix. There's a mini documentary.
It's wonderful. Yeah.
It's so good. It's got Nicolas Cage as the host, but it's really, really good. Look into the language and what makes a good swear and the history of the word, how it developed. And why it works as a swear, and it's really, really interesting. So it's definitely worth a watch.
So, taking that a step further, reading books where they have interesting ways of swearing that you either love or hate. I find them to be like an absolute treasure when you find like some good ones, and you're like, "Oh, I've never heard that before. I love it so much."
Like in mine, I've got cultural. Like not in a it's meant to be kind of derogatory, but within its own culture that I've made in the book. So like I've got the upper class society, and then I've got the lower class, scavenger kind of group. I've got quite a range, but then I've got, like I've spoken about it, I've got two different characters who are both ends of that, and there is a lot of conflict and drama there to begin with, and he'll use what is kind of a slang word for the higher class, but it's meant as an insult. And so I kind of make stuff up like that within the culture that makes sense in my world. So,
but I like that because it's built into the fabric of the world, and it's part of the world building in a sense.
Yeah, I think it adds depth to the culture.
Yeah, I like the idioms and little phrases and even words that you can kind of use context to figure out what it's supposed to mean. In the Deep South, the whole shut the front door instead of saying shut up. Like, it's
sugar honey iced tea.
Oh yeah.
Oh no. Well, my favorite is don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. That is still my favorite Southern one, because I'm like, oh, that sounds vicious. I love it. That's so much better than what, people would actually say if they were saying all sorts of curse words or something. And I think it gives like this flavor. And again, I would like look for inspiration in other language idioms. So like, especially if you're talking about a different world, you're doing world building yourself, of like just using other kinds of idioms or looking for inspiration among other idioms. Hence like why my mother would get me all these books of like humorous Yiddish phrases. Because some of them are used in English now, and some of them are not popular, but they're just so odd. They're so different that it's just a different way to think about essentially throwing shade. That it, I don't know, it does give a little bit of flavor. Whenever I'm missing like my mother's odd little Yiddish phrases, I watch Hogan's Heroes.
Okay, what do you think about the ones from The Nanny? Because you know how much I love The Nanny, and I will never miss an opportunity to bring up.
Drop The Nanny into conversation. Yes, I do.
Yes, I will. Yes. And I feel like for me, that's part of what I like about it is like, I know that I don't understand it, but I also know there's other characters who don't understand it. So when she explains it, I know she's, you know, she's explaining it to us.
Mm-hmm.
We're still part of the...
And that is a good technique for readers as well, is if a character is saying this idiom or phrase or just a word, if there's someone else who's not from that culture or that language, then they explain it. And now the reader knows without having to feel like, wait, what happened? You know,
without the author turning and going, so what that means.
Right, because you don't want to feel talked down to, even though, I have no idea. I've never been to this imaginary world that you as the writer have made up. But it can be a useful technique or device to use where you essentially have at least two characters who are not from the same culture. So, hey, baby. Aw. So that you can have one character explain to the other.
Look at that tail.
Let me just hello. She's like, I need all the lovin's, mama.
I felt like I keep forgetting that I have the tilt set on this chair. So I thought I was falling over for a second.
Mm-hmm. She's like, I need room for me on here.
Where's baby?
Mm-hmm.
Where's the baby?
She just needs the pettins.
Well, also the cat's been up here for a while.
So so it's her turn.
Yep.
Excellent.
Oh, you don't want to look at the camera?
She's like, no, not really, no.
She's trying to induce me to give her dinner early.
Oh. Can you not tell it is almost time? So you should just go ahead and feed me, and then we have time for second dinner.
You've got 30 minutes.
Yes. So, are there any techniques anyone has tried, like, to radically deal with burnout or creativity burnout?
I tried that one time. I made it like 2 weeks where I wasn't going to do anything. And then I complained about it the entire time. Everywhere I went, every stream I was on, everywhere anybody was working, anywhere people would listen, I stood on the mountaintop and I shouted about, I'm taking time off and I hate it. So that went well.
Oh, did it?
And then this month I was like, okay, so I'm not going to take time off. I'm just going to, I was supposed to finish my other book. I guess I've been involuntarily taking time off because I can't just seem to make myself finish my project. So I decided to plan my life for the next 5 years instead.
Yeah, I find doing something that's mentally easy, like watching YouTube. But I find also if I'm stressing out about, say, coming up with a plot idea, or I feel like I'm really stuck in something, like meditating on it or just chilling, like listen to music and just letting the thoughts flow and just relaxing, like a shower will do it, or just like, even if you do it like before bed or something and you just kind of let your thoughts kind of roll without that pressure. And it just, for me, that's how it works for coming up with ideas quickly and just thinking things over, kind of, just going through ideas. But I also think music is definitely a big thing, because for me, music is very inspirational in the mood, and maybe you pick like a lyric that just kind of sends you into a spiral of ideas or something, or it just, you can relax to it, but then it can also help to spark things, the creativity as well, I think.
I have two methods that I've found that work, and I wouldn't recommend either of them. So I have been on an achievement hiatus since about June, which means I've written nothing since about June. Not quite true, but it feels like it compared to what I was writing. I'm writing, cat battle. basically, yeah. So I'm not like expecting myself or asking myself or even giving myself the chance to do anything that will make me feel like I've achieved something, which was the worst thing I've ever done for about 2 months. And then now I'm loving it and I can't get out of it and I don't write. So don't recommend, but it works. And the other one is if you burn out, I feel that I can't burn out any further once I've hit burnout. So that's the other one that I find is really useful. Is once you actually hit burnout, like the only way is up.
Yeah, I agree.
You sound like such a millennial of like you just lead into the burnout and you just incinerate yourself is what you do. Like you just exist as a cinder in the world.
Yeah.
Is that a millennial thing?
I know it's a work thing for me.
I feel like that when I do that though, the longer it takes me to address the burnout, the longer I stay burned out. And so even though I may not be accomplishing anything, if I'm still pushing myself in that direction, I perpetuate the cycle and destroy my psyche.
Yeah.
Basically, I hurt myself.
Okay.
Is it love nugget?
Oh, that's a different one. Hold up.
This is Ember. She is sister to the brother who is in her spot.
Love
Oh,
So we're having a bit of drama, aren't we? And they've just hissed at each other just off the side, and I
Good
thought,
times. Good times.
that face says it all.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
There's resentment there. I love it.
Oh, Ember automatically has resting
yeah?
face. Yeah.
Good for her. Don't let the world tell you what to do.
Nugget of cuteness.
Speaking
of nuggets of cuteness, Dobby just had a go at the dog.
It's that time of day, apparently. All over.
Well, it's 9:30 here.
It's like all at once, all over the globe at once.
Well, so what happened was, you know how the dog got on my lap because the cat was on my lap before?
Mm-hmm.
Now the cat's saying, you don't get to take the lap, even if I'm not on it.
Right. If I'm not there, I'm still have it reserved.
Yes, I'm the boss of you.
Yeah, I put my flag down. That's mine. You can tell.
Mm-hmm.
Will the cat now refuse to get on because dog?
No, he's just sitting there staring at her. He didn't actually want to sit on my lap anymore.
That's not the point.
Just, confirming the fact that this is my house and we do things my way.
Right. Exactly.
And he'll do that. Sometimes she'll just be like minding her own business and he's nowhere near me. I've been just working, minding my own business. And the cat will get up from like a restful, comfortable position, walk all the way across the room and just smack the dog on the head and then walk away.
I have a cat that does that to her brother. He'll be asleep and she'll walk past and she'll swipe at him, hiss at him. He will look like, I'm really sorry for existing. And then she'll just walk out the room like nothing's happened.
It truly is that. Like, I just woke up today and I'm tired of you existing.
That's a mood right there. I went through a very stressful time period several years ago. Like it was just exhausting and to exist. And I decided the last thing I needed was to feel pressure to write. Like the bucket was overflowing and something had to go. So I decided that while I may occasionally read books on writing, on how to write or the writing craft, I would not write anything until I felt less stressed. And fast forward about 6 years, and I'm looking back at notebooks, like truly I keep steno pads just for like grocery lists and just jot down things. If I suddenly find myself in a corporate meeting, it's a great way to take notes, which is pretty much how I distract myself from imbeciles talking. And it turns out that while I had sworn I was not writing, and I felt kind of sad about the loss of all those years of writing, it turns out I had been writing off and on the whole time. So much that I've got like several story projects that are essentially the first draft is mostly done. And so that's an interesting and radical technique. I'm not necessarily saying I recommend it, but it's a fascinating thing. Of to say I'm not going to write and then write in secret at meetings, whatever. Also, I have found that I have a tendency to write more stories when I feel like I'm spending a lot of my life not being listened to at all. And I used to have a very toxic job where no matter how much I warned people about upcoming problems, how much I suggested we needed to address problems before they became raging dumpster fires, I was ignored. And it turns out that that is a great inspiration for me to write fiction. Because I've got all this mental time of why should I like be thinking of how to talk to this person? No, they're not going to listen anyway. So instead, my brain would just spontaneously come up with stories that were at least interesting enough to write it down, to jot it down, and then, you know, come back to the years later.
Yeah, I feel you. You know that tweet that I put out talking about writing on a napkin?
Yes, I had questions.
That was because I was at work with a resident and I really wanted to write that week. It had been stressful with my car stuff going on. I just wanted to write because for me, writing is therapeutic, and getting more than just a dot point a day is what I wanted aiming for, and accomplishing that little thing of writing more than a dot point on my book made me feel better with all the other stuff going on. Right. So I was like, I'm going to write, but I had a resident that kept wandering out of her room at night, and so we were sitting in the dining room, but she's in the dementia ward and there are cameras, so I can't just pop my phone out, right? So I'm like, napkin it is. So she's just doing her thing at the dining table and I'm like scrolling on this napkin on all sides, and yeah, it was great.
Yeah, I was like, Amy, do you know that they make tiny little notebooks? You can keep it in a pocket.
I know. I did actually bring, I did used to bring like a nice notebook that would fit in my jacket pocket. But sometimes you don't have your jacket or the book or whatever. And yeah, I just ended up having to just do it on a napkin. So, because I was going to get some writing done, like that was happening. So, she was just sitting there going through a photo album, chatting away, doing a thing for like 20 minutes. I was like, okay. And for some reason, that is the kind of times where I just pump out like flowing scenes with that momentum. And I'm like, yeah, it's good.
When I moved out, my family would still go out to dinner. And so there would be napkins at the pizza place or wherever. And so my mom would write me letters on the napkins and mail them to me. It was awesome.
Wow. There is something, right, to know now that you can't write. And you're like,
definitely
exactly when I want to write.
Well, that's kind of like what was happening. It's like I couldn't really
fruit.
Yeah. And then you're like, I have ideas and I have like that that momentum and motivation, and I'm like, it's there right now. The energy is here. I need to channel that writing energy.
Chorus. Thank you, Devin.
Oh my God, yeah.
Everyone can enjoy.
Like,
yes.
When I'm working the day job, I want to write. But when it's time to write, I want to sleep.
Oh my God, yeah. Especially if I've got to get up early in the next day. It's like all of a sudden, bedtime, no, you've got writing energy now.
Now I'm going to be productive. You know what I do for that, though? I turn off the lights, I lay in bed, and I dictate on my phone. I can pump out a couple thousand words like that, get it all out twice as fast as I would, if not 3 times faster as I would typing, and then go to bed anyway. And I just put it into my Google Keep so I can run that to clean it up, and then copy and paste it over in the morning.
Yeah, even just like notes or points, I'll sometimes write just points, because that's when I come up with my plot ideas. Is right before I'm about to try and go to sleep. And I have to be so careful because my thoughts like race, and I swear I have ADHD. But like if I start catching on to something of an idea just before I sleep, I'm not getting to sleep because it's just rolling like I'm like high or something. It just keeps going. So I have to be so careful and just think, okay, this one thing, let's write it in the phone and then leave it.
I definitely will not do that. I'll be like, just one thing, just one more thing. Let me add another. This is the last one for sure. I'm really gonna go to bed this time.
Yeah, it's a practice thing. Like I've had to learn to like hold back.
Bedtimes are really hard for me because, like I said, being told you have to do this.
Well, that's also part of it as well. I think it's like, oh, you got to go to bed now, so you can't start running their creative juices. It's like, well, here they are now because I told myself I couldn't.
I used to find like I would have something in my mind, that a little story or something. And again, as I said, I had made a decision I would not write while I was so stressed. And I would write down whatever, because I'm trying to fall asleep and I can't. The characters would not stop talking. And I would write it down, and it was like a drug. It was so like, I would sleep like a baby afterwards. I barely keep my eyes open as I'm writing that last bit. It would often fall asleep in bed, holding my steno pad and a pen. Occasionally have marks on my face from the pen because, I would just hardcore fall asleep in the process of offloading the story onto paper. And it was just like, this is better than any drug. This is like such a hard, deep sleep, like a log.
Oh, yeah.
One thing that has helped me write is having dishes to do and be like, I'm procrastinating doing dishes by writing. Wahaha!
I know, right?
So writing is my procrastination technique. So
I need to do something like that, make it healthy.
Yeah.
I honestly, though, if I could just get these, it's not even 5 chapters because I realized that I wrote ahead for part of one. So I really just have, let me see. I just started on chapter 27. I need to do 27, 28, 29 is pretty much done. So let's do 30 and the epilogue. I have 4 and maybe an eighth of a chapter to write, and I am just dragging my feet. And I'm like, why?
That's what I'm doing with my current chapter too. And I think that's where it really helped when I did the whole napkin thing, because that kind of pushed me to have that flow of the chapter. But even still, I don't know, I'm feeling that reluctance too. It's because you've got to do the chapter and you want to do the chapter, and then it just puts up a wall or something. And now I'm doing dossiers in my characters or whatever. It's just why?
I feel that because I want to be done, and I need to be done before Nano. And Laura, I'm going to out myself right now. I'm beta reading something for Laura too, and I'm like, okay, if you want to read more, you got to finish this. So I'm doing neither, and I'm like,
yeah, I do that with beta reading too. It's like, yeah, sure, I want to help, but then all of a sudden it just,
Well, I'm trying to reward myself for finishing. Help.
I don't know. I was stuck. These 2 characters I had were stuck in a room for a year, and then Chandra did a tarot reading for them, and it made all the difference.
Are we at that place now?
We might be, but first, how about a bio break? Because
maybe I need to
run out of coffee.
Maybe I need a tarot reading from someone else.
I would suggest though, make it so you're in a situation where you can't do anything but beta read that book. Like, there's no other options. Like, your
Or you're
computers
not
are off.
allowed. You're not
There's
allowed
a
to read
power
my book no more,
outage.
Chandra. You're not allowed to read my book no more.
Oh no, you've been thrown out of paradise, Chandra. Oh dear.
And then you will want to.
The forbidden
Yeah, that's
fruit.
true.
I do have a tarot deck if you want me to pull cards.
I think we need some
how
readings.
about
Let's do
when
some
we
readings.
Come back. Tarot.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
Also,
I'm here
yeah,
for it.
please be careful. I want you to know that most injuries to the face are caused by people dropping their phones or mobile devices on their face. So if
Actually,
you're sleepy,
paintings. I did a painting of my characters and I put it at the top of my bed, and then I reached up and it went, and then I had a bump on my face. So paintings.
oh no, yeah.
Scared the crap out of me and would not recommend.
For me, it's flailing and knocking stuff off my nightstand.
Oh, I have cats for that.
True. You need that nightstand cleared. There's always a cat available.
Or dog tails.
Yes, dog tails
tails.
are ready to sweep all of the table. All right, so we are going to take a 10-minute break. May I suggest something lovely like a little walksy or getting yourself something to drink? A snack? Yes, a snack.
Who said that?
Can I mean,
Drinks.
like, do you have like little mandarin oranges to nibble on?
I have the canned ones, which are my favorite, which I keep them in the fridge. That and grapefruit.
If you're into it.
It's not Mandarin season anymore for us.
I'm gonna be honest.
Sad.
It's not exactly mandarin season, but I'm still eating it. Like you can see, it's
Oh, yeah.
But
I love mandarins.
I'm eating it.
Are those like the cuties? 'Cause
Yeah.
I really don't. I don't like them
These
fresh.
are not like cutie brand. They were labeled mandarins, but they're.
Yeah.
I mean, like they made their label look just like the cutie bags. Okay, whatever.
I feel it.
You
I
know,
don't
they're
like
on
those.
sale.
Knockoff oranges.
Yay, we're knockoffs. I will still eat them. So, just an idea. It's a snack break. It's a walk break. It's a dance and have a wonderful time. I'm just going to throw all that out there or do nothing. You could lay there like a delicious slug and you're valid there too. And we will be back in approximately 10 minutes. But be careful if you are a slug because I've queued up the chicken timer. So best of luck to all our
That's why the
slugs.
slug is delicious. Okay. I was
They're
concerned.
tasty. I'm just throwing it out there. Anyway, we'll see y'all in a few minutes.
Captain Baka.
Yes. No stop. Did everybody get a little refreshment or a little whatever makes you feel better?
I danced.
Nice. Good stuff.
Yeah, and puppy plays.
I petted the cat and told the other cat if they came nearer, I'd pet them,
Uh-oh.
which
So
they
when,
didn't.
when this stream started, I was having breakfast. Now I'm having lunch.
Not dinner. It hasn't been that long.
Still working on breakfast.
I mean, it's 10 p.m. here.
So I eat breakfast at 11-ish. And so this is my lunch is at like 5. And then I eat a small meal again at like 8.
Yeah, I host chat 2 at 6 a.m. and then I came here at 1 p.m. It's now 6 p.m. for me. So I kind of, I don't know, it's the
This started at 3:30 in the morning for me.
Committed.
nice.
Yeah.
I
It
have
sounds
a
really
sprint.
like, oh my god, but like I'm night shift, so that's like my daytime. So it doesn't actually affect me. It just sounds dramatic. So
Yes, it's for drama purpose that you say.
yeah,
For me,
that's it.
Yeah, it's like more like your equivalent of 3:30 p.m. That is your
Pretty much, yeah.
Yes. And I have a sprint at 5:30, I think, a.m. tomorrow. I don't know. Time zones are a mess. I don't know what time is it.
I think I have one at like 8:30 my time a.m. tomorrow on Chandra's, right? Or who is hosting? Laura?
Yeah, Chandra's. It's 9:30 Eastern.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
it's 8:30 my time, and like y'all, I personally am of the opinion that 8:30 a.m. does not exist. There's only one 8:30 every day. But
I'm in the previous sprint with Shy with the Hobbies.
Yeah, I'm with Sarah Sutton, but I don't know how many people are going to turn up because it's like 2 a.m. EST. So we'll see. I mean, it's actually 4:30 p.m. here, so I might actually be tired because I have to get up earlier than I normally do.
to that, yeah, that's what it's like for me.
Yep.
Oh, Nia's gonna be up at 7 with Barrett. See, I want to make that. And also if I make it, that guarantees I'll be up in time for mine. I should say when I make it.
I applaud you all for being up so early. I am technically like setting my alarm for tomorrow for 7 a.m. or maybe even 6:30, so I can be sure to be up. But like, I'm just hoping I can be coherent. I'm expecting creativity-wise to mostly stare at my favorite corner of the ceiling during those writing sprints.
Oh, see, I find I have a favorite corner and then I have to move it so the other corner doesn't get jealous.
I do have a number 2 corner, it is true. But that corner has cobwebs and I feel judged. And I'm like, never mind, I'm going to go back over there.
It's staring back at you with judgment.
It's more like saying, do you know how long I've been here? You know, like, yeah. Because I tweeted about those cobwebs several years ago.
See,
I'm going to keep it because, like, all of a sudden I had cobwebs. It was, I think, early October several years ago. And I was like, it turns out I have Halloween decorations. I'm not taking them down to at least after Halloween. And then Christmas rolled around and I'm like, they're Christmas cobwebs.
You're not obligated to take down your decorations at any specific time of year, first of all. Second of all, if you are creating an aura of ambiance for your story, of course you would leave it.
I don't think that a lot of people, well, nobody's visiting right now anyway, you know.
Okay, but Pim doesn't dust. It's a fact. So Neither should you, to be honest.
I mean, I kind of like it. Like, these are theatrical cobwebs, y'all.
Okay, so I have also one in the kitchen, and there's one in my office window, and I can't even tell you how big it is, except for to say I have a big piece of labradorite that's like the size of my hand almost, that is completely covered in a web. My problem is I am absolutely petrified of arachnids, so I'm unable to do anything about it, but I also can't ask someone else to do it because it just seems too cruel. So
the person or the spider?
Yes. Well, no, I don't care about the spider. I can't kill them because they make that sound, you know? But also, if I have this thing about asking people to do work that I wouldn't do myself.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
And I can't do it.
I still feel like I'm killing the spider by asking someone else to do it.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's not even that. It's like, you know, if you squish a bug, they make that sound.
I can't kill spiders. I put them outside.
I don't really hear it.
Yeah.
It's the feeling of the pop.
Yes. It's I'm deeply uncomfortable with it.
Yeah, I can't do that either.
Can we change the subject, please?
Yeah.
Do you want to hear my interesting horror story where
Okay, go
a
for
child
it.
is possessed and starts eating insects in the backyard?
Is this a fiction story?
Yes.
Okay, just checking.
I'll spare you. Yeah. That one was a fun one.
Is that one of the ones that I'm going to read?
No, it's a video. I can send it to you.
Did
It's
I
a
put
short.
it in there? I think I did put it in there.
What?
The story into my shorts collection.
I was talking about the video that Tom was talking about. I will send it to you, Chandra. I will send it to you all if you'd like. It's a cute. It's like PG-13. It's not. It's a cute video.
It doesn't sound it from the title, but I'm game.
Honestly, Nia, I'm more of a burn it down kind of person.
Yeah, I just use the broom, but you know what? We have another cobweb in the near the side door of the house, and I have left that one up too because it just looks so pretty. Like it's like it just screams, you know, hello and welcome to the home.
Yeah, I leave them if they're not like dangerous. It's like the red backs and the white tips I will move, but the huntsmans and the daddy long legs, they can just live there.
Yeah, I've heard that Australians just name their huntsman spiders.
Yeah,
like,
I touched one the other day. They're very soft. Because it was just when I had the car accident.
It did not look soft, so.
And I was getting my stuff out of the boot before they towed my car. And there was this giant, it was really huge. It was like going to have babies huge. This huntsman. They're a tarantula. They're friendly, right? Just chill. And
like,
yeah, the tower like flicked onto the road.
They're gonna tow the car.
Yeah. Before they towed the car, I didn't want it to get hurt. And then the tower guy flicked it onto the road. And I was like, no, I don't want him getting squished. So I went and like tried to get him on my hand and everything. And it's really soft. Well, she's really soft.
I wouldn't put it in your hand
You guys
after it just been flicked, because it might think that was my fault.
Yeah. Like I was living with you in this car, and then some random guy just was like, here, live or die. I'm just over here eating bugs, yo.
I don't know, everyone's freaking out. No, he was really, I was watching him. He wasn't like, well, she wasn't seeing me as a threat. She didn't have her fangs up. She wasn't in like a scared kind of thing. It was just like going onto a leaf kind of thing. But very soft.
She did not have her fangs out. Amy,
she wasn't angry.
But I'm not.
You lost me at fangs. Burn it with fire.
I'm not. I'm so sorry, sweetie. Every time. I want to visit you so bad one day, but I'm like, nope, I'm not equipped.
I'll come to you because you need to give me a tour of.
I'll take you to New Orleans. Honey. We'll have a
I need to
lovely
see
time.
New Orleans.
Yeah.
The problem
I'll come
is
to
that,
you.
the problem is that I know the tarantulas are harmless, but the idea is that everything in Australia wants to kill you.
Right?
Yeah. We say that, I don't know. It's not everything. It's just 70, 90, 99%. But it's fine.
Kill you, but you can't
Yes,
easily
so
touch them. So
it's
when they
really
carjack
difficult
your
to-
Jeep, you just have to be
It's really
like,
difficult to know what is not going to kill you in Australia.
Kill it all. Burn it with fire.
So I had a friend
dear.
from Australia come over in 2009, and she could not understand. We got on a bus and we went around a couple of little villages, and she could not understand. She went, "So nothing in that wood can kill me, like nothing. There's not anything in there that will hurt me at all." And I went, "Well, if you upset a badger, it might have a go at you, or like angry squirrel, but like
Poison
not
ivy.
really." And I made her this guide to dangerous Britain, and I looked up all of the facts, and like the biggest killer is cows because people get trampled by them in fields. And then next, I can't remember what was next, but it literally went down, and there were pygmy goats, there were swans, which can break your arm but won't hurt you, and the adder, which is our only poisonous snake, hasn't killed a single person since the 80s, and it was a child, and they didn't bother taking it to the hospital. And I'm like, she just couldn't get her head around like how safe it is. But yeah, she grew up in Australia.
One thing though that does kind of throw me is we're used to small critters. Like the whole you have a bear in your backyard thing freaks me out a little bit. And the wolves, I love the animals, but getting the idea of having these large predatory creatures just out, and that's what I kind of am like, okay, not sure about.
I've lived all over the U.S. and I've only seen a bear one time, and it was a black bear, and I was in a car, and it was like hurrying across the road with its two cubs.
Okay.
And that was in like a national park, heavily wooded area where there were like not people.
Also, black bears aren't that big compared to like brown bears.
They're really not, and they're not nearly as aggressive. Like
they're like the
you don't want
size
to go cuddle
of
one.
elementary school children, only with like a fur coat on.
I would say where I live now, somehow a bear got loose downtown, and it was really scared, and it couldn't find a way to get out of the city, and it was just running around. And it was
disoriented.
That happens with kangaroos sometimes. Sometimes they'll come into urban areas. Suburban areas, and you'll see one run down the street because it's just lost. I'm reading the chat. The kangaroos aren't killer, just don't piss them off.
In Australia, pictures of kangaroos laying in wait in ponds.
I mean, you
like,
really
hit you.
Yeah, you don't see kangaroos that often. You have to go out back or national park, and you might see one. Usually, they're more afraid of you than they are like you are of them. But yeah, and koalas. I mean, they do jump from the trees, and they do suck the blood out of your neck. So you do have to be careful about koalas.
No, not listen to
Wait,
her.
what?
No.
No, I'm not sure about that one.
I was like,
Okay, Australians will try to take the piss out of everybody. So
I mean, because koalas eat eucalyptus, and eucalyptus
They're
is poisonous, so they have to sleep for like 18 hours a day. So I'm like, they jump.
Did anyone
And
see
the 10 minutes that they're awake, they've got to get their protein somehow because they eat leaves all day. So they just jump on the humans that are running around the trees.
Fall for this Australian nonsense. They all
Nice
think
try.
it's funny.
The ease that I can bullshit is just...
You mean the bats, right?
No, I'm talking about koalas. You know, the drop bears.
I had a stuffed koala when I was little.
Glory.
See,
have you had a chance to start on the Terry Pratchett book?
Oh, no, I haven't yet. I've got to get around to that. I've got to get around to it.
You got to get started on it.
I have to, yeah.
And which,
So we're talking about koalas. They've made a vaccine for koalas due to them having chlamydia all the time.
Yeah, they do have chlamydia. That is actually real.
But it's a different kind of chlamydia, but still, it's like, you don't.
And not the ones at the zoos. The ones at the zoos, like, aren't usually infected with things. It's more like wild. And even then, you're not going to go up to a wild one and just...
Yeah, because it's illegal to touch them, isn't it?
I
not
feel
really.
like,
it's just not a good idea.
I feel
Yeah.
like you maybe
Not to value
haven't
life.
met very many Americans in real life.
Not in real life. No. Not off camera.
Because there's a reason we have labels on everything.
Yeah, most of my information comes from the news and stuff. I get it.
I mean, well,
Yeah.
at least Floridians, like, because there it's like a big thing, like, do not touch the manatees. And all the time you'll see, like, someone got arrested for touching the manatees. Or there was one where a guy was charged with assault for whipping his employee with a reptile.
Yeah.
Okay.
Florida.
Wild.
Florida. That's why we have caution labels on everything, is because Florida.
Yeah. We just know not to put your hand in the sharp end. You know?
Sharp end to what, honey?
Crocodile. Yeah. You know, whatever. Snakes.
haven't
don't anger a snake.
I have to say, though, my favorite recent viral video is the one where the Florida guy, has a cigar in his mouth the whole time he's rescuing his little dog.
I love that video.
It was the very best thing. It was so wholesome, but also the most Florida thing I've ever seen. And
That's
he
funny.
didn't drop his cigar.
Wow. The most Aussie thing I think that I've ever seen is when there was a kangaroo going for someone's dog and then the owner punched the kangaroo back.
Okay, I saw that video and I was like,
yeah.
That's
we have to be tough to live here, I suppose.
He really squared up with a kangaroo though.
Right.
Yeah, that was a whole dominance thing going on. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like, try me.
Pretty much.
Wait, our superpower, our Chilean superpower is earthquakes. Like, we just have the araña de rincón, the spider of the corner that is really poisonous. But what we have here are tremors, like every day, all the time, and it's funny to watch videos of Chilean in earthquakes don't moving, and people from other countries like panicking. It was like, oh, don't worry, like it's just sakes. Nobody's going to lose their head for us.
The Chileans just keep shopping during like smaller earthquakes.
Yeah.
Like, no, I'm not going to get into a doorway. What are you talking about? I have business to do.
Yeah, and you don't need to run because it's going to be the earthquake is going to be there too. So don't worry. Like
you can't escape the earthquake.
You can escape of the earthquake, so you just go there. If a Chilean is panicking, you just go start to pray. But if he's not panicking, like no, we don't move. But yeah, that's our superpower. And volcanoes, but not that much. Just
volcanoes freak me out because I don't know what to do.
Okay, I'm kind of obsessed with volcanoes, though.
I am obsessed from afar. Like, I like the live streams that people have posted of active volcanoes. That's great. I'm literally thousands of miles away, happily.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, I know this is super morbid. So you can just like throw a shoe at me or like mute me or whatever if you need to. But I'm like, okay, you can find like regular autopsies, but like when they say like, so someone like people fall into them sometimes, but there's like people where they're like burned by it, but they're not killed. And I'm just really confused about like what happened.
Are you talking about volcanoes when they're burned by a volcano, or just in general burns?
Yeah, like because there's a difference between like being incinerated and I don't know. I just have questions.
My understanding of volcanoes was that most people die from smoke inhalation.
Yeah, that's
or,
it.
The lack of oxygen in the air because of all the fumes that like because not all volcanoes have lava.
Right.
Many of them have like a huge variety of terrible and poisonous gases to humans.
Yeah,
And
that's
that
what
it's-
does it.
Like it's the poison in the air that kills people more often than or
So
before the heat would.
There was one where a family fell in. So one person fell in, and then the others like tried to go rescue them. And I'm like, what precisely did you think that you were going to do? Because they're in lava. Like the floor is literally lava. How?
Melted rocks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's some hot. Yeah.
So those are the ones that more so confuse me because, like, I'm like, okay, you can't see the gases, so you don't necessarily know when you've gotten too close, and then you like pass out, and then like real bad day. But when they end up, so the other thing is like, okay, if you're observing a volcano and you're not looking at it when it erupts, then you can also get hit by like flying lava. Like I get that one, but actually being close enough that you can fall into the vent.
Have you not met humans, Chandra? Is this new?
That's
Because like Florida man is not just in Florida. You know,
There's just a high concentration in Florida.
just a lack of teacups.
But like I know so many people that whatever it is, they want to go look at it. You know, oh, it's local. Let's go look at this. And it's like, really though? But you know, could you not just look at pictures now? And they're like, no, I want to go see it live. So I used to live in Kitapawan in the Philippines.
Sorry about my lighting, BT Dubs. I can't fix it.
It's very
at the base of Mount Apo, which is the tallest walkable mountain apparently in the world. Like you don't even have to have special gear. Or you just literally can just walk it the whole way. Even I could walk it. But there apparently, and I was told about this because I knew better than to go look at it, but there was another volcano that had recently erupted. Most of the volcanoes in the Philippines area erupt, and they have boulders and mud instead of lava most of the time. And there was, you know, a little bit of stirring somewhere else in Mindanao. And so some of the local folks had gone to go look at it. Because of course you would, right? Hot mud, and it's spewing out boulders from time to time. So there's like a hazard, and you need to have a helmet. Y'all, a helmet is not going to help you when we're talking about airborne boulders. But okay, whatever. and it was primarily men. I'm going to point there. It was men. We're like, they took the bus to go see this and like stand on the lip because. Did they take cameras? No, they didn't. They didn't need like proof that they went there. This is what you do on a Saturday, right? And yeah, one of the guys fell into the hot mud and had serious burns. They did get him out though, by the way. And they waited till they got back to Kitapawan to get him to a doctor, which, could you not find a doctor there? Anyway, that's a whole nother. Really, guys? But like, that's just people.
We have usually when we have a earthquake that is in the middle of the ocean, the sea retrieves, and you can see. And if you live on the coast, you know that that's sign that probably is going to have an earthquake, and you can have a tsunami, like a little one or a huge one, and people instead of go to land like in the high part of the city, go to see when the ocean retreats. In the land, everyone is like, oh, this you can see like really there, like really 100 meters, and people is like, police is like, get out of here, we are going to probably have an earthquake and you're going to be drowned. And a few years ago, we also have, in not like in California, but we have a lot of forest, fire. And there is we have a huge one a few years ago, and this is a picture of a woman like this, like posing with the fire in the background, like houses burning, like a lot of people without house, and it's like, you know, and it's like, what are you doing?
Like, you know
Have
what
a
would make
little
a great
respect.
backdrop for me? A house on fire.
See Margaret's
It's like,
question.
It's just how people are. It's like, hey, let's go see the volcano. It'll be great. Let's get closer. If I'm here, if I've made it the whole way, let me go get closer. Oh, too close. Like,
I mean, we call it Darwinism. Like, this is survival of the not fit, the not survival of the not fittest in terms of.
If we took labels off of chemicals, like,
mm,
you know, if it smells funny, probably don't drink it.
right?
Are you sure? Maybe you should just taste it to see. So there's a story that this brought up for me that my grandpa told. I don't know if it's a true story or not, but there was a church picnic, and in the West Indies we drink tea, but it's a different kind of tea. And so they had this church picnic, and everyone forgot to, as we call it, make drink. So there was nothing to drink. And somebody went and picked these leaves, and we're like, oh, this looks like tea. And so
I'm already genuinely concerned.
You should be. So they boiled these leaves to make tea, and then everybody started looking around for who's going to try it, because nobody wants to try it. So they see there's a goat nearby, tied up, grazing. And since nobody from the church would volunteer to be the first to try it, they poured some of it in a hat and took it over to the goat for the goat to try it. And the goat promptly drank everything out of the hat and keeled over.
Oh
no! And so they went on with the picnic without any drink. I don't know if the story is true or not. I cannot say if any animals were harmed.
But I mean, that's taking the canary in the mine a bit.
Yeah.
Literally.
I is it even safe to eat the goat at the anyway?
No, right. this is a literal scapegoat.
Like, yes.
Oh my god.
I feel that
I'm hoping this is a fake story. Like, it's just made.
Let's assume it is.
Is it a little too good?
Yeah, I feel like the moral, it's more of like an allegory of like, hey, if you're trying something out, like, don't be the first person to like to volunteer to like, I'm gonna try this. Nobody else has done this. I'm gonna eat it.
Also, like, maybe don't like make tea out of random leaves.
Maybe they force stuff on innocent animals. I mean, there's a lot of different morals in here.
Sure, like goats have a somewhat different metabolism from humans, so there are things goats can eat that humans, if they consume it, will die immediately. I wish Maggie was here, so she's our resident goat lady, but because she actually can just immediately rattle off all the things that goats can eat safely that humans cannot. So Maggie, do not go by, well, the goats are eating it. Like, that is a bad way to die.
They're not as suitable.
But also, like over there, goats are almost like it's like goats are like chickens almost, because you just they do taste good. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, goat is delicious. I agree.
Curried goat. Oh my gosh.
Yes, that's some good stuff. But nevertheless, like, I'm not, just because the goat's eating it, I know to stay away.
Oh yeah, no. Also, I feel that goats are not like the brightest either, because even though it would kill them potentially.
Compared to what? Humans?
Like, I feel like sheep are denser than goats.
Mouse?
Goats are smarter than sheep. Sheep on the sheep.
Oh, and Margaret, we've been here 4 hours and a half, so the creativity conversation, yes, is drifting in many different ways.
But it is still about creativity.
We are just being creative at this point.
We are being creative.
Yeah, because as writers, of course, we need to talk about all the ways you can die.
But we're learning things.
As well as like humans and human psychology, I think is definitely part of being a writer, because characters are often human based.
Yes. And talking about, writing things and information and all that is a way of refilling that, creativity well, because we're bouncing ideas off of each other and We're getting
Well,
that
bunyip
enjoyment from chatting and
and like trying to
We
give
are
the people
giving
that
you
koalas are deadly.
ideas. We are
We're
giving you
creating
ideas.
a safe harbor, a respite from the intense drafting that's happening in
Yes,
other
the
places.
intense writing going on.
We're
Mhm.
creating a space that's away from the reality of the world with stories of fiction and volcanoes and goats.
Yeah, where you
Right.
don't have to worry about drop bears attacking you.
You know, in real or fantasy worlds.
Yes.
Are we gonna do the tarot readings?
Yes, please. Oh my gosh,
Anytime
yes.
you're ready. Like, I don't want to tell people their business, but who's doing what?
I am actually going to head
what?
off because it's 10:30.
Okay.
All right.
Good night.
And I'm
Katie.
gutted I'm missing the tarot readings, but I will be watching them tomorrow.
Okay.
Awesome.
Good.
Excellent.
I'm staying up for it.
Katie Rose, would
I
you
need
like to do an
this.
outro before you go?
Say that again.
Would you like to do an outro before you go? You are
All
not
my
obligated
details
to.
are in the description. Come follow me.
There we go.
I've got cats. Come and follow me.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Have fun, guys.
Good night. Mwah.
Good night.
You've got questions. I've got answers. Maybe.
All right, Laura. You got your tarot out. What's happening? Who is getting a tarot reading?
I thought Chandra had a question.
I
Right.
do.
What you got?
How do I get... It's not even a block. I know exactly what I need to write.
Mhm.
But I guess where do I... How do I finish this draft?
Or find the motivation to finish it?
Like,
Please.
Well, then.
I feel like the deck was just like, well, it's complicated.
Well, I don't know if you want 7 cards. And they're all upside. No, they're half upside down. Should I go with them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Into the box. Got my book because I don't know what I'm doing. All right, first one. 4 of Wands upside down, which are chrysanthemums.
I like the way that Margaret phrased my question.
Mm-hmm.
What is causing the lack of drainage? Causing my current writerly swamp.
All right, 4 of Wands upside down. Can apply social disputes and prioritizing others at the risk of our own personal development. Okay. We've got the World upside down. So this card can imply directionlessness and a loss of ambition or vision. The Ace of Rings upside down.
Katie Rose is still giving commentary in here. Because I believe that is her account.
Thanks. Imply a fixation on the material world, anxiety, and greed. I think for you it might be more the anxiety. 7 of Rings, right side up. Why
Stay
can't
with
I
us.
see?
We know you can't quit us. Ha ha ha.
This card represents reflecting on finances, social standing, business, and the fruits of one's labor. The gesture upward suggests reflection, and the spices derived from the cardamom plant and its seeds can be notoriously hard to cultivate. Okay. Three of Swords. So that's Wands, Cups, Swords. There we go.
I think what Margaret is saying is that we are on the same page.
Yeah. Symbolizes heartbreak, betrayal, division, hard truths, and rejection.
The heart is impaled by 3 swords, 2 of which have their handles reversed, a reference of how the indecisive nature of the 2 of swords can grow into something more destructive. Okay.
Oh, how very Libra.
6 of wands. This card symbolizes victory, superiority, confidence, and pride, as the primrose flower centers itself among its ilk. Okay. Key symbol is evening primrose. Awesome. And the last one is the Fool.
Your deck is salty.
Mhm.
Do you feel called out, Chandra?
Inappropriate.
Do y'all feel
Rude.
called out? I need to know.
The Fool is shown wearing a turban tied in a fashion traditionally referred to as a turla, but it does not halo his entire head as is proper, implying carelessness. He holds a tumbi, a one-stringed instrument commonly found in the Punjabi folk music. The pomegranates represent multi-avenues of outcomes as plentiful as their seeds. The Fool often implies new beginnings, spontaneity, change, and innocence. Instead of walking forward, he is alone at rest, suggesting that many of the most significant journeys we take are not physical, but mental.
Thanks, Captain Obvious. That deck is so petty.
So that's what the book said, but I'm not sure how to put it all together.
I can't read for myself. Not for the life of me. I could read for anybody but myself.
Okay. Brain, please help.
I would love to have. I just don't know hardly anything about tarot, y'all. Like, I'm sorry.
No, it's all good.
I
I would say, Laura, go with your gut.
Okay.
just say the things on your mind.
Yeah.
Okay. So, to my super inexperienced self, it seems like you have so many things going on. You have multiple things happening that make you feel like you've come to a standstill because you're not working on any of them. And you need to have a change to start moving forward. I think, what's the 7 of Pentacles again?
Options?
Yeah, options. I don't know, because Katie did her like Egg of Fate, where she just put the different projects that she wanted to work on, and she'd pull one for the day to work on as a means to move forward. But then it became an object of anxiousness, so it didn't work. So, For
So I
me,
had the other stream on and I didn't realize it, but someone's comment was Mercury put the Gatorade down, and I forgot that Mercury was in retrograde. So
yeah.
Is it? I thought it just did. Oh, you know what? I don't know.
And then Blood Moon and crazy stuff going down, I've heard. But yeah, I don't know. I think you need to just realize that you do have options. Not one of them will lead you down a path that you don't want, it seems, with your writing. Like, they will all lead to productivity. And you should, like, either, like, whichever project you choose to work on, even though you know you want to finish your novel, you know you want to do all these things, you want to, I don't know, like,
I really like this card. Just, For me, when I'm stuck, I just have to start putting my hands on the keyboard. And that makes me just start moving forward. Even though I don't feel like it, and it's just been like, I don't feel like inspired at the time. I just stick my hands on the keyboard and the words will start coming. Even though I'll have taken a break before that for a couple weeks. So maybe just stick your hands on the keyboard and see what happens. I don't know. That's all I got.
Cool. Thank you.
Knowing me, I'm going to turn around and do absolutely none of that. No, I mean, yeah, no, you're not wrong. Yeah, you are correct that I've been waiting for the dove of motivation to land in my outstretched palm. Dobby, you can't do that. You cannot put your hands on my keyboard.
You're waiting for the dove of motivation, and just the cat of motivation just arrived, and you are ignoring.
There we go. Andrea is dropping the truth bombs.
The cat ate your dove.
Yes. And it's like just going for it, and you are rejecting the cat of motivation. You need to respect the cat of the motivation that came to you.
Okay. Giving him chin scratches.
Yeah, I feel like you've been paused long enough that it's go time.
I have to finish this. I have 7 days to finish it. It's 4 chapters. I can finish that in a week.
The levy's causing this one.
It's fine. It's totally fine. You got this. Anyone want to give me a reason to procrastinate some more so I can read for you?
So, like, I think I'm probably one of the unusual people, just feedback I've gotten from other people of, I really enjoy editing, but I hate zero draft or first draft because that's the making of clay.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the laborious part of the process for me is making clay. Like,
I can make clay all day, but there's lumps all around my house.
So, like, as long as you've got enough lumps, you can, like, smush them all together and put them on the spinning thing and make
the pottery wheel.
Yeah, pottery wheel. You put it on that wheel, but until you have enough clay, you can't make nothing,
I will not.
Even an extra. What?
Oh, can I talk from the point of ignorance, because I don't know you, Sandra, enough, but are you sure that you want to finish that this week, or that you feel that you must end that this week? Because you say all the stream that you are a rebel, and maybe you are feeling that you must do it, and maybe that's why you don't want to do it right now, because you are feeling like forced to do it. You're like, it's not something that you want to do, it's something that you feel that you must do it, and your rebel essence maybe is like saying, you know what, I'm not going to finish this. Like, I don't want to.
I do feel that I should do it. I had a goal to write 4 books this year. That would be book number 3. Number 4 is Nano. I was supposed to, according to myself, finish it by the end of September.
Yeah, I think you just got to get on it, and then once it gets moving, it'll probably feel easier.
You know,
but you're feeling that resistance to start.
Yeah.
Also, like, you could just your subconscious could be letting you know that what you're planning to do, it doesn't actually feel right. Like, it's not what the characters would actually normally be doing, that you're forcing it in some way. And you don't want to force it because nobody wants to be that kind of writer that they force their characters to do things that don't seem organic for
You
their
mean I
character.
don't get to kill one of them?
So, like, what if instead of writing these 5 chapters, you changed your outline to something else for these 5 chapters? What if you wrote something that you knew was wrong? Like, we're going to do something exactly opposite. All the villains are good people, and all the good people are villains right now. And you wrote that out. I'm willing to bet one way or another, you're going to know instead, like, oh, this either doesn't work, and now I know what to do, and I'm motivated to want to do it, or, you know what, this is a better way to progress these chapters.
It sounds like you're lacking in excitement or drive.
Which can be a message you're trying to tell yourself. That was my nano project last year. I had outlined this whole romance. It was going to be a love triangle. Y'all, day 3, and I was like, I don't want to write this anymore. What the hell's wrong with me? Like, I had scene by scene outlined out. I knew exactly what was going to happen. And I was like, I'm only on day 3, and now I can't find the motivation to write this. This is not a good sign. And I was like, okay, what do I need to change where I want to write this again? And on day 4, was like, well, y'all, I am now deep into replotting the whole thing. And instead of it being a love triangle with a bad guy, it has become more of a polyamorous situation. But at least I was looking forward to writing it, and wrote for many more days before my life just derailed, and that was the end of Nano for me. But it wasn't the story's fault. Yeah, I got like another 2 weeks in of excited writing scene by scene. I know I wrote over 12,000 words, which was great book, but it had to do with my subconscious was trying to go, this is not this plot that you want. You're not happy with it. And it just took me about 2 weeks to recognize that this plot, no, was not what felt right to me.
Well, now I'm at least thinking about what I could do with the plot. If I want to change it, why?
Yeah, get radical.
Surprise yourself and pants it for the rest of the way.
Right in the dark.
I could just like close out of where I am, start a new document, and then just write the last few chapters of.
Yeah, whatever feels right, or like where the characters seem to want to go.
Okay, I will say this about the where I am right now. I usually don't write romances, but I actually like the couple. And I was going to either break them up or kill one of them.
Can't you kill someone else?
Yeah, but then it would be a little Hunger Games.
Oh, frickin' well.
Could it be someone that they think they have feelings for and you kill them off and they realize they didn't really have feelings for them in that way and then they go with the love interest? And they kind of fake it.
I feel like Amy's reading me right now, and I'm not sure
It's
if
the
I'm
evil twin who's been impersonating them
I'm
the
not
whole
sure
time.
if I'm like happy that she's totally understood. Like, yeah, I may have a secret ruthless side by accident.
Hey, what?
What?
Oh, that's so mean, Chandra.
Chandra's kind of mean sometimes.
Oh, wait until you read the end of my book. I surprised myself.
It's really mean.
Oh, well, that's how I know you like it.
It's really mean.
Chandra, honey. Just lead in. Just lead into who you are. There's no point trying to change your personality now, all these decades into this.
It's diabolical.
It's just what it is, right? That's just what it is.
You guys.
Uh-oh. Hey, it's rolling.
There it is. There's
Mm-hmm.
We're rolling. Okay, good. So, does anyone else have any experiences about getting unstuck in any form?
Talking it out with people definitely.
Oh,
helps.
yeah. Definitely. Talking it out. Even with dog.
Does dog help?
Oh, yeah. She helps a lot. And then people are like wondering why I'm like yelling in the kitchen, like excited and overjoyed. Hey, I worked the problem out and I made things even more connected. So, you know. But no, definitely. Or maybe even just like shower or those kind of situations where you just kind of think and you just kind of let the thoughts flow and then you kind of can come up with those sorts of things.
Yeah, I find that having adequate amounts of, I guess, time where my brain can float around rather
Yeah,
than
that's it.
like not having anything where like, oh, you have to be thinking about this right now. Like there are times in my life where like if I'm cooking, I really need to be focusing or else things are going to get burnt or I'll drop something. But and not to say like all cooking time is like that, but there are times where I need to focus. But when I don't need to focus, like say driving the same route I've driven for years to and from work. I would drive on country roads for this. Hardly any other cars ever around. So my mind could just wander a little. Yeah,
I feel also like for me doing things with my hands, like whether it be like a puzzle or like a Gundam mech kit, model kit or something like that, where you can kind of just do physical and then your mind is kind of free to just float while doing those things. That also helps.
I find that even like what I love about living in these times is I really don't watch hardly any cable or broadcast TV. So when I'm watching something, I can just pause it. And so if even when I'm watching something and an idea comes to me, I can just pause right there and think my thoughts before I come back to whatever it is I'm watching. And that is so nice to just be able to take that time to think.
So this reminded me of there's two different styles of animation. There's frame to frame and straight ahead. Okay. So frame to frame is you have keyframes. So I want this frame to happen of the character walking and this frame to happen of the character falling over or whatever. And then you make stuff happen in between and connect them. Or straight ahead is I start here and I just start animating and I have no clue where it's going to end up. And so I feel that way with writing as well. You can plot your key scenes you want to have happen and then pants your way in between. And that keeps it having fun. And you still have an end game in mind.
That's kind of what I do, actually.
And so one of the biggest problems with straight ahead animation for newer animators is keeping things on model. So because you don't have something you're trying to connect with, your character will get bigger, your character will shrink, your character will morph. And so it's nice to have something to aim towards so that your character is consistent from beginning to end to middle. So that's really fun, comparing animation to writing with just having those key moments of your character that need to have happen so that your character has the development that you want them to have, but then have them discover themselves in between. And if they do discover themselves in between and it's not what you had in mind, scrap your keys and redo them. So, yeah.
Well, that's the good thing about writing. If it doesn't feel like it's going in the right direction, or it doesn't feel right, or doesn't fit, you can just like change it up until it does kind of make the shape that you want it to make.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's sort of what I'm in right now with the Onion story. Is I had written a whole bunch of these sort of fairy tales years ago, and we figured out how to put them all together into a coherent story because they had a lot of similarities, or at least they had like similar themes running through them. And we figured, all right, we will make this like Arabian Nights, where there's a storyteller telling all these stories. And in order to put it on Vela, because I wanted that Bezos rocket money, I did not have time to really write everything out ahead of time, specifically with the storytellers telling the stories. These little interstitials. I knew who the characters were, who's listening to the stories, who's telling the stories, but I didn't really have time to write all of that out ahead of time. And so that's where I am, is I've got all these fairy tales written, and I know approximately the order that these stories will be told in the episodes. But all the interstitials of the two brownies telling the two people these stories are not written out, other than every week I have a deadline and I have to write it. And then it's like, I know what'll approximately will happen in the interstitial of like, oh, well, you know, they wake up and now it's time for them to have breakfast. And somehow that has to lead into the next story. But beyond that, it's just like, my goodness, they do talk a lot. As well as, I guess, because again, there's a lot of zero drafting it. I'm getting to know the characters as I write it out. So it's only been in the last week that I realized one of the characters is definitely has plans for one of the other characters. And that essentially I need to start weaving that through in their interactions. Wee Wee wants the dachshund to be their steed. They want to ride the dachshund. Just gotta tell. The brownie wants to ride this dog. And so is trying to make friends with the dog so that they can then have a war wiener to ride into battle. Because of course, right? Of course. Mm-hmm. This is like, oh, okay. I realized that this is what's happening. It's like, oh, well, I guess I better start putting that in of there's essentially this sort of, these two are going to get familiar because eventually Wee Wee's going to need a saddle. Right?
Oh my gosh.
What am I doing? I don't know. I get paid by the word. It's ridiculous.
But yeah, things do kind of form. Like a lot of my story in book one has become extremely integrated and intertwined and complex in a way that I really wanted it to go. I had the base points of things, but then I was like, well, that doesn't make sense if it's like there needs to be more security, or there would be security here, or blah 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 blah, or things that they would have come across that I hadn't put into the outline. And then I kind of pants and go, oh well, I already had this character like kind of floating in the background, I had these points floating, and I'm going to actually bring them a lot more forward and bring a lot more depth to those points and kind of integrate it more into the story. And that's how it grows in its complexity, because I'm going through with the outline that I had, or the ideas that I had, and realizing now more needs to be there, and it needs to be more substance, or it doesn't make sense. Not like when, you know, you've got this to be concerned about, or other things and interactions they would have would lead to this. And it's kind of like a situational way of like figuring it out, if that makes sense. Yeah. So like I've got the plot points and the things that happen, but then the situation and how the characters interact and how the world interacts then grows it. And I have these other ideas that were kind of floating, brought in, and that kind of. And also I think because my book started off not book one wasn't originally book one as well, so I already had these characters developed before I started this book one, and so I can kind of lay Easter eggs a little bit, and then that's kind of interwoven things and made it more in depth. And then I have epiphanies to my dog about other more things that end up happening. But yeah.
Why do I have to include so much murder and mayhem in my books?
Because murder makes everything better.
Right.
Oh my
Because
god.
murder is fun.
So I don't want to meet you guys in person, or do I like?
Well,
I mean,
You
I
want
think
to leave alive?
I think it's just part of the territory for writers. Is like, yeah, killing characters off, no biggie, you know.
Oh, yeah.
You know, real people are exhausting to kill. Right? There's a lot of work. Like
There is.
I watched some of these, like Dexter, right, the original series, and I also read the first 3 books in that series, and was just like, he's got so much energy. Oh my god! You know, like so much energy as well as so much tart, but so much energy. You gotta buy bleach by the bucket. Like, oh my god, I'm so tired. Just like thinking about the actual work they don't show, and you know, the behind the scenes, behind the books and the TV show.
You know how long it would take to hang plastic like that?
I would be ready for a sit
yes.
down just after hanging the plastic up, not even like, you know, dragging
That's how they'd catch me, because I would hang the plastic and then I'd have to go out for a sandwich.
right? Like, I'm gonna need to sit and like rest for an hour, and then all right,
The pizza delivery guy would be like, "What, dude? Why you got plastic hung like that?"
Yeah, I remember I was watching the series. I can't remember if it was season 1 or season 2. This is so long ago. It was so long ago. I know what house I was at. That was more than a decade ago. But I remember thinking then of he had 3.5 to 4 hours to do this one particular murder and cleanup, and I was like, I literally can't move that fast.
Ain't
like,
no way. I
Between
have cleaned professionally. Ain't no way.
yeah, like, oh, how could he move that fast? Like,
He can't.
he only had 20 minutes to drag that body wrapped up, get it into the car, to then get it onto the boat. Like, ain't nobody got time.
Do you even lift, bro?
Like, yeah. Like, he's not that bulky. How does he, like, yeah.
Not a chance.
And I'm like, you know what? I obviously am just too tired for actual mayhem. Like, all I can do is write stories, because it's, even though writing can be very tiring, can be very both physically and mentally tiring, still less tiring than dragging bodies. I'm just saying.
I really like what Maggie said here.
Yeah. I like that too.
Seconded. Thank you, my dear FBI agent. This is all theoretical. We are writers, not serial killers.
Absolutely.
Sincerely, all of us.
Right?
Yes.
I'm like, oh God, it's so much work. Who has that kind of energy? Like,
Yeah.
Honestly,
plus, you know what they don't talk about? Then you got to go grocery shopping because every week you got to go get food. Like, they don't talk about that. Of like, on top, do you have to go to grocery stores? And those people be trifling. It's just nasty. It's like I can't do that on top of everything. Who has that energy?
I will say one thing I might do, because I don't really go to the store anymore, because that would require me to leave my house. But it would kind of be fun to buy like a roll of plastic, duct tape, trash bags, zip ties, and bleach all at the same time, just to see the cashier's reaction.
Yes.
I did that.
Yes.
And
You
gloves.
start like
I did that.
being followed.
I
Some
did that.
black
And it
car.
was before Hurricane Katrina. I did that. You buy house wrap. You can buy house wrap on the roll. And I went to Sam's Club because I had a major house renovation, but I was doing it cheap, y'all. I didn't have the money, but I also didn't have the roof. So when this was before Katrina, and let me tell you, the cashier was like, "Oh, are you murdering someone?" And I was like, "Ha ha ha, no, but maybe you want to go for dinner." And
Also,
she was like, "I hope you're kidding, but also here's my number." And I was like, "Honey."
I'm just saying, if she's gutsy enough to come up to say that to someone who could potentially be a serial killer, she's crazy. You don't want none of that smoke.
I did offer her a job at the video store.
Stop it.
I did. I really did. And she's like, I'm so tempted for the employee discount because we had a back room. But she's like, but Sam's Club offers better benefits at that point. And it was true. They did. So, but yeah, like, however, I gave her plenty of our cards and free samples, and she would just hand them out to random customers. We knew because they'd literally drive directly from Sam's Club to the video store outside of town. So some people are just have a wicked sense of humor. I was just saying. But yeah, like, I was like, I looked at the cart and was like, I've got an extra large box of house wrap, which is, the cheap version of tarp. Like, when you don't want to pay the high price of tarp, you buy house wrap, y'all. And, I had bought the 18 count roll of duct tape, and as well as a rotisserie chicken and a whole bunch of Clorox white packs. That's where they came in the 6-packs before they pared them down to 3-packs. And I had commercial bleach was in there because it's really useful way to deal with mosquitoes and fleas in your yard. Is you put it in like the Miracle Grow container hooked up to a hose, and you spray your whole yard in your house, and you will not have fleas or mosquitoes for about a month, because soft-bodied insects cannot handle bleach water for even 5 minutes, but hard-bodied insects are not negatively affected, like ladybugs. So it's actually a very useful way, because it the bleach breaks down to salts within 5 minutes. So it's a really nice way to deal with insects without having to use pesticides and herbicides and stuff. And I had like a variety of other, are you getting rid of a body in my, I think there was some like tool bits in there, it was loaded up. And yeah, I was looking, the manager was right behind her, and he was like, he. And I was like, sometimes it pays to be a woman, apparently. Nobody thinks that this potato body is going to be like removing anyone's fingerprints.
Oh, that's great. Okay, well, since we're on the subject of murder, though, I think that is why the Black Dahlia case has me the most intrigued, because I'm like, true professionalism. It's a horrible crime, but also how?
Have you watched the little bit that I know it's BuzzFeed, but BuzzFeed Unsolved I think did stuff on the Dahlia case. That was interesting.
That.
Yeah, it's the like mini documentary on it.
Ooh, I'm gonna have to watch that. Yeah, because I'm like, whenever there's a truly unsolved mystery that there's a ton of evidence for, like we know this crime happened, we have no idea how you accomplished that.
Oh, you gotta look at their videos because they've got like a whole series on stuff like that.
Yeah,
and they've got paranormal and non-paranormal cases.
We need that. Yep. So I got some words down, but I also figured out part of the problem, which is some of the stuff that I had as scenes that I needed to write don't actually need to be written.
Mm-hmm. You can just allude to them?
Yes. And some of them can be completely cut, and some of them it's like, yes, I need to know that as the writer, but the characters have no way of knowing this information.
Mm-hmm.
So I can just go ahead and cut
you don't need to write it.
And that this one chapter is going to be extremely short, and that's okay. And then I added to the other chapter that I had mostly finished. I actually finished it, and that's where I was like, this is really mean. It is very mean. It's the meanest. It's so mean. I like it.
We're going full Hamlet.
Uh-oh.
Pretty much. Cool. Yes, I will open this link.
There's like the playlist, that's just season 1, but they've got like heaps. It's like the channel is dedicated to that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Got that all loaded up and ready to go.
Excellent.
Does anybody have any questions for me that they want a tarot reading for?
Yes, please.
First and foremost, you get to pick your deck. So I have vice versa.
Hold on, let me make you bigger.
So this is vice versa. It's got the cards are two-sided.
That's cool.
I have true black, and I have my my latest baby, the steampunk tarot. So you may have your pick.
True black, because I'm wearing a leather jacket.
I apologize in advance for this deck's behavior.
Okay.
Name your question.
Is the job I'm going for in the right direction, and is it a healthy choice to go for it?
Is it the right direction, and is this job a healthy choice? This seems so much more serious when I have red nails and the cards are black.
Yeah, Colin pops into the chat as soon as the steampunk card deck's out.
Yeah, Colin was summoned. Hello,
yes, you summoned him.
Yes.
That's all. If I knew that was all it took, I would have brought it out hours ago.
Right? Yeah.
Ooh. These cards are being funky today.
Well.
While Chandra finish the sort of the cards, I'm gonna say goodbye.
Okay.
Friends.
All right.
Yes, my head is telling me that I have to cut the stream if I want to be up at 4:30 for the sprint. 4:30 a.m. for the next sprint. So
probably a good idea.
Yep.
yeah, I think that they need to go to rest a little bit. And it has been really fun to be here with you. I hope we can repeat this. And thank
Absolutely.
you very much
Mhm.
for having me.
Oh,
It
That's
was
thanks
so
so
great.
much
nice
for
meeting
joining us.
you.
Andrea, did you want to do an outro?
I don't know. My
Subscribe!
links
All
and my
the
links are in the description. I'm not now a lot of in the social media because of my head is being too full of things, but I hope that you have a great time with Nano, and I really hope to see you again, all of you, and that's it. Have a
Thank you
great
so much
day.
for coming. It was so lovely to actually meet you.
Thank you, girls.
Thank you.
Bye.
Good night.
Good.
All right. We start off with the
My first thought was Rosebud.
7 of Wands. For some reason, this card makes me think of zombies, and maybe it's the hand rising out of the earth. We have the 4 of Cups. We have the Death card, which I think this card is so pretty.
Wow. It's a really nice deck.
This is probably like very, very close to my favorite deck. We have the Magician. The 10 of Swords.
You can feed Laura real quick.
6 of Swords. The Chariot. The 4 of Cups. The Knight of Swords. And the Fool.
Hmm.
I don't know if you can see that extra shine there.
Yeah, that's cool. I really like this deck.
It's I will also say the cards are like plasticky. They're not just paper, so they're not like painted black. They're black all the way through. And so they're really sturdy. Okay, starting with the 7 of Wands. This has the impression of being attacked, being surrounded on all sides. You can see there's almost these barbs kind of pointing from the wands in towards the hand. And it's almost like that there's the gold piece in the hand. It's almost like a pentacle, but this is the wands card, so it makes me think that this is it's like the pentacles would be earth. It's like the earth in the fire. So testing the earth, and earth is also, pentacles is also like physical, tangible possession. So this is testing that in the fire. It's like a trident.
I'm an earth sign, by the way.
Are you really?
Yeah, really. I'm a Taurus.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I am too.
A
lot of Taurus happening today. So we have the 5 of Cups, where that one cup in the foreground is shattering. And 3 of the ones in the background are also damaged. So there's just one full cup. So the 5 of Cups, in that sense, it's there's a big focus on what was and the emotional connections to the past versus what's still whole, what's still working. The Death card, as opposed to actually representing death, it symbolizes the end of a cycle. It's the end of a cycle, therefore it has to be the beginning of something new. And so it's also interesting because you can see there he's balancing on this skull. That's why his feet are not touching the ground. So he's like suspended between, and out of the blood that's coming out of the skull, there's a flower growing. So it's there's this negativity. Also, there's a key above his finger here. Oh, there we go. That's a key. It's like, where do you want to put your focus in this situation? And this circles back to the Five of Cups, where there's all these things that are broken, that are not working, that are you're emotionally tied to, versus with the present situation, where do you want to put your focus? Is it on the fact that something is ending, or is it on the possibility of the new beginning?
Mm.
The Magician card symbolizes you having the power over all of the elements: earth, fire, water, air. You make the situation what you want it to be. You can see that in front of him, he's almost creating an entire universe. He's creating his own world. And you can see there's chaos and ash underneath his feet. This makes me think of, like, if the death card were to have a next step, this is the next step where he is rising again, as it were.
Mhm.
And I say he as in like a masculine energy, but not necessarily male, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
We have the 10 of Swords, which is the end of a cycle as well. So there's more than one thing that's ending at a time. I will also show that the birds are kind of impaled on the swords, but there is a bird sitting up in front of the sun on top of the hilt. There's also this aspect of feeling surrounded and overwhelmed and oppressed by a situation, when really you have that magician energy. So it's up to you. You can make this situation whatever you want it to be. You can feel surrounded and feel stuck and stay where you are, or you can move forward and really all of the things that seem like boogeymen or that are waiting in the wings to attack, they're powerless over you. They're not moving. Almost like if you were like the swords are not moving. They're stationary objects. So you can really just meander your path between them and nothing's going to happen. They can't chase you. They can't come after you. We then have the 6 of Swords. And it's really hard to see at the bottom, but there's some little boats in here meandering through the swords, which is talking about what I was just saying there of the swords aren't moving. There's even like webs on them to show how long they've been there. The swords have just been hanging out doing nothing. And if you stay in this 10 of Swords energy, yes, you feel surrounded, versus realizing, hey, if you take a closer look, the swords have always been there. They're not doing anything. The only thing that has the potential for movement is you. And that's where we come to the Chariot, which the Chariot symbolizes movement. It is also a symbol for Cancer. So I don't know if you have any anyone in your circle who is a Cancer.
My dog's a Cancer, actually.
So there's movement. There's also the potential, because we then have the 4 of Cups coming in afterwards, where there's that wholeness. And things are starting to almost repair themselves. Like we had the 5 of Cups where there's 4 cups that are shattered. And then the alternate where things are starting to mend and come back into the form in which they were previously expected to be. And I'm looking in here because I had some notes, and I think I may have like what the different signs are, but it may be in my other journal. Yeah, I think it's in my other journal. So yeah, we're starting to come back into a space of repairing the damage and the wholeness, but the Chariot really speaks to forward movement. And there's like a big set of wings, but he's also like launching off of them. And there's like some birds holding a cloth over his eyes. So it's like not necessarily knowing exactly where you're going or how it's going to change everything, but trusting that it will and moving forward anyway. And that's where we come into that 4 of Cups, the beginning of putting things back together, things starting to mend, feeling more emotionally whole. We also have the Knight of Swords, coming in behind that. And it's funny because there's like some pages with burning letters behind him. And you can see he's a rather energetic figure, like he's leaping through the air. He's got his swords crossed. He's ready to attack a situation. And there are even sparks flying off of his sword. So the interesting thing about that is you have the very strong, like with the pages blowing in the wind, very airy, which swords are air, but also where the swords are striking together, you have that fire and passion. Air being the logical energy. So it's be logical, but also be passionate about your choices. Be inspired by the things that you choose to pursue. And then the last card that we have is the Fool, which is that young, childish energy. And this is interesting because there's doves flying. There's doves and fish at the same time. So there's a lot of water energy here. And then the child, the Fool, has a butterfly landing on their nose, and there's lotuses in the water. He's not walking on the water. He's suspended above it. Hi, doll.
Hi, doll.
Hello.
Hey. And it's this I usually a lot of times Fool is like the young, the ignorant, the naive. But in this context, I would say it is a bit of protection, and also the idea that it's okay to be enthusiastic. It's okay to be new, to carry that young at heart energy into a new environment, to approach things as though they are harmless. And I mean, with the night before it, like you have your external shell that keeps you safe and is protecting you, where you use your discernment, but then to take that childlike energy, keeping that in your heart and allowing you to embrace moving forward.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. It definitely does. Yeah, because I'm coming from a place where I am concerned about like my welfare and things like that, and the job I'm going for is a massive life change. Quite substantial, and that's what kind of scares me a little bit, but it's also a dream job, so it's kind of torn between like, do I want to be away from, because I'll have to be away from my family for a little bit and possibly even move interstate and things like that and be a dramatic change, but it's a job that I think I would really like to do or be part of in that kind of regard. And yeah. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Is there a card on here that you have a question about that you'd like me to clarify?
The Fool was the one I was kind of most unsure about, but I think that kind of ties back into like the whole dream job aspect that I've been interested in for so many years, and that, yeah, a lot of it kind of answers the questions about, you know, why I'm feeling kind of like I don't have options, or like I feel like it's kind of, the cards are going through my emotional state up until going through with the job, making that move, and then like being okay within that kind of change. That's what I'm kind of taking from it anyway.
Yeah. So the cards that I pulled are pretty much exactly what you said. This one is the Hierophant, which is like knowledge and wisdom and learning and growth and development. And the Elephant over here is being stuck in a cycle that's like almost safe money, but it's also the elephant.
Yeah, that's what I feel like. I feel like I can be safe and comfortable, but I'm not necessarily happy staying in the position I am, but I still feel kind of stuck and trapped. But I could move into this unknown that I'm kind of afraid of, but I'm also excited for because it's kind of what I want. But because of that, it's that big change and that leap that I'm kind of afraid of.
I think that's a lot of the Fool energy. Is the Fool isn't afraid of the leap.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, just going for it. Okay. Well, thank you for that. It was very informative.
You're welcome.
Good stuff.
Yeah, that was really good.
I like Chandra's interpretation of tarot. It's
Yeah.
one of the most it's one of the most insightful I have seen around. So definitely that was really good. What I
Yeah,
caught
it's
from it.
really good read. Yeah.
Can I ask what my November looks like?
Which deck would you like?
True Black.
How is
So this movie ends on the 29th, and I have no idea what project they're putting me on next. But I also want to do Nano, but I'm also getting some proofreading and like, do I get a break from work?
Are you okay, doll?
Yes.
Okay, we just like
Um,
I just
Did a horror movie just start?
that's what I was thinking was like, oh god, doll, run. Like, well, jog, walk, honey, get out of that room. I don't know what's happening. But...
The blender is coming for
yeah,
you.
the blender. I'll just for a minute like, oh.
Laura, these cards have a lot to say.
Oh dear.
Oh yay.
Salty cards.
We have a lot of major. Oh, buddy.
I'm gonna take him outside after this.
So we start out with the 10 of Cups, which is emotional fulfillment. And then we have Temperance, which is balance. We have
Laura.
We have the Ace of Swords, I want to say. I believe, yeah, because the pen might be in the sword thing. Yeah. Okay. We have the...
Maggie says Doll's blender terrified us all. Now it owes us a margarita. Sorry. Go on, Chandra.
Oh, you're good. We have the 6 of Pentacles. We have the 8 of Pentacles. We have the Queen of Wands. We have the Hanged Man.
Yes, Roy.
Roy has opinions about that one.
We have the Hermit. We have the 4 of Pentacles. And we have the 4 of Cups. Starting out with the 10 of Cups. The emotional fulfillment. Now remember that I read as a story. So there is a timeline here. I do not know what the timeline is. And sometimes the timeline goes forward. Sometimes it goes backward. Only you know. I really don't know what I'm saying half the time. So we start out with the 10 of Cups, which is the emotional fulfillment, the just like general happy place, and go into Temperance, which is balance. We have swords on one side of on the ground, stuck in the ground, and we have flowers on the other side. She also has one hand that is red, holding a white disc, and the other hand is white and holding a red disc. That's why.
Roy.
She also has like the angel wings and the red hair, but she's kind of almost a contradiction, not in the traditional like black and white sense, but in the porcelain and red are very high contrast. There's a lot of, even though there's balance, there's still a lot of contrast, if that makes sense. We then have the Ace of Wands, which is a feather with a band of text running around it. And this is the beginning of a new process or a new journey, a new way of thinking.
A new book.
A new book. And then we have, I'm real sorry about this.
Like when people apologize ahead of time, like, oh, brace yourself, baby.
We have the 6 of Pentacles. So you can see there's broken coins at the bottom. And then there's the whole golden coins at the top with the book and the writing above that. Now the broken coins do form a sort of pedestal. So it's not entirely negative, but at some point there's a break in I want to say finances. It's like finances or tangible possessions or like real world stuff. There's a break. There's a sort of disjointment between that and the other half of the pentacles and the book. And I am, just because of the context, I am being a little bit literal there, coming from the feathered pen with the line of script and then the book above the pentacles. So this is a matter of priorities and which way you want things to go. One just may be harder than the other. So it seems that you have to navigate this using your heart and make balance however you can do it, choosing what will make you feel the most balanced and feel the most joy, even if it seems that the consequences will be negative. In the interim, we have the eight of pentacles or coins. In this card in my vice versa deck, it's very clear about this. This is bringing things out of your imagination into the real world, like an idea that you've had, a plan that you've had, taking it from being just an idea and a goal to it being a reality. And there's that process. And to me, these three cards really symbolize that well, where, yeah, so you start out here. You have this shaky ground in the middle where it seems like you're making a choice between two things and it might be the wrong choice. And then you have this card where you're pulling things out of your mind and bringing them into the physical world. We then have the Queen of Wands. This is the fiery energy. This is passion. This is something that you're excited about. And like, she's not working, if that makes sense. She's not struggling for this. This isn't a fight. This isn't something that she has to try to make happen. It's just allowing it to happen naturally, right? Because the things that you have set as goals, when you really want them, you naturally find a way to work on them, to bring them into existence. You create the time and the space around them. The Hanged Man is not it's not like the Death card at all. It's really just having a change of perspective. And here, instead of his blood being red, it's actually gold and the wheat is growing out of it. So it's almost like, and even his feet, the butterflies are coming out of his feet. It's not death or giving up on something. It's simply redirecting your energy into where you would like it to be, realizing that you have the choice of where you direct your energy. This isn't losing something or sacrificing something that you don't want to sacrifice. It's your choice if you want to sacrifice something. And if you want to sacrifice something, you're the one who gets to decide what that is. We have the Hermit card, which symbolizes going off into inner self, or like taking time away from people, spending some quiet time and figuring out exactly what it is that you want, because you understand that the power of creation here is in your hands. And so you want to make sure that you are clear about what it is that you desire, so that that is the thing that you can create in your space. I also like how there's butterflies in two places. We have the butterfly over the feet of the Hanged Man, and they come back in over, there's like cobwebs behind it, and there's blue butterflies, and there's these pentacles that again are half broken, but they're also half buried in the ground and breaking up the ground. And in this context, it's like the cobwebs are like the forgotten dream, the thing that you've left behind, and seeming to have to choose between that and the real world and the tangible things, possessions, finances, and things like that. And it's striking the balance between these two things. And And in a sense, I want to say standing up for yourself for what it is that you want and being able to determine how much time you put into what. Even if it's not the amount of time you necessarily want, how much time do you feel that you can commit? How much time are you going to determine this is what I'm able to commit and this is what I'm committing? That's your choice. And then when we come back here to the Four of Cups, and this is a much more peaceful situation. This was even in the last reading of things starting to come together emotionally and starting to mend into the vision of what you would like things to be. The bottom line is only you can decide.
Thanks.
You see, Laura, just like,
I mean, yes and no, because you can't, like, things don't, you do have to make the decision, and the decision isn't going to be easy, but it is a matter of boundaries.
boundaries.
Yeah,
What's
I feel like with this much overtime I've been doing, like, I worked 55 hours this week.
Ugh.
But just, I feel like next month they should know you've burnt me out a bit. I haven't had a weekend in a month and a half. Like,
Have you declared that?
Huh?
Have you said that?
No, they haven't told me what project I'm on next. So when they do, I'll say, "Hey, here's my
schedule."
Yeah. I will be
because
working 8 hours a day, and if I can, I would like some time off. And
I will follow up here. Taking time off, it is like stated as a time off request, but when you provide enough advanced reasonable notice, it's not really a request. Like, if it's last minute, it is a request because then you're starting to interfere with staffing and scheduling levels. But when you provide a reasonable amount of notice, this is not a request. I'm going somewhere. You just need to figure out how you're going to cover this.
But I'm still confused because, like, I go over my pay stub and my pay has been the same even though I'm doing overtime. So it's like, are they banking it so I can, like, I know they're banking the time, so it's like, should I have them pay out my overtime day offs?
You see, that is the Six of Pentacles with the broken coins. It's right there, Laura.
Yeah, it's like,
I would definitely be discussing that with HR.
Yes,
I would like to verify that you've recorded my time correctly.
Yeah.
And if they haven't,
how else will you know an error in their computing of your time to start off with?
Because when I go to request time off, it doesn't tell me you have this many in lieu. It still says 0. And so it's like,
wow,
I don't
know. There seems to be some need for some serious conversations.
I would
you don't want to put this off.
From an HR perspective, I hope you've written all your hours down. I would follow up with an email and say, here, and here is where I have record of how much overtime I put in. It's not reflected in my whatever site it is that you check all that information in. Mm-hmm. And give them the opportunity to respond to that and make it right. And if you don't hear anything after a certain amount of time, just let them know, I have this much time. I haven't heard a response from you. So I will be then taking this as comp time.
Because what if, like, the people you're working with are also not seeing that you've worked so much overtime, and so they're not thinking that this is a problem that you've been working yourself so hard. That you're
They know because I'm submitting things on Saturdays. Like, and my supervisors are working with me on the weekends. So, and until midnight.
To make sure that you are overt about it, because you'd be surprised how much people can be wrapped up in their own lives.
I will also follow up with saying, until you see it on your pay stubs, I would not, or like recorded somewhere outside of you and your bosses knowing how much overtime you're putting in. Until you see it outside of that, I wouldn't be putting in any more overtime.
No, don't. Go to HR and until you are getting paid properly, you shouldn't be taking any more.
Like, you need to be able to verify whenever they're updating your pay stubs that somewhere else there is an accurate recording of the time you have spent beyond your 40 hours a week. And since you can't see it, do not assume anyone else is seeing that either, because how can you verify? You can't right now. This is,
and that's why
boundaries. This is good fences make good neighbors, right?
Yeah.
Good boundaries make good employees. And until you have that verified, you do not have that verified.
Yep. So I wouldn't do any more overtime until you have it verified how they're tracking it and how they will be compensating you for your overtime. And then I would also further record it all so they can't say, well, we don't know. Say, nope, I've kept track of my overtime. Email it to HR, copy your manager, and, copy yourself, not your work email, but your personal email, even if it's just like a BCC, so that you have proof that you sent that email, who all was attached to the email, and like you can track it outside of their system.
You can take photos as well, because then that can't be deleted. The information that's on there cannot be edited on a photo so easily anyway.
Yeah, I can take screenshots. I can't take photos because NDAs.
Yeah, you can take
no photos of screens.
You can take screenshots, and if that's still on the computer where that, classified information is anyway, then it's not breaching the NDA.
Yeah,
so many NDAs.
I would do that because,
I know they do their computing of your hours on Sundays, so I should know on Monday.
Yeah, but I mean, you've been working a lot of overtime for a while, so that email serves. Yeah, that email serves so that they can't say, well, you never said anything. And you can say, hey, I gave it a little bit of time to see if it was, going to take a minute for it to update on my portal or whatever. I don't see it yet. For your records, just as an FYI, here it is again, so that you have it for your convenience, per my last email. I'm just kidding. But I mean, for later, if you have to follow up on it again, then you have, per my last email, I never received a response to the documentation I provided as far as my overtime that I had worked. Until we have a conversation, we have some kind of documentation of my overtime, I will not be able to put in any more overtime, but I'll be happy to give you your 40 hours a week.
Yeah.
Which is completely legal because you're only expected to be doing the hours that you're rostered anyway.
Yeah, the balance as of today of earned time off is 0.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, there is a glitch with your account, and how will HR know to fix it if you don't contact them?
Yeah.
For all we know, HR is unaware of it and they need to contact IT, but the ball has to be started rolling to actually do anything, and time's a wasted,
And the other thing is, if you are putting in all of this overtime and then you actually have a lull between this project and the next, the money that you've made working all this overtime, you could use to give yourself a week off to focus on your nano project. So it would open up a lot of other options for you to create that balance.
Yes.
I think it was all there in the cards. I was listening to the reading and I was like, there's some problem at her workplace and she wants to write and oh dear.
Yeah.
And then then Laura revealed the whole thing and I was like, yep, there it is. I see it.
That's why when I pulled this card, I was like, I'm so sorry.
These cards are so good. Like they bring out the truth. Like, oh my gosh.
If it's okay with time, because I mean I know this has been going for a while, but like if it's okay, Chandra, if it's all right, if it's
Absolutely.
like, thank you. I'm terrible at asking. Damn, I need to improve that. But like, if you
Can
feel
have
like
more.
No, this is a chill part of the stream. We're just kind of
It's sort of an
relaxing and-
oasis among all
yeah.
the writing sprints and the
I
productivity must have
Mm.
results.
I
It's
had-
like, hey,
I had such a crappy day. I didn't drink my coffee, woke up too late, didn't drink coffee, and I was like doom and gloom the entire
Aw.
day. And I'm like, I think I'm coffee dependent, because if I don't have my coffee and I don't sleep properly, I am like, depression monster has just taken over everything. And it's yeah, it's I had coffee though, and then Glory just messaged like, hey, this is still going, who wants to join? And I was like, I think that's a sign.
Yes, join.
Come on over. Would you like the same deck?
I don't know which decks are available.
So I have this. The one that I've been reading off of is called True Black. I also have the vice versa. So it has it's a double-sided card, and then I have a new steampunk one that is my most androgynous deck, I would say.
And has proven to summon Colin.
It will summon Colin, yes. We have learned.
Someone who seems very enthusiastic about one of my recent short stories.
Yeah.
So,
Well, yeah.
True Black seems to be accurate though.
I know, right?
I mean, went on a roll, keep rolling, right?
Right. Why fix what's not broken? Let's do it.
All right, hit me with your question.
November. Just that. November. I have plans, but I don't know what's gonna come.
So how is November looking? Oh. Oh. Excuse me. Okay. Sorry, I'm muttering to myself over here. That's probably kind of ominous.
Oh, yes, it is.
All right. Okie doke. We actually have a couple repeat cards.
Wow.
I always think it's interesting when that happens. We start off with the Knight of Wands, which is a fiery... It really is, Diana. It really is. Which is a fiery warrior goddess lady. She's got it's an interesting looking, I want to say like a hatchet type tool and a sword and a shield, on the other arm. It's followed by a very similar figure that is the sun. She's walking on a bed of sunflowers. We have the 10 of Wands, which is there's the tusk beetles, rhinoceros beetles, I think, and a pile of sticks. We have a knot, which is a fetus surrounded by a snake that is also part of the umbilical cord. We have the Page of Pentacles, which is a person swinging from some vines and examining / picking a pentacle that looks kind of like an apple. We have the Moon card, which is a woman sitting below a half moon. And then when you examine it, you can see she's reaching down towards a bowl of water, which is also a mirror reflection of the half moon, with her hand reaching through it. We have the Queen of Swords. And she has a sword in each hand. And we have the 10 of Pentacles, which is the dancing elephant with a circle of coins behind its head. we have the Knight of Swords, which is interesting because there's the knight is holding a flower extended and it's losing petals, and above the flower is a cup, and above the cup is a dagger made out of water. There we go. And that is followed by the Hermit, which is a figure levitating with a cloak covering their face and turning towards the face of the card.
Wow.
So starting from the Knight of Wands, she has this real fiery strength energy around her. She has the youthful energy, but still possesses wisdom that the page does not. So she's enthusiastic and ready to take on the situation. The following figure, the one who's the sun card, she's walking on sunflowers. They're literally bursting out of the ground beneath her feet, like almost as if wherever she steps, all that glitters is gold. And then that's followed by the 10 of Wands, which is the rhinoceros beetles climbing on the pile of sticks, and they're almost like scarabs, but they are the rhinoceros beetle. But the scarab part comes from they have a golden shell on them. The thing about the sticks, though, is that they are barren, and it's like usually the 10 of Wands is kind of a more fiery, passionate energy, but it's almost like
it is.
It starts out in this really positive, well-lit place, and we go from the sun card to sticks, just a pile of sticks with some almost carrion-like beetles climbing around it, and it's almost like, where did the fire go?
Depression, that's where it went.
So then we have a knot, which is, I think it's interesting what you said, and also where this goes, because a knot is a cycle. It is the birth cycle, living, and then it's almost like a snake swallowing its tail. So it goes around and around and around, right? This cycle keeps coming back.
Is this the world card, or?
It is separate from the world card. It is like the Anat card is specific to this deck, so it would be wherever the deck begins, that card could go between there, or it could be the last card in the deck, but it always closes the circle and starts things over, if that makes sense.
I see. So I'm going to have another of those cycles. Okay.
The page of Pentacles here is that young energy with a more of the naivety. It's like, it's not quite the full energy, but it's still following the pentacle in this case. Like, there's she's hanging from the branches here, and she's got her feet pulled up behind her. Like, she could walk if she wanted to, but she's like almost making things harder for herself in this scenario. And then the moon is Pisces.
Yes.
So it's a water sign, and this is where she's reaching into the bowl, and the bowl is a mirror reflection of the half moon / waterfall that she's sitting under. It's in this case, since it's following a knot in the page, I read it like the cycle in another sense, but in the emotional sense of it. So it's not just the fiery, and then the fire going out, and a knot, and then the chasing, and the making challenges for oneself, but it's the emotional toll that all of that takes. And we go from that into the Queen energy, which is there's another side to the moon card, because it does reference the cycle of a knot, but it also references the internal reflection and the knowing of oneself. I think it's interesting that is followed by the Queen energy, because she is in I almost want to say in balance with herself, but one of the swords is in her hand and the other one is going through her hand. And there are butterflies around her feet. She is floating off of the ground and she has a sort of a crystal crown over her head. Usually the feminine energy is about receiving. But in this case, I would say the queen energy has a bit of struggle in it. I mean, she has a sword through her hand, so that's not great. But she's also like ruling with the other one. So it's like, what parts of yourself do you feel like you are sacrificing in order to accomplish the things that you feel you must accomplish? And then we have the elephant, the show elephant, which is almost like performing like, I don't know if you know the song from a musical, but Let Me Entertain You. Mm-hmm. What the circus elephant has to do in order to be fed and feel taken care of, this sense of certainty around the pentacles, around the financial, around the physical, tangible, real world things. So I think it's interesting that we go from the balance, internal reflection to the what parts of yourself do you feel like you have to sacrifice in order to be this elephant here, the holding the center of attention and doing all the things. And then it's followed by the knight, and in an interesting kind of reflection, instead of having the sword through the hand, the knight is holding a flower, and above the flower, that cup is between the hand and the sword that would otherwise pierce it, and the sword is made of water. So, ooh, wow. Why are you hurting your own feelings?
This is just wow. Okay, this is
sorry about that.
No, but this is quite genuine of depressive cycles, I would say, and how I try to take myself out of them in order to get my things accomplished, and then I fall into it again, and then I try to get out again. It seems to be that's what the cards are telling me. So October was hard. November is going to be a little bit more of the same.
I wouldn't say that it's necessarily got to be a little bit more of the same, because then we have the Hermit that wraps up this whole thing. So we started with the feminine reflection where she has the sword through her own hand, and there's a song called Dance Monkey.
Yes.
And when I look at this card, that's what I'm seeing. And then on the other side, the masculine is holding the emotions in balance instead of letting the sword run through his hand like the queen has done, right? So it's also interesting because a lot of times you'll see the king and the queen balancing each other's energy in a certain space. But within this context, it's the knight and the queen. So allowing the strong masculine energy to take a little bit more lead here and allow that to be protective of you in whatever context that makes sense. So
this has a lot to do with what I'm like, the plans I'm trying to go about. Yeah, This has a lot to do with it. It's writing related, but yeah, definitely. I need a little bit more of that masculine energy and a little bit of that detachment, sort of. Definitely.
And the interesting thing that I find here too is that on the side of the queen, we have the moon card, which is the feminine water and internal reflection. And then on the side of the knight, which is the opposite side of the queen, we have the hermit card, which is it is a more masculine energy within this deck. And it is, again, internal reflection, so that it is mirrored on either side with the masculine and feminine. And Dobby, get down. You can't have my water.
Water.
And it's coming out like this, with the pentacles in the middle, masculine reflection and strength on one side, and feminine internal reflection and vulnerability on the other side.
Wow.
It is.
this is impressive, and I also noticed that all the 4 elements are in the cards.
Mm-hmm.
All of it. Like there's air because Queen of Swords. There are the wands. There are the pentacles and the water. So it's like, holy crap! I'm the Avatar again.
I mean, yes, and in a sense we all are, but I feel like it's really especially being drawn out for you in this reading. But I just really want to emphasize the balance and the internal reflection around your energies and how you show up for yourself in situations that are challenging.
Yes. Definitely the need for counteract when I get down on myself like that. Yeah. Like a reminder that hey, you can get out of that too.
Mm-hmm.
It's wow, this is super accurate, maybe not only for what's to come. Like you said, you don't know where the timeline is. So it could be for November, it could be for right now, it could be for tomorrow, it could be for December. We don't know. But yeah, that's fairly accurate, and the mirroring aspect. Yeah, wow. I'm so surprised that all that came into the reading. I like your readings. You're one of the best I've seen, so definitely thank you so much for this.
Oh, you're welcome.
Ooh, that was intense.
Yeah. Well, how about we take a 10-minute bio break? It's been like an hour or two, maybe 2 hours or more since we last had a break. How about we take a break, y'all?
Yeah, the last one was right at 5.
Curry has been consumed.
Excellent. So
Nose is running.
Oh, well, yeah. So
I'm
how about we
actually-
take a little baby break, 10 minutes. And
I think I'm going to head out, actually.
Get
It's a
some
bit-
sleep. Sleep well.
Yeah,
Amy.
it's getting late, but yeah, they were really accurate, intense readings. It was the same for me too. So
Would
thank you
like to
so
do an
much for that.
outro, Amy?
Yeah, so I'm Amy, also Shiny Knight on Twitch, where I stream games and I do writing sprints 3 times a week, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And I've also got Twitter and Instagram that I occasionally post on under author_Amy. So, and I'm writing a cyberpunk book series. So, come check me out.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
That's all right. I had a great time. Thank you, everyone,
Thank
for having such a good stream.
Aw, thank you.
Always enjoy it.
Oh, we love having you. Yeah, and I think you'll be back on Monday, maybe?
Yes. Yeah.
For the Monday show at 4 p.m. Eastern U.S. time.
Yes. I'll do that.
Yes.
All right. I'll see you all then. And tomorrow I'm also in Sarah Sutton's sprinting stream. Or tomorrow, I don't know, 2 a.m. EST. So yeah, if you're up or if that works for your time zone, come join.
Excellent.
Cool.
I
All
need
right.
to take Roy
Catch you
up.
later,
I may be
everyone.
late coming back.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, again, let me encourage everybody who is with us, whether you've been with us the whole time or you're just popping in between sprints. We're going to take a 10-minute bio break, and I'd like to suggest perhaps now might be a wonderful time to hydrate. What is this controversy? Yes, hydrate, maybe a snack, maybe a little walkthrough. Stand and see what your bladder thinks. I'm throwing that out there. I know I'm the controversial figure here. And we will see y'all in a few minutes. Thank you. Bibbidi beep. Bibbidi beep. Bibbidi beep beep beep. Roar.
I'm just looking at the comments.
Yes.
We're back.
Yeah, like Tom's back as well, and we were talking during the break about the comments. Like, yes, of course there's no going. I believe that is why they clear the schedule on Saturday for the chat.
Those little dinosaurs are so cute.
Aren't they?
That's why they give Gloria a special long space for her. They know.
Yeah, we could just fill the time. And yes, if anybody, like, I think, by the way, Nikki Chandra was asking.
Sure.
Would be up for
do you have a preference of tarot deck? We have the True Black, which is what I've been reading with. We have the Vice Versa Tarot, which is a 2-sided deck. And then the new Steampunk Tarot. Just let us know in the comments.
Roar little dinos. Yes. All the good stuff.
Dino? Where?
It was the dinos were in the little 10-minute timer video.
Ah, nice.
They were little crocheted dinosaur toys. And they had a little adventure in the timer. Nikki says the one you've been using. So I believe that's the True Black or
Yeah, it's True Black.
I guess everyone's feeling like getting their feelings hurt today.
Everybody wants the truth. That's the feeling brave. Courageous.
And the question is, how is Nano gonna go for Nikki? Do you prefer Nicole or Nikki?
She usually signs her messages with Nikki.
Sure.
Let us. Oh, wow.
What fell out?
Hermit.
Ooh.
Again? That's 3 readings in a row.
The hermit really wants to come out. It's like, yep, it's hermit time. No.
Hermit for all our hermits. Yes. I once went out in the daylight. It's been a while.
Someone asked me the 6 of Pentacles. Someone asked me what I was about to be like, person down, because there's only 3 boxes down the side, not realizing that I am also a person and there are 4. Don't even worry about me. The cards will do all the talking.
Right.
How is Nano going to go for Nikki? Oh, that's nice.
Everybody hold your stuffed animals and your pillows, whatever you need. Yep, we do have space on screen if anyone would like to join us on screen. Let me know, and I will send you a link. If anybody's feeling froggy. Well, Chandra.
Yeah. Oh, snap. Oh. Talk about improving worse. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Right. So I accidentally had 2 cards stacked, and so I pulled the card out from the bottom and like scooted everything so it would be in the right order. And yeah.
That in itself might be a symbolism of how the nano project is gonna go.
Well, yeah, because the tarot book I was reading was like you have to pay attention to what jumps out while you're shuffling
and where it lands. Yes, very much so.
Like whether it's reversed or not, and that kind of deal.
So I don't typically read reversals. I will just say that. So sometimes cards come out in reverse, but I don't read them that way. It's just not with my intuitive style. But the only deck that I do that with is vice versa because it has two-sided cards. Dobby.
Hello. I love the Overlord. Hello, Dobby.
He always shows up when I'm doing readings and he's like, yes.
Well, he's here to lend his energy.
His salty little energy. His little gremlin self. He's like these bitches. All right, we start off with the Hermit card.
Okay.
And we go directly into the Six of Pentacles, which is the one where the pentacles are broken on the bottom. We have 3 on the top that are beneath a base of a book and a pen. So within this context, I'm reading it as writing related specifically. There's the foundation being cracked and then the pentacles growing from the damaged cracked thingy into the pedestal. That is followed by the Devil, which is Capricorn. Also, it is being tied to things that no longer serve us. Which is also interesting because you can see there's like chains everywhere just linking off into the distance. It's his winter coat. And Dobby, you absolutely cannot be on the desk right now. All the love.
Wore his winter coat for the first walk ever.
Aww, buddy. We then have the 5 of Wands. There's like a there's a broken branch and a broken spear, and there's like a staff in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
The 5 of Wands can be there's some conflict happening, and there's a winning side and there's a losing side, and that's being determined. Like it's not 100% determined, but it's like it's happening. Oh, also I forgot to mention that your card has a bonus reading because of those stacked cards. So thought you ought to know. What movie is that from? That's from a movie. We have the Page of Cups, which there's an oyster with a pearl in it down by their feet. And then there's fish swimming around her head. And she's holding a glass, and there's a rabbit on her shoulder. So this is really emotional, creative energy, like coming from the heart, I would say. We then have the 9 of Pentacles. And there's a cat sitting on a pedestal, a predatory kitty. Kitty. And in the pentacles that are falling, there are birds and mice sitting on the pentacles. So they're not doing so hot. And in the pentacles that are falling, there are birds and sitting. And so hot. And in the pentacles that are falling.
Here, Maggie, we're gonna mute you for a sec while you get that fixed.
I was like, what's happening? I can't. I know.
It's the timeline. It's broken, Sandra.
Someone joined us without headphones, and there's feedback.
Okay, so that was really funny. If you watch it in the replay, I literally just sit there like,
go on and tell me about myself.
Looking super intelligent. Sorry, very funny. Yeah. Okay. So there's like the birds and the mice on the pentacles as they're falling. The cat looks totally unbothered though, because it's like the cat is on the hunt. We also have, this card reminds me very much of Hannibal, but we have the King of Pentacles. So that's in the boss masculine energy around physical, tangible possessions, work, home, like everything is in ship shape there, which is a really interesting point for the reading to take a hard left turn. So sorry. Also, this card comes out below the devil. So there's a 3-party situation. It's the 3 of swords. And the swords are stabbed into a heart. The thing about the 3-party situation is that not everyone is aware of what's happening, which isn't necessarily an external thing. It can also be, especially since this came out below the devil, it's the situations that the individual feels tied to. So feeling like you're not being faithful to your own goals and objectives. And that is followed by the 9 of Swords, which is a rabbit. Also, dang. Okay, so the page with the really creative energy, it had a rabbit on the page's shoulder.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Now we have the rabbit come back, and it is on a sword in this circle, so kind of being sacrificed.
Is that like plot bunnies?
It could be, or it could be feeling like you have to sacrifice your creativity for something else. Referencing that 3-party situation where it's either like, it could be more than one thing, but within the context of the rabbit and the way that it shows up in the reading, it seems like there's 3 things that seem to be almost like impaling the rabbit, or the creative energy that's like the wild and the free, but the very tender and sensitive creative energy. So maybe there's different things that are pulling on your ability to be creative or to create in the way that you would like to create. This is followed by the 4 of Pentacles, which is the one with the butterflies and the spider's web and the broken coins. Now, the way that I read this last time, the preceding card is not here that made me put a more positive spin on things. But within this context, directly following the 9 of Swords, it seems almost like you're concerned about your butterflies being caught in the web. Instead of them being dusted off, where you feel like here, it seems like the creative energy that we have, that 3 of Swords, we have the bunny, the creative bunny being impaled, and then we have our butterflies flying around next to a spider's web. They're in danger. What do you feel like is threatening your ability to create? And there is that pull of the pentacles, the earthly possessions, the physical real world. So what is it in the real world that you feel is stopping you from creating? Ever to put a positive spin on things, we follow that up with the 4 of Cups, where things are starting to come together. It's really funny because I feel like in 3 of the readings that I have done, there's been the 4 of Cups and the Hermit energy. So even though this is a story, right, and it goes through forward with the energy overall of this being the 4 of Cups, I challenge you to look at this and reverse engineer, which is why we started off with the Hermit card. You have the time and the space right now to go into the Hermit energy and be introspective and examine the things that you feel are preventing you from being creative in the ways that would be meaningful and important to you. So take that time and that space to examine everything and to really dissect it and think about what it is that you want and what is stopping you from going for things that you want.
Taking this into the NaNoWriMo context, I totally see a whole month of November here, and the Thanksgiving thing is coming, and that's the time when people stop the nano project because the real world takes over, and family business and party or Thanksgiving reunion, and you feel like you cannot focus on your project. But before we get to that, I see like there was a 6 of Pentacles there again, or like there was a problem with, I see that as now you have the time to re-examine your Preptober stuff, your outline, your character sheets, or whatever it is that you have. Now you have the time to get ready for whatever problem that might come up, because once you start NaNoWriMo, you have to get in the boost of November and the kickoff of Nano and just go with it so you can keep up being creative without stumbling upon, oops, there's a problem in my outline that I didn't resolve, and now I feel like I have to sacrifice this, and now, like I totally saw an NaNoWriMo thing going in this reading. Absolutely. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't do tarot readings. I don't, but I am very curious and I study tarot just for whatever research purposes. I'm gonna write about it soon. But wow, I totally see it. I don't know. I could be wrong though.
And I would emphasize it may be something specific. Oh, also Maggie has the tarot journal that she's holding up.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I would emphasize that even if it doesn't seem to directly impact your writing, it can still impact, or even if it doesn't seem directly tied to your writing, it can directly impact your ability to write. I'm worried about being stuck with the chapter I'm going to start with when I do Nano. What might stop me? My schedule. I want to finish this book. I feel like I need to make my outline more. Not necessarily. Sometimes having too much in your outline can bog you down. But if you're worried about this chapter you're starting with, start with a different chapter.
Mm-hmm.
I really feel that, because my Nano project is the last book in my 2020 New Year's resolution, trying to close out all of my open series. And so it's the third in a trilogy that I started writing that I wrote in 2016 and 2017. I wrote the second one, and I haven't visited that world in 4 years. And so the third book that I plotted out to bookend the Revelation Night series, I went back and I reread the first 2 books, and looking at the plot I have for the third book, I'm just like, no. And so I have literally replotted it 3 times now. And Nano is 7 days away, and I'm still not happy with the new plot. And I've got all these scenes to put in, and I'm just like, do I want to keep this one? Do I want to toss this one? This one doesn't make sense anymore. And it's just, yeah, this Nano is going to be a nightmare for me, especially after I crashed and burned last Nano when I got the virus, which shall not be named.
Yeah.
So everybody's doing tarot readings.
Yes.
Champion's doing tarot readings for everyone. So I decided, I haven't pulled my cards today. Let me pull my cards.
Would you like me to read for you as well?
Let me show you what I got first.
First, let me show you the hot mess that is my life, says Maggie.
So
I can't.
4 swords.
Oh, okay.
Oh, there.
10 of swords.
Oh,
More swords.
I feel like, you know how like TikTok likes to play that, oh no.
Yep.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh my gosh. Maggie.
Oh no.
But
Oh no. No. There.
okay, so that's my past, present, and future card. Past, present, future card. But my hope is this one.
What is it?
It doesn't give you a lot of detail about how you're supposed to get there.
9 of Pentacles. Oh, the detail is you're already in a tired place. You need time to rest and recover. You are overworking yourself to the point of death. You are overworking yourself, but you're almost to your goal. A lovely afternoon in the garden with a bird, enjoying the vacation. So this is my far future.
Okay, so I'm gonna skedaddle, but I emailed HR.
Oh, good.
With screenshots.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Oh, good.
Laura,
Good
would you
luck,
like to do an
Laura.
outro?
Thanks. Sure. My name is Laura Nettles. Imagine that. I have a channel called Laura Nettles, and I am trying to finish off my draft of Seeds of Doubt, a middle grade horror. So for Nano, I can do the sequel, which I have not outlined yet, because I'm still trying to finish the first book. That one will be Cracks of Fear. So come follow along my journey. Nano is going to be awesome. And that's it.
Thank you, Laura. Good luck.
You guys are awesome.
Good luck, Laura.
And thank you, Chandra. And amazing host, Glory.
Aw, thank you.
Bye. Bye.
Bye-bye. Tom went and dug out my tarot cards, too.
Yeah.
I'm like, really? I made a cozy for mine, because they get cold.
I need to make a cozy for mine. I have like 3 decks I need to make cozies
It
for.
was the easiest thing to do.
Yeah.
It took that.
My hands don't work to crochet anymore. My brain does not see where the hook is supposed to go through to make the stitches. If I don't look, I can do it.
Yeah.
But if I look, my brain goes, nope.
Yeah, your proprioceptors are off.
Yeah.
You probably got
stroke damage.
Well, I was gonna say they got burned in the firestorm of your brain, but whatever.
Yeah, no.
It's very easy to make this. It's just you make a scarf, honestly, a very short scarf, and then make a pocket.
Also called, you just sew the end of the scarf over
Yeah.
it itself.
Yeah. You sew the end to make a little pocket, and that's it. And that's so I could have the book and the cards. What am I?
No, I was just
Okay. You just so that everybody else can see.
Since there's already so much going
Tom
on, I know
gave it to me.
Ooh, very pretty.
Here, I'll make it bigger because it's always like, why don't you let us look? So they are quite beautiful.
Knight of Swords.
And the Ten of Cups.
Oh,
that's so pretty. What deck is that?
It is the Light Seers Tarot.
Oh, that's pretty.
Yeah,
I was looking at Kat's, the Marigold deck, and I really want that. But then I found another one on Etsy, and I was like, I need so much money. I need to sell so many books so I can buy all these beautiful tarot decks.
That is really pretty.
I love that card.
I'm glad
the
you
tower.
asked.
Isn't that really interesting with the
That is
nature?
gorgeous.
So
I'm
they're
glad
all
you
like
asked
that.
what deck it was, Maggie, because I didn't realize I had my microphone muted, so I was just
Oh.
jibber jabbering away over here.
This is the AE weight deck. I don't know if you can see it. Oh, maybe you can see it. Oops, on this one.
There you go.
The cards are hollow, so they shimmer. They're very pretty.
oh,
Those are pretty.
Oh, they're little hologram.
Yeah, they're hollow cards, and they just have a very simple back. But they're very much. This is the first. I usually cannot use a weight deck. I don't know why. Usually the Raider weight decks I can't. I just don't use. I don't do well using them. But I seem to read okay with this one.
I got one for my first deck, and it was helpful for me to learn with it, but I agree with you that it's not the most intuitive one to read with. There are some cards that I still think about, like the original image when I'm reading, but for the most part, I now just go with the vibe of the decks that I'm currently reading.
See, that's what I do with the Art Nouveau decks that I have. Sorry, I dropped a few cards. But Yeah. I think because I'm using them too much for the Tim and Cassandra story, that the cards are like tuning themselves to the character.
Yeah. I think my my steampunk and my vice versa deck both need to be cleansed. I haven't done that in a little while. I should do that.
I like the idea of a steampunk deck. I've never heard of that before.
I really enjoy this deck, and it's very
the colors are so vibrant. I just love them.
They are. They're very pretty.
I cannot see anything that's going on screen, but I believe you.
The iridescent is like a rainbow shimmer over the colors. So if I know you can see light patterns, so if you can imagine the shimmer.
I see colors actually. It's just like the screen, the StreamYard thing is so tiny that I'm like, I don't.
Yeah.
If you can imagine the shimmer of a rainbow over, and so that all of the white looks like it's pearl, like mother of pearl.
That's really cool.
It's especially for being like the traditional rider weight. It's a beautiful deck.
Yeah. And I like the cards because they have black on the edges. Mm-hmm. I like that better than the white edges.
They also look like they hold up better to being handled.
These are actually very thin cardstock. These are like playing card thin cardstock. My Art Nouveau decks are much heavier cardstock. So I just got these. Basically, I got them because my daughter is working on the Kitsune Tarot, and she wanted to see what the original cards look like. And so I got them. So I got her a set of the Cat Tarot that I unboxed on one of my videos. She's looking at that one, and then I got her this one so she could see the original because I was trying to tell her the difference. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I hope she eventually finishes all 78 images, but she's a little daunted by
I can imagine
having to come up with 78 different Kitsune images.
That's quite a lot.
Yeah. I don't know. She's got her Ace of Wands Kitsune is actually on her Redbubble page. I think it's Redbubble. But nice. She's ordered bags and stuff with that on it.
Oh, cool.
So I just opened my browser on my phone and I have 318 tabs open.
Oh my goodness.
You might have ADD if.
Signs that you have ADD.
Yeah. 318 tabs are open on my phone, and I don't know which one is playing music.
Oh, man.
Such a move.
Close all tabs.
Every time I would open a browser, and it took me forever to figure out that I had a movie playing in my browser.
Oh man, it was Loki hitting the space bar.
Neo. Deal one with Loki.
Oh, that's pretty.
Ooh.
Oh, is that Stitch?
Yep.
So cute.
She did it on one of her. It's for her friend's birthday present. She did it on one of her pour paintings.
Where is Stitch?
So there's a stick figure tarot deck, and the reason that I went looking for it is because I was like, I cannot draw. I wonder if I could make a stick figure tarot deck, but turns out there is one.
Nice.
Oh wow. There's a tarot for everything.
It's kind of great, honestly.
I wonder if there's a musician's tarot. What?
I wonder if there's a hippo tarot.
Oh, I bet.
Well, they've got packages that you can get and make and print your own tarot cards.
Hi, Carrie.
Hello.
So you can actually
excuse me. Whew.
make whatever you want into a tarot deck if you're willing to put the time in it. That said, Caro Brown has been working on her tarot deck for 2 years now.
It has been an on and off.
Three years.
It's with Caro. It has been an on and off thing because a lot of things happened to Caro in
so
the
many
meantime.
Did you see what she said this morning about?
I was in such a doom and gloom state. I was not watching any streams.
Oh, yeah. She just found out that her company was bought and she may be jobless again.
Oh no!
Again,
Caro.
Yeah, but Mr. Gray said that she can take some time off to like recenter herself. That they're okay. So she says she might be doing more live streams now.
Damn, I mean, seriously, look, Caro is someone I admire.
She's adorable.
No, not only that. I mean, no, you don't know this woman. She's a freaking Valkyrie. She has so many things. I admire Caro way before the whole YouTube thing started for either of us. And I met her on Twitter, I think. A little bit before the first book happened. Something like that. I know her. I know how hardworking she is.
She is.
Such a well of knowledge. She's so persistent, perseverant. She has so many good traits. I'm so sick and tired of all this crap happening to her. I'm done.
She was
okay. I should not get too attached.
She was one of the people that promoted Red Velvet for me, and some of my first books. And I sent her one of the coffee cups that I had made, and because Mr. Gray had hidden all of her lemon heads, I sent her a box of lemon heads in with the coffee cup and the signed copy of the book. And I was like,
in lemon heads.
And he got the box. The box came and he's like shaking it. And he's like, I think something's broken in here. And they opened it and she was like, I have lemon heads. And he was like, oh no. No, this man, he's evil. To make her clean out their large walk-in closet, he hid her stash in the closet.
Oh no.
I think he's hid her stash in a couple different rooms when he wants her to
that was like the third time.
Clutter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wish she gets another, she's such a hardworking person. I just wish her the best.
And I hope that this gives her some that maybe she gets some time to keep working on Mad Raptor, because I know that's her dream.
I just what Nia said, and after our earlier discussion about the 4 whatchamacallit types, and realizing that I am a rebel, I can tell you what I would do in that situation. I would go to the store and I would just buy more.
Yeah.
And every time I couldn't find them, I would go to the store and I would buy more until the entire house was full.
When I was a little girl, there was we had a children's book that I really loved. It was, I want to say, wasn't it a golden book? Tom, do you remember the one with the roller skates?
Yes, that was a golden book.
Thank you. It was a golden book, and it was about a family, I believe, were they hippos or elephants? Do you remember?
Must be they were hippos.
I think they were hippos. It was a family of
Perfect
hippos.
story for me.
And you're like, there's a mama and a daddy hippo, and there's like, I can't remember if it was 2 or 3 hippo kids. But one of the hippos, I want to say it was the oldest hippo, loved to roller skate. But they roller skated at dinner. They roller skated when they were supposed to be working and doing school and things. So the roller skates were taken away and hidden until, grades were improved or something. And sure enough, the next week, there was the hippo was out there roller skating again. And so I think that was the first one. The mommy hippo was like, I'll hide them. So then the dad hippo was like, all right, I'll hide they must have found the roller skates again. I'll hide the roller skates. It'll be fine. And the roller skates disappeared.
I think each of these are illustrated really cute, like how they hid them.
How they hid it. And then The third week, there is the hippo kid back on roller skates, having a grand time. And they're like, but you are still roller skating where you shouldn't, and you're roller skating instead of doing your schoolwork. So, the roller skates were taken away again and hidden, this time by one of the other siblings. And then and then the fourth week they were out on roller skates again. This keeps happening until finally the family gets together of like, you've got to stop this with the roller skates. And I think didn't they finally raise their grade, or they did something where they could have the roller skates back. And they're like, no problem. I have my roller skates. They're like, you found them already? And they're like, found them? What are you talking about? I bought another pair of roller skates. It turns out the hippo kid had not found any of the hiding places of the roller skates. They just kept buying more roller skates. So now the whole hippo family has roller skates and it became a roller skating family.
Oh my gosh, I love this story so much. I need to find it, but I can't find it.
Tom says it's actually elephants. He looked it up.
Oh man.
So
sorry, honey.
I really like that story. I also kind of, in a way, lived that story where when I would get grounded, my parents would take the computer privileges away. And I was grounded to the house, so they were going to take the computer with them. And my brother was like, don't do that. Like, hot cars are a bad recipe for technology. Just take the power cord and the mouse and the keyboard, which they did. And then I went into the attic, into storage, where I knew we had extra power cords, mouse, and keyboard, and reconnected everything to the computer and went on with my merry life. And then when I saw everyone got home, I powered everything down, took all my spare connections and stashed them away in my room for later use. So in essence, every time I got grounded from the computer and they left me at home all day, so bored, I was learning HTML on MySpace.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, puppy.
I am in the spirit of the World Wide Writeathon, and while we're chatting here, I am going through my short story Painainen, and I'm tweaking a few things. I think I have edited.
Pepper, come here. Come.
I think I've edited, but
Girl.
not sure.
I'm just making notes. Okay, so
good girl.
Here's the thing. Carrie's going to be the only one in the room that's, well, Glory as a former teacher and librarian, she might be on this same page. So the MC in this book, book 3, book 1 was when the disaster happened, when all the non-humans were exposed to the chemical weapon in the blizzard, and they basically just started murdering everyone. And the MC survived that disaster.
Oh.
And basically, long story short, the whole adulterated food, contaminated water, heirloom, genetic testing and stuff is all basically just a thing to try to subvert the non-human population, which is increasing in percentage. And they discovered that pretty much only 17% of the human population left in the world are pure humans. Everyone has some level of non-human. And it's like 0.8% of the human population is guaranteed to be turned into a non-human if they are infected with the right non-human retrovirus. 17% of the population is guaranteed to more than likely change. But if they get infected with the wrong virus, they could die. So it's a coin flip. So the pure humans have decided we have to make the rest of the humans scared of the non-humans. So they staged a terrorist attack 2 weeks before Halloween. And Quinn, who is the mom female lead in this thing, she's like living her mom life, on the Colorado, outside of Colorado Springs, and she starts, blizzard's coming, and she starts getting all these crazy text messages about, you know, hide in your tornado shelter, seek shelter, do not go out in the storm, do not leave lights on in your house. There are packs of dogs and people acting weirdly. And over the course of the evening, it evolves into vampires and werewolves are attacking people. Now, if any of us got these text messages, we would all do the same thing she did. She would be like, oh, someone's going to jail for hacking the 911 system. We would all do that because vampires and werewolves, those aren't real things. Turns out they are real things. And for 100 years, the government has been hiding it and trying to slowly introduce the concept of non-humans being sympathetic and creatures that we can feel are humanish. And it's been working. And the pro-human terrorists saw that it was working. We're 10 years from the day that they're supposed to be, oh, guess what? All of these non-human creatures are real. And the pro-human terrorists are like, nope. And they try to trigger a war. And it doesn't work because there are several people that are in the outer areas of the contamination zone that are able to resist this chemical weapon. And so they rescue humans. So there's all these dramatic stories of vampires and werewolves actually protecting humans from the ones that went nuts. So Quinn doesn't listen to the warnings. Her husband gets home from a business trip and he's like, why aren't you in the storm shelter? They've been alerting people for hours. And she's like, it's for vampires and werewolves. This is crazy. And he looks at her and he says, something went wrong with the program. They tested it against my recommendation. And then their family gets attacked and she's the only one that survives.
Oh, wow.
So she wakes up in Oklahoma City, a werewolf. And so now she's on this thing to figure out what the hell her husband was talking about because he's an environmental cleanup engineer. Well, no, he's not. He's a spy for the werewolf monarchy inside this pro-human terrorist group. And now she's got to figure out what is really going on.
Well, why was he and why was the family attacked if he's
they were in the contamination zone. Everyone was being attacked. Literally 2 million people died in one night because of this biochemical weapon that they then could find no trace of. But basically, this chemical they sprayed into the storm, into the blizzard, caused all non-humans to pretty much become weapons of mass murder. They attacked each other. They attacked each children. They spread out to the community. It damaged their limbic system, and they basically went into overdrive.
And that's separate from the werewolf monarchy or something?
The werewolf monarchy was trying to keep tabs on these basically hate groups, these non-human hate groups. And so the werewolves didn't want this to happen. The vampires didn't want this to happen. They like living with humans. So, but it went on. And then, so through the entire of the first book, Quinn is trying to figure out what happened. And from looking at Kenneth's research. And then the entire second book is basically she's just trying to stay alive long enough to have her son and to find a way to keep him safe and figure out how to be a werewolf. And so the start of the third book is she's with this group of werewolves that they haven't completely recovered from the Revelation Night. It's like they're trapped in their monster. They're in the half human, half beast. They're halfway between their human and their wolf. So when they're in their what they call their beast, and they can't get out of it. And so they're trapped in this place, and she's working with them, trying to get them back to their wolves and then back to their skin, to try to get them back to their humanity. But it's really hard because all of these survivors killed their own families in horrific ways when they went crazy. So now I'm at the place where I have to start the second book. Quinn is pretty much living in isolation with her son and these few survivors. And so I'm stuck with, how long do I wait to start the second book? Because Quinn when the epilogue of the second book happens, Quinn has a 3-month-old baby, and she's going to wait through the winter. So does she go? She totally does not feel competent to be her son's mother now, because first she ignored the warnings and her other 2 children died. So she has that guilt on her. And then she wasn't a werewolf before that night. How is she going to raise a werewolf child? So how long, she's struggling with all of that. How long does she wait, or how much does she leave her child? Because she knows as long as her child is with her, because there are people looking for her because they've made her husband the scapegoat and now she's the terrorist wife. So that's where I keep getting stuck, is because personally as a mother, oh hell no, my child is not getting out of my sight. But then she can't do the things she needs to do to try to stop a second occurrence of the Revelation Night event if she's carrying a baby around.
So what I would tell anybody who's dealing with a series and they're like, but where do I start this? It is the same thing I would say to everybody. You need to find, like, in your plot, in your big, even overarching plot, there needs to be a place where there is an inciting event, even though it might be a second or third or even a 7th book, but the inciting event where readers can really jump into the hook action, where something is really going to hook them in order to turn the page.
Well, the inciting event is Quinn gets outed as the mother of the next werewolf monarch to the media. And while she's like looking at the paper, she notices that the woman that her husband used to work for, who is the secret head of the Pure Human movement, has declared benevolently that she's going to devote her father's immense pharmaceutical company and research resources to helping the poor werewolves and vampires. And she's like, I have to stop this woman. This woman is going to kill us all.
So is that the goal of the book, the next book?
The goal of this book is to, so far, the way I have it in plot number 3, Eliza Abbott dies halfway through the book. And it's just, and her partner, who is a dark fae, they're trying to stop the next Revelation Night, because the Pure Human movement, some of them have been arrested. They're pretty much being looked at like, oh, you're worse than the Nazis were. It's that's the way the media is playing on them. And so, but it's this very dividing thing of, some of the humans support what they do. Some of the humans are supporting the pro-human movement because they're like, these things are monsters. They look like us, but they're monsters.
But what is the goal of the book 3?
The goal of the book 3 is to stop them from doing this again.
Okay.
And to find out who all the players are.
So that's the quest.
It's basically a quest, and they have to find out where they are breeding this very particular tree that they are making the rage of dust rage, the dust of rage out of. So
the answer is, as far as you know what the quest is for the character, that's just going to take the length of that book to do, right?
Right.
She just needs to find out who's doing it and hopefully prevent this from happening a second time.
Stop them from dumping the chemical in a hurricane.
Right.
Because that's the plan.
So where you would start it for the reader is literally a few moments, a day, just a small time before the start of the action that is happening in the quest. Is you don't start it like months in advance where they're like, should I do it? You can tell all of that in flashback or in conversation with other characters of, this is what I did in the meantime. This is what I've been doing hiding out. You can tell backstory, and that's fine. But where you actually start the story is right before the action gets started for this quest.
Well,
not like in general quests.
I think, Maggie, if you would like to explore more writing craft advice, I think Robert's most recent videos on how to start a book with all the inciting incidents and the hook and all that, it might help you decide, maybe. So I fully recommend that.
Yeah. Well, she sees the newspaper article and she knows where the Human Purity Movement headquarters are, and she still has her husband's access cards and stuff. So like the second chapter in the book is her actually walking into this building to try to find the clues that they don't have. Meanwhile, the werewolf monarchy side of the story, they have found the planes that they used to spray the chemical into the blizzard. And they're trying to figure out what it is. But for Quinn, for the main character, it's literally, I've got a 3-month-old child. I have now been outed pretty much to the world. So I can't just like travel and go and, be this invisible person. But I also have to stop this mega corporate giant and this heiress with unlimited resources from convincing the whole world that they need to kill every person who is a non-human.
Well, a common place where you see action start is somewhere around the refusal of the call, where the hero is like, I can't, I have a child, I have things I have to do, I have responsibilities. But instead, you then push the character to be on the run by someone else coming. We've got to run away from these people, whoever they are a danger to your hero or to people around them. And so the hero has to start moving in order to avoid a confrontation that could be potentially deadly or a loss of freedom. So, like, you could start even there and then just do flashback or backstory in conversation if there's things that happen in between the two novels that you feel is pertinent to the story without actually starting it at a slower place.
Yeah, because
honestly, it sounds like your character frankly needs to be pushed to get this story rolling.
Well, her whole thing is when she was 10 years old, her parents were murdered. Literally, she came home from school, found her mother dead in the kitchen, her birthday cake burning in the oven. Her baby brother had been murdered in his crib, and her father was dead in the shop outside. So, and her mother's great aunt took her and started running. And she had literally been running for her entire life until she met her husband. So and her mindset, she's like, I never should have stopped running. I never should have stopped running. I never should have stopped being invisible. And now she has managed to, even though she had to go back to the quarantine zone to try to find Kenneth's research and figure it out and deal with the ravers, and she's still sort of managing to stay under, kind of under the radar, because she's in a very isolated place. But once she's outed as the queen mother of the next monarch, she's just like, there's no place. And the thing is the end of the last book is she's going, there's no place in the world I can hide. There's no place in the world I can hide. I have to do this because Eliza Abbott's is going to kill us all. And so you get alluded to the inciting incident in the epilogue of the last book. So I need to start slightly there, but it's like, the thing is how much time does she take to make that leap, or is it just snap? Yeah, I'm sorry you have a 3-month baby to carry around, but you need to go now.
I mean, honestly, of all the times to have a kid to weigh you down, a 3-month-old, you just strap them on and run. It's not really that bad.
I kind of agree with Glory here about the character needing an additional push. Yeah. I feel like it's got to start slow because of the baby, and so show her daily life of her hiding with the baby and what would induce her to stop hiding, to say the only thing worse than getting back out there is hiding because X. And that starts the story.
Because there's too much danger. So you've got to get out of your nest, your comfort zone. Think about the original Star Wars, The New Hope, right? I mean, Luke is not happy with his life. He wants to go to the city. He wants to go to school with his friends, but he's needed on the farm. And so what then ensues is we've got to get Luke out of his comfort zone, out of being able to kind of say to his aunt and uncle, hey, I guess I'll stay, but I'm not happy. Oh, melodramatic teen moment. But instead, what we have to do, because his aunt and uncle have so much sway over him, is they kill off his aunt and uncle. So he has nothing holding him to the farm anymore. And in fact, all he has is, haunting memories of this is not a good place for you to stay mentally, because all you will see is haunted by the family that is no longer here. So he goes off with Ben Kenobi because nothing's holding him back at the farm anymore. There's nothing holding him in that comfort zone except these painful reminders of the people who have raised him who are no longer alive. And so you need not only a carrot, but a stick. In a certain degree, a carrot could be the quest itself of, I'm going to do this thing. I've got to go resolve this to find out who it is and who's behind this. But also, there's something pushing her out of her comfort nest. Because ain't nobody want to go on the run with a baby. Nobody.
So, Glory, when you said that, I kind of had this image of, instead of the stick having the carrot on the end drawing her along, I see her running towards the carrot and someone chasing her with the stick.
Right. Sometimes it's required to get characters out of their comfort zones. You have to have both the incentive and the stick to get moving, drive the goats out, Maggie.
Well, one of the ideas I had for the starting of the scene is very oh goodness, what was it? Angel Has Fallen. It was the last one of that series where they're out at the cabin in the wilderness and they get attacked.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I keep going back to of really thinking about starting it, is because they're over near Terriel Reservoir. They're at one of the homesteads near there. And that the governments, the non-human and human governments, have decided they're going to go ahead and kill off all the ravers.
Mm-hmm.
And they know that there is a raver population around the reservoir because they've seen them on satellites. And so they go ahead and they attack that area. And so the group that she is with literally has to just like flee for their lives because they're going to be killed. And where they're at, there is enough mountains and valleys and stuff in there that you can make it to New Mexico, to the Four Corners region, without ever being out in the open. And so I have that one scene that I was actually going to do like later in the book, but now, you know, maybe I should do that in the beginning of the book because and then because it's Colorado in the winter or in the late fall, I can shift the timeline from spring to fall for the attack, and then like a snowstorm could cover their escape.
There's an idea.
But
yeah, you've got to grip, like there has to be a very immediate, gut-wrenching moment for the reader within usually the first chapter if you want them to keep reading.
Can I just say thank you to you all for this conversation because you've just solved a 10-year-old quandary for me.
Oh, cool.
Oh, yay.
Yay.
Also, a follow-up question. Have any of y'all read a book in first-person omniscient?
Not that I can think of off the top of my head.
So what would that be? Something from God? Well, that would be Good Omens. Good Omens, part of it is narrated by God, presumably.
Princess, you can't.
Where
open
God
the
talks
door.
about the card game.
There was a book I read a long time ago. I can't even think of what it's called, but it's basically the story of Arthur from the Lady of the Lake's point of view.
Oh, I remember that. Oh, that was a hot read back in the early 90s.
Yeah,
it was a long time ago, wasn't it?
And it's first person omniscient because she's talking about it like she's watching it.
Wasn't it like called?
I can't remember the name.
Wasn't it called like the Lady of Avonlea or something?
I don't remember. But she talks about she's talking about the events that are going on like she's watching them.
Yes.
And
what was it?
I can't remember what the book was, but it was very interesting because it was like, how did I describe it? I described it to someone as it's like somebody is calling a movie like you would call a baseball game, only they're talking about the movie as they're watching the movie you.
I think I want to say it was The Lady of Avalon by Marion Zimmer Bradley. Is that the one? Let me see.
The Mist of Avalon?
Trying to it was so long ago. I was still legally required to live with my parents. That's how long ago it was. That's what I'm trying to remember. Because I was reading a bunch of these. It was the 90s. And everybody was coming out with books about King Arthur and prequels and stuff. It was odd. But nobody was edited. It was crazy huge. You'd
everything
there. And it would just pull on your chest as you try to read in bed.
Everything from that time that was fantasy, though, it was either the short paperback,
The Mist of Avalon. That's the one.
or
The Mist
these
of Avalon.
huge tomes.
Yes, almost. This cover looks right.
I realized. So this is the book where I have probably 18 main characters, if not more, and I have been mulling. How can I possibly write that many characters? And I realized a rather obvious solution.
This series that I'm doing right now is the one that started off as an 11 character POV for the first book.
Ooh,
Every character pretty much had at least 2 chapters where you saw their view of the world, heard their thoughts, all their motivation. And I cut it back to the female lead, the male lead. Their point of views are still first person, and everything else is third person omniscient, because
So you were George Martining it.
I was turning schizophrenic trying to keep. I had 15 different playlists just for this book to get into people's heads, so that I'm like, okay, I have to write this person's POV. I have to write this character's POV, and I was having to jump between. Girl,
it makes your head hurt.
If I didn't have multiple personality disorder before this,
Maggie. Okay, so this is what Wikipedia says. A rare form of the first person is the first person omniscient, in which the narrator is a character in the story, but also knows the thoughts and feelings of all the other characters. It can seem like third person omniscient at times. A reasonable explanation fitting the mechanics of the story's world is generally provided or inferred, unless its glaring absence is a major plot point. 3 notable examples are The Book Thief by Marcus Zuzak, where the narrator is deaf; From the Mixed Up Files of Mrs. Basil E. Frankweiler, where the narrator is the titular character but is describing the story of the main characters; and The Lovely Bones by Alice Sebold, where a young girl, having been killed, observes from some post-mortem extracorporeal viewpoint her family struggling to cope with her disappearance. Typically, however, the narrator restricts the events relayed in the narrative to those that could reasonably be known. Novice writers may make the mistake of allowing elements of omniscience into a first-person narrative unintentionally and at random, forgetting the inherent human limitations of a witness or participant of the events. Can I just say that my favorite form of first-person omniscient is murder ballads. I love me a good murder ballad told from the perspective of a dead murdered person. I have a problem, y'all, and everybody is welcome to send me any music links they have at any point, even without telling me what it is, as long as they promise it's a murder ballad. I don't know why I'm addicted, but I love me a murder ballad told from the dead person's perspective.
This makes me laugh so much because there is an actual post on my Facebook somewhere, I don't know exactly where it is, where I randomly and without context say something along the lines of a totally underrated genre, murder ballads.
I love it. I don't know why. I love how haunting they are. I love how they are judging and yet kind of permissive to a certain degree. I love the whole weird, freaky vibe of murder ballads. I want to hear from a dead person how they are now watching their murderers live their life. Whatever's happening. I want to hear this weirdness and feel all weird while listening to beautiful, haunting music. Like, I don't know why I'm into it, but I am. I love it. I love when they're like, since you murdered me, you keep living my life. I'm like, go on. Let me turn the radio up on that. That is me. I love a good murder ballad.
So, I need to go to bed soon because I have to rise up early.
I feel so seen right now, but also judged. Yes. I guess I do too. Anyway.
Well, I am the only one who really, really has to be there.
Well,
so
random.
It's really better to just take a rest now, and I did that for last night's stream as well.
Yeah, and that way I can make sure I have coffee or the humanizing elements that make me tick before, and I also have some thoughts that I need to jot down based off of our conversation, and then I need to buy several third-person omniscient books.
This is the 3.5-month-old.
Maggie,
oh my goodness.
Pony. That was a tiny puppy you had. You're gonna have a pony, you know that, right?
Oh my gosh.
Okay, when we got him, he was this size.
Yeah.
He was Cooper sized.
Oh wow.
He was Cooper sized.
You know you got a pony. You're gonna have to start buying dog food and
oh my god!
Don't sit on him. Okay, go.
Chihuahua drama. I just stay out of that kind of thing.
Oh my god!
Okay. You know, half of it is that the little dogs get scared because they're like, no, I'm too soft for this.
Oh, the love.
That
You
brought me
sure the
memories.
puppy's not part master?
That brought me memories from my nanny days.
I was gonna say, what breed is that? My goodness.
He is giant chocolate lab and Rottweiler.
Oh wow.
You're gonna have to start buying pony toys for him. Like,
yeah.
I'm just saying. Otherwise, he'll chew up your toys. If you don't get the ones intended for horses, you think I'm kidding, and I'm not.
He chews he's still got his baby teeth, so he chews everything.
Wait till he gets his adult teeth. They go and tear through everything.
Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Okay, no, I was about to say, Glory, you've been streaming for 7 hours, 29 minutes, and 40 seconds.
Why, yes, the chaos is continuing. The monster ball is going on right now, in case anybody else is like, what will I do with my life?
If you see me in any other streams tonight, throw a shoe at me.
How dare Chandra go party without us?
I'm going to make some notes because I know I'm supposed to be working on my other story that I'm supposed to be finishing. And at this point, I have like 3 chapters left to finish. And we don't have to really talk about that because y'all inspired me to solve this problem that is ages old.
Good.
And I must make the notes while my brain is
As
fresh.
I said, one day we need to, Chandra, have our little video chat to solve your series issues.
What are you doing on Thursday?
Well, I have Coffee Buddy.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yep. Yeah.
What are you doing for the rest of your life? I'm just kidding.
Tuesdays are the day I have available. I have Tuesdays, but you're streaming on Tuesdays.
I do stream on Tuesday.
Like Starcrust. I may be able to squeeze a Saturday. Not this one, obviously.
Okay.
Overworked
Yeah, I'll look at a Saturday.
Glory.
Saturdays would work.
Overworked Glory, carrying all the staffs to the farm.
That's why I don't bother Glory with my stuff, and I'm just quietly working on my stuff over here while you guys just chat.
I mean, I try my best, but yeah.
Glory and I have spoken about untangling this 7-book trash can fire that I have had in my head and my heart for the past 10 years, and it's got to move. Also, one of my best friends was like, listen here, lady, you've been posting about your books and your writing and your stuff. I don't care if it's any good or not. You best publish something real soon.
Yep.
I was like, geez. And she doesn't write fiction.
Mm-hmm.
She's just, one of those supportive friends who's like, looky here.
Yep.
Enough fiddle farting around.
I am of the opinion that writers need to write, and even better, they need to publish, or else they run the danger of their creativity metastasizing into something negative.
And that's basically what she was saying.
And that's what I'm trying to we need to have meetings. Everybody who wants to have meeting, we need to do it because we need to get your stories start flowing. Because I too have dealt with the negativity of not writing, not publishing, and then dealing with that creativity metastasizing in a bad way. And it's terrible. I don't wish it on anybody.
Right?
It is a very dangerous thing. I mean, honestly, I will not actually mention she who shall not be named, or what we call her Robert Galbraith now, but whatever. But you know what? There was a certain kind of that made sense about the Fantastic Beasts of when somebody has this energy and they don't learn how to channel it in a safe way, it can become a monster of its own. I do feel that about creative people.
Ooh, that's such a metaphor, but also way to tell on yourself. You know what I mean? From that person's perspective. Yes, way to just put it out there exactly what's happening with you. We already should have been known. Right. Where did you get this idea? Not that all of your ideas are self-fulfilling prophecies, but
let's be honest. Creativity, creative pursuits, artistic pursuits, craft is a form of therapy. Either you're moving forward in your own development as a human being, or you're falling behind and you're in the darkness. You know, it's, and I don't mean you, anybody. I mean like just in general, us, especially us more artistic, creative folks. There's so much creative energy that we can direct, but if we don't, it stews. And I don't wish that for anyone I know here. I want you all to blossom. You can't blossom if you are in a swamp of your own negative creative energy.
That's something I remind myself every day,
So
because
that's
deal
why
with
I
it.
was like, fine, I'll publish on Vella, which I know is not available to everybody. I mean, like, I'm not trying to like say, oh, everybody do what I'm doing. That's not what I'm trying to explain. I'm just saying, like,
find your path. Just
get it out there. I mean, if I didn't have Vella, I still was already planning to, you know, publish EPUB type books.
That's something I wanted to
get it out
ask.
there.
I know, Chandra, I know you have to go, but that, if you need to go,
I'm gonna pop out, but I will see y'all tomorrow. Have a lovely evening. Wonderful conversation. I'm gonna have to finish this up later, but love y'all's faces, and I'll see you.
Thank you. Bye, Chandra.
Good night.
Bye. Good night.
Bye.
Bye.
I have a question about what you were talking about, Glory. I am doing this spooky short story, but I'm not going to put it on Amazon because this has not gone through professional editing or proofreading or all the fancy dancy stuff that I did with Danger. There's no formatting, there's no nothing. I just have a Word document, just a humble Word document.
Right.
How can I get this published? Where do I put it? Because Amazon is not going to be a thing this time. This is very DIY, very just me writing a story and putting it out there. This is the intention for this story because I don't want it to go wide.
Well, I actually think like Maggie might be like the person who truly has a lot of expertise in a variety of publishing.
Do you have a Ko-fi or a Vella? I mean, not
I
Vella,
have no.
A Ko-fi or
Vella
a
is not.
Patreon?
It's only. I have both. Yes.
Because you can put it on those platforms as either pay to read or free content for your subscribers. So you can have it.
Plan. Yeah, that was
you
the plan.
can have it. You can niche it into a small audience doing it that way.
Yes.
I would not recommend Wattpad because the site is not secure. Just this week, this week, another mirror site.
Oh wow!
Toxic-filled mirror site popped up with everybody's Wattpad books.
Also, Wattpad is very young people driven, as far as I've heard. It's like very YA-ish.
It's not YA-ish in any stretch of the imagination, unless YA is bad fanlit romance that encourages girls to accept abusive tropes.
Okay, no, and that's definitely not what I'm writing anyway.
Right now, the main gist of Wattpad is LGBTQA fiction, romance, YA and NA romance fiction.
Not what I'm doing. So no.
And but since you do more of the sci-fi stuff and more of the I would not. Wattpad has become, even though they keep trying to saying, "Oh yeah, we're sci-fi friendly," we're no, not at all.
I don't believe that.
And also they're not secure, and
they're not secure.
So much. There's a lot of
yeah.
It doesn't seem like a good, safe place for creative people in a variety of ways, actually.
Inkit is more secure, but again, it's not as much sci-fi readers as it is romance readers and a lot of mystery.
This is not a sci-fi, Maggie. This is not a sci-fi. This one is not a sci-fi.
They do have a horror community on Inkit.
Okay.
They do have a horror community. But the problem on Inkit that I have noticed, and it's like the authors on Inkit tend to only do one kind of fiction.
Right. No.
And that's I have a very loyal following, but authors that do what I do and they just basically go, "Oh, genre shotgun." You know, that's the issue with Inkit is they tend to want their authors to be the readers want the authors to be very genre specific. But no, if you want to have it out there, if you want to have the limited release, I would say put it on your Ko-fi and your Patreon.
Yeah.
On Patreon, I can upload a document. On Ko-fi, I cannot. But I will still put it on both.
So
The
do it
thing
as
is-
like a blog post. Like do it serialized, like you would do it on
Yeah.
Vella, but as like a blog post.
Yeah, because you
Set
can
it for your
hide it
patrons.
from people. Like, yeah, like if you're a member, you can see it.
It's just a short story. It has 4K words.
Mhm.
So I don't know how will I
then you could
serialize
still
that.
Okay, then you could still do it as
Yeah.
you could just put it all up as a blog post, but just
Yeah.
set it so only paid
Yeah, that
viewers
works.
can see it.
Because again,
That
like as creative people, we need, at least in our own mind, to know that we are producing and that we are moving forward instead of hoarding our artistic and creative works. That hoarding mentality can really turn
And I am
negative.
definitely not a hoarder.
Thank you for calling me out. I worked
oops.
on it
I'm not
last
trying
year.
to call anybody out. I am
10 books. 10.
Like I mean,
I
like,
went crackers.
I'm really talking about myself. There was several years ago, and I partly feel okay saying this because Tom's already gone to bed, and I'm pretty confident he is not paying attention to the stream anymore. But several years ago, back, I think it was probably like 2 years into me saying I'm not going to write anything for a while. I'm going to take a break from, because like I'm just coping with my toxic work environment. And he begged me, like he teared up and begged me to please get back into writing because he cannot stand my existence if I'm not writing. And I'm like, am I that bad? He's like, you are literally that bad. You're so difficult to be with, to live with, to exist with. Please write. Please, if you love our relationship, please write. And I was like, this is not how I thought this day was going to go.
I feel that on such a deep level. I don't think I made it 6 months after I had Anna and I was going without writing because I was so exhausted taking care of her.
Yeah.
Especially once she was home, that like I was, forgive my language, I was turning into a raging monster. And Joe picked up on it and was like, go in your office,
exactly,
write, draw,
anything,
work in your,
just go be
something.
creative for the love of all that is bright and beautiful because you are driving
Get
me
away,
insane.
have your introvert time, do your creative thing, just go.
Yeah, because it does what this beautiful creative energy turns into something gross and negative when we try to bottle it and not express it. I don't know what that's about, but there it is. And then a few years later, after I'd been like writing a little bit, I finally would write things down. He was like, Tom said, we have to find you a way to publish because again, you need other people to tell you they read it. And I'm like, I don't mean to be emotionally needy like these. Like, I know you don't. I know that you're not that kind of person. But here we are. So you need to find people.
Needing to release your creative energy. It's like being on like a drug or a medication that helps your mood.
Is. Yeah. If I use it because I can't take medications for like all of my brain stuff.
Yeah.
Because literally my body won't break.
It's your mental health medication.
If I go like 3 days without writing, I start to get squirrely.
Yep.
Same.
I don't think I've ever gone any length of time without writing.
And it's like
anxiety, like something, it's like an anxiety monster within me comes out and just runs around. It's like Diana said, writing is an outlet, like the valve on a pressure cooker. If you can let off steam and not explode.
When you look at that sheet, 2 or 3 pages in a notebook, when you look at that section of your typed in whip that is a different color from the section before it, and you see it, that's where I get my endorphin rush. I mean, I love being able to hold my published books and being like, ee!
Yeah, it's nice.
But that doesn't get me day to day.
No.
That doesn't get me through the day to day. I need to see my word accomplishment, and I see with my cup of coffee. That's what get me through. And That's why my brain keeps coming up. Well, we did hold your coffee. Let's do hold your latte. And I'm like, no. Yes, let's do no.
Yeah, like I would not think that writing a couple pages every day or even every couple days about nonsense, y'all. I've seen some of the things I've written from past years and it is just utter drivel. But why would this be like such an important aspect of my mental health? I have no idea, but here we are. It matters.
500 words a day is 3,500 words a week. If you only do that for 50 weeks of the year, that's that's over 150,000 words.
Yeah, that's one of them big novels.
That's 2 of my novels.
I mean, like, I found that the more toxic my job got, the more I was like spending my mental time at work living among my characters. Like I would rather hang out with them. Like my body looked like it was with everyone else, but because a lot of what my job was I was doing at the time was more research, reference, and interlibrary loan library work. I was alone a lot of the time when people were not being ugly to me. I'm not talking about patron, talking about staff. And so I found that I was like reflexively spending time with my characters. The problem was I had all of these thoughts about them and they started building up. I had to offload it or it was too much to remember. Because to me, they were, I don't want to say as real people, but I definitely was enjoying hanging out with them more than.
When you enjoy your characters more than your IRL.
Oh, like some of my characters, I would literally be packing books, packaging them to mail to libraries and just tears rolling down as my characters are talking to each other about like their past trauma and how they're trying to move forward. And I'm like, it's beautiful. You're so strong. You can do this. And they're like, Glory, do you need like some time? I'm like, everything's fine. I was just
that
story.
I feel cold out. That was me.
Yep.
Trying to get through university in a career that I no longer cared about because of how it was being taught. And I was like, and like not finding a job and doing this and doing that. It was a disaster. And my brain was just, yeah, that was my brain darting back to my story. And I felt like my story was like my only closure I had in my life. So
yeah, many times it felt like some of my stories were the only beautiful thing in my life at that point. Which, I mean, look, it was great for world building, y'all. Like, I'm not gonna lie. I've got some incredible world building in various worlds. And that's where I suddenly was also then having problems of, what am I going to do? My head is too full of these other worlds and I can't keep everything straight. And I can feel my brain feels like it's like breaking apart. And that was where Tom came in and was like, I have a solution. Because I would come home every night and tell him of essentially the latest world building, the latest storytelling I had done in my head. And he's like, I got a solution.
Oh,
they all exist in the same world. Guess what? You don't have to think of multiple worlds. And I'm like, oh, that really does feel better.
My godson is doing that. Okay, so the middle is off at Navy Nuke School. She is now moving on to the next stage. My godson just got there last week.
Nice.
And the thing that kept him going through boot camp was he's writing this story that's turning into like a tabletop game. Almost like, and so every week when I would write him a letter, he would send me a letter and he'd be like, well, what about this thing? What about that thing? And I'd send him back a letter and I'd say, well, what about this? And what about this? Because I used to do the junior nano with the kids from the school.
Yeah, that's what I did with the library. We did it with the kids, was the junior nano in the summer.
And he was, that was the thing that was literally, he goes that when he got back, he was like, literally there was days that thinking about these characters and what suggestions you had sent me to look at was the thing that kept me from ending up in the brig for punching someone.
Yeah.
And I'm like, ooh.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's turning our fiction into a coping mechanism. Some people, for them, their coping mechanism is escapism.
Right.
They find something, they hit play on the stream, and they binge a season.
Sure.
Or they
read, and they go live in that world in the book.
Yeah.
That's what I do.
The thing is, though, is e-readers now that you can just buy e-readers that read to you.
Yeah.
Audiobooks have changed the reader climate. And we are losing so many bookstores in Colorado. So many bookstores. They're just going out of business because literally they come in and people will like find a book and they'll be like, look. Oh, I can get this as an audiobook. And they don't buy the hard copies anymore.
Mm-hmm.
They're not buying printed materials.
Yeah.
And
it was always sort of that way. There was underrepresentation of audiobooks, and bookstores knew this 40 years ago and were still like,
one thing that gets me is I think about all of the books on tapes that my grandparents had.
Yeah.
And my mother was visually impaired, so she had lots of books on tape, or she started getting books on CDs.
Yep.
And if there wasn't a book on tape that she wanted, she would have me or one of my aunts read the book onto tapes.
Yes.
Exactly.
So that she could have the book. And I think that printed books, I think for like the next decade or two are going to be that novelty thing until people fall back in love with this, because right now everybody's like, do germs live on that? And
oh, well, I felt that way about library books even before the Panini.
Mm.
No, you would not believe the things that people would return books and the condition they're in. I'm like, why do y'all live this way? I had got one book in that somebody used an actual banana as a bookmark and then forgot about it at the bottom of their tote bag. And then that banana aged, y'all.
Oh, no.
And they returned it that way, and they didn't understand why they were being charged full price for the book.
Oh, my.
When I lived in Texas,
it was past banana bread level. Okay.
When I lived in Texas, I literally, at my high school, my senior year, because they had to fill my classes, I was the library aide, shelving books and writing reviews for books no one else would read. And I was checking in a book one day, and we had to fan the books because we were always finding things in the books. I'm glad you want your mother to think you're reading a book, but don't put your used, stretchy zucchini cover in the book.
Oh my God!
That's nasty. People be nasty.
People
said like
that was to me that was grosser than the book that I fanned and roaches fell out of.
Ooh, yeah, but yeah, ooh, both are gross.
I feel like they're all like you just put them in a whole section of that's just nasty, gross, nasty. As I said, like where we got a whole stack of books returned covered in cat urine, and they did not understand why we were very upset, like because it had been in the book drop overnight with the other books, and I was having to try to see what I could salvage of the other books.
Oh no!
Oh yes.
When I worked for the post office, we had a lady who was in a rental, and the people who lived there for her belonged to the other political party. Mm-hmm. And so political mail is not allowed to be forwarded, and it cannot be stopped. It must be delivered to the address on the mail.
Mm-hmm.
Because they'll put or current resident, and that means postal carriers are required by law, even if they know you hate that political party. They have to legally deliver it to you. We cannot legally, and especially with political mail, because there's a whole nother set of regulations for those. We have to count those. Do you know we count those? Postal carriers and postmasters have to count and record the number of pieces of political mail that come in and the number of pieces that are delivered.
Yep.
So she let her dog pee on it and stuck it back, return to sender, in the outgoing mail with all of the other letters while it was wet. It was wet.
Ugh.
Gross.
Like,
I called my postmaster. I'm like, you got to come deal with this woman. I'm done. She screams at me every day for this mail that I can't do anything about. I have repeatedly explained this to her, but today she let the dog pee on yesterday's mail and put it back in the outgoing mail with everyone else's mail. It's a biohazard.
Amen.
And I literally am there with my Clorox wipes, cleaning out the mail.
Yeah, doing the best you can.
In the multi-unit box, because she did that, and having to wipe down the outside of other people's letters and put every single one of them into a plastic bag.
Yep.
I was so mad. I was done with her at this point, because she would tear them up and stuff them back in the box. She would stand at her door and scream at me while I was loading the MBU. Do not put that political in my box. And I didn't have a choice. I'm sorry you have a problem with this political party. Your problem is not my problem. My problem is just...
Yeah, your problem is federal laws. Maggie's problem is federal laws.
My problem is I don't want to go to jail for 2 years. That's my problem.
Right?
Because that's... For a mail carrier to divert political mail, it is a felony, a federal felony, and it is an automatic 2 years in jail. And yeah, I ain't about that life.
Exactly.
So yeah, it was. I had to call him out. I'm like, you got to deal with this. I'm done. I'm done. And he like went over there and he was like, look, we're gonna have you arrested for putting a biohazard in the U.S. mail.
Yeah.
And literally had to threaten her with being arrested. And he explained to her, and he like had the postal codes book, opened it up, and showed her where I could not stop giving her those letters.
Exactly.
And then she was nice, but it was her neighbors, two of the sweetest gay guys I ever knew. They were like, oh honey, brought me some lemonade. We're gonna go get some food. Do you want some food? I said, after washing this thing out, I don't want to touch anything that goes near my face until I bleach my body.
Exactly. That was how I was livid about when people return books with any kind of biological issues. Like, honestly, the cockroaches were the least of our problems, and I was not thrilled about people returning DVDs with like so many roaches live in the DVD boxes. Like, did you not notice what was happening? I do not want to have to play this game, but believe me, I'm about to play it of squish, squish, squish on the counter, because I cannot let them live in our library.
In Texas, in the piney woods, they literally will drop out of the pine trees onto you while you're walking through the woods.
Yep.
No, thank you.
So yeah, we would get there were a couple different patrons that whenever they dropped off their DVD stack, the other librarians would set it aside, and because I would have to go through them, because I at least did not have like a nervous breakdown when I opened it and things started running. Like, I was ready, and like thankfully there was two other librarians who were. I'm like, put on gloves. Here's your paper towels. I'm going to open it, and you guys just smush them. And I will clean up the corner, but we cannot let these things live, because we do not need an infestation.
People, the little brown ones, the little water bugs, oh my God, so bad. And it's paper bags from the grocery stores even. You have to unbag your groceries until everyone's like, oh, plastic's so bad. No, we were so happy when they switched to plastic, because the paper bags, you have to unbag your groceries outside, because there is always the chance that you will have roaches or weevils in the paper bags.
A lot of people don't realize that house roaches can live for like literally 3 years on the glue that holds cardboard boxes together and the glue used to make the cardboard itself. And so you've got to get rid of it out of your house if your house has it, like if your apartment that has it in the walls, like you've got to switch to plastic totes because you cannot, no matter how much you spray, you can't get rid of the roaches as long as there are paper products, because roaches can live for years on the glue and paper products.
And
when we had the bed bugs, we had to pack everything up in totes like we were moving.
Right.
To get it out of the rooms that had the bugs, like that we were sure were like the epicenters of the bugs. So pretty much our bedroom and the living room. And yeah, we had to pack everything up and wash everything. And yeah, to this day, 2 years later, we're still getting the house regularly sprayed.
But
because of the park.
There's my old junior high. The junior high I went to in 1982. Yes, I just dated myself. They had water bugs and lice so bad that when the air conditioner would turn on, it would literally poof them out of the air conditioner onto the desk below the vents.
Oh no.
And they fumigated the building. They fumigated the building every other week. And finally, they just tore the whole thing down.
Yeah. Like
the school gave up and tore down the building.
Carpet sharks are a real problem, especially in older libraries, in academic libraries. There's nothing that can be done. You know what? They're also called silverfish.
How do we always wind up talking bug talk?
Because it's a part of book talk. Because
bugs.
Guess what? Books. Reclamation is what librarians have to do. Of like, how do you murder the silverfish without murdering the book? And there are techniques of which I was often in charge of, like researching as one of those librarians willing to work with it, because I'm just
literally. They shouldn't, and there should not ever be a curl of carpet anywhere near a library.
It's so gross that they put the carpeting in the libraries and they don't use the tile carpeting so we could at least remove it and clean it. That there's no way for decades to clean the carpeting. It is not advisable. I understand they do it because it baffles noise. And there's this whole idea of like libraries need to be quiet places, which whatever, okay, like humans. But anyway, but nevertheless, like between the dust and that books existing generate dust because of the paper as it slowly degrades. Like it's just the nature of it, as well as since people primarily use books. And the dust is primarily people. Let's be honest. Most dust, unless you live in an agrarian place like I do, where they actively, plow fields.
Where I have a film of yellow.
Yes.
On my surfaces because we haven't had rain in literally weeks. And every time a car drives by, my house gets dusted.
Oh no.
My area, the dust is pine cellulose, because people don't realize I'm in the pine belt, and pine trees are always shedding pine tree. Always. They're always, when the wind blows, it's pine dust. And pine dust, think about wood shavings. It's fluffy. I'm always dealing with fluff everywhere, even in my house, even at the library. It's all fluff and then sometimes dirt. It's literally dirt, whatever they're plowing the field. But like books on their own generate dust because they're falling apart. I really do get the whole draw of ebooks, even though I still prefer physical books. I love books. But
I like physical books.
It is cleaner.
But if only I could read them. I
Right.
like them when, for example, a book that I love very much that I already listened to, whether it be the ebook with the robot reading it for me or audiobook, it doesn't matter. But if it's a book that I love then I want a physical copy because, hey, that's a book I love and I want to have it and something like that. I don't know why I do that, but I do it.
They're lovely. I mean, like, my
Yeah.
They
issue
smell
with
good,
large
too.
print is they can get heavy. You know, large print books, as much as I love them, they can get heavy. And honestly, this is a large tablet. It's a 10 or 10.5-inch tablet. It is still lighter weight than most large print books that are just like any just regular novel in large print.
And you can have so many books in there.
I can. Yeah, it is lovely. Plus, I can also highlight, which, you know, you should not highlight library books or other people's books. But I can highlight the ebook, and it doesn't hurt anybody. Even when I return that book, you know, to the library digitally, they don't get my highlights. So I haven't, you know, ruined it for anyone else. So sometimes I like to highlight quotes and then later type it up, you know, because I'm like, oh, I love this quote. So it's still, the technology is truly lovely to have that.
I mean, accessible. Hi.
It's really nice, even though, yeah, physical books are wonderful, and they are.
Well, and when you consider that now that there's this global initiative to, and I don't know how I feel about this. I'm really torn about this, but they now have cell services in places that don't have clean water.
Yes.
And I'm so happy that these people now have access to technology and communication and the internet and all of that, but they still don't have clean water.
But now with internet access, they have a way to look up how to make water cleaning devices.
If they can afford it,
I don't know. There have been actually a bunch of plans that have been put online that are, you know, truly they're no patent on purpose, and they are with found objects or affordable things. Like, there's a lot of wonderful minds that have been trying their best to help make the world better.
Night, Diana.
Good night, Diana.
Good night, Diana. Be blessed.
Bye-bye. So, I mean, it's like, okay, there's a book there. Here it is. There was a book that I wanted for years, even though, like, I wanted it a long time ago because y'all remember my father was very much apocalypse is coming one day, and I wanted it then. But even after I no longer believed that about him, I still wanted it because I thought it was a really cool book. And for a long time, I couldn't find a copy for a variety of reasons, in part because it was so old. And then somebody donated it to the library, so I got it.
Nice.
Oh. It is very useful. Yes, it still has its garage sale sticker. I should probably remove that. When I say it is useful, it is actually useful to show you, since it was originally published before electricity was widespread. It means you don't need modern conveniences to make devices that are utilitarian and useful. That's why I wanted this. Was, you know, farming is not just for industrial farming. Yes, I do you need to tell me how to make a fence and to make the padlock. I need to know this. Thank you for the diagram. Yes. But honestly, if once upon a time when I first found out about this book, if archive.org had been available, I wouldn't have been looking for this book for 20 years. It is now, by the way, publicly available on archive.org. It is a wonderful, useful kind of book for whatever you need to make, like a chicken house that goes over what you need to know. And like, it's truly a hands on the ground. How do I do this thing? Help me. I don't know how to make farm tools. And they tell you how to make all of it with the diagrams. Now that's publicly available for free to people. So as long as you have internet access and a device you can access it, you don't need a physical copy of this book. There's not that gatekeeping. I think that's really powerful. Mm-hmm. So that's my point about it. Like, where I live in Mississippi, in the state of Mississippi, 70% of all internet access is performed on cell phones, on smartphones.
I'm
sorry,
going to pause you guys for a minute. I have to go. Evidently, my 7-year-old guinea has broken into the baby chicken cage and is now trying to gather all the baby chicks up under him, and he's freaking them out.
Oh,
I have to go rescue my baby chicks
Go
from
run,
my
run.
Go on, save the poor guineas, save the hens.
I think I finished editing my story, but again, I'm blind, and I will need a pair of eyes. No, I will need a pair of eyes. I don't know who will I ask for that, but I guess. I don't know how to format this. Or should I just leave it as a Word doc, or should I make it into a PDF? What should I do? What should I do?
Carrie, what do you think for coffee? Since you have more experience with coffee than I do.
Oh, for coffee, I was suggested to just put it up there as a blog post.
Just copy and paste it in?
Mm-hmm. It's a little, like 15 words under 4K. So it's basically 4K words.
Yeah, so it'll just be a really long blog post.
There you
go.
Yeah, and
But,
you would
okay.
just set it so like only people who contribute can see it.
Yeah, at the moment, the first 2 chapters of my sci-fi are up there for reading in that way in Coffee and Patreon. Like, Patreon is, under Patreon is just Patreon. But Coffee, I have those over there on Coffee, and you can read my sci-fi thingy, the first 2 chapters. But it's not public. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I learned the last time I was playing around in Coffee, I learned how to do that. So this would be the same, I guess.
I would definitely also promote it on like social media of I have a new story out on Coffee,
Yeah. So
yeah, I recently made my my weekly goals public that I was sharing on Ko-fi, and then like when I promote that, I would be like, I have other stuff if you wanted to be a member.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, I don't know what else to put, but at least I want to publish this. I don't want to go wide with this story also because it's a spooky paranormal whatever, yes, but it touches on some sensitive subjects, and some people are just too sensitive, or they might not read the ending and they will just get not happy with the language of the main character and how she expresses herself about her prejudices and bias, and I even though the story is precisely about overcoming those prejudice stuff, it's about that, sure, but if they don't get to the end, they will not see that. So yeah, I know in what planet I live, so I'm not gonna put that on Amazon. It's just something I am being more careful about.
Yeah.
So, I mean, people who know me and they know that I'm not gonna do that kind of crap and stir pots that don't need to be stirred, they will get it. But those are people who already know me as a writer. I don't want any rando on Amazon like, this person doesn't like Catholics. Yeah, you well done, genius. I don't. It's not that I don't like them, but I have a lot of bad experiences that I'm healing over through my writing, and I don't give a shit. So I know this is going to be quote unquote controversial, kind of, because the main character is okay. Have you ever heard a Finnish woman talking? They curse like sailors, Every other paragraph, there's some kind of cuss word. So it's strong language. I'm not marketing it for young audiences. I'm not marketing it towards Christians in general, because no. But I mean, if someone who happens to be Christian reads it, I don't want them to feel like, oh, wow, Dal, why? No. Get to the end. You will get it. But yeah, but those who know me will probably get to the end. Those who don't, yeah. Yeah. It is just something I needed to put out there because I need to. like Glory said, I have a story here. I wrote it. I finished it. I edited. I polished the story. It's done. I need to just put it out there, but I careful because stuff.
Reader discretion advised.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is for adults. If you're a young person and you're easily disturbed with a character that seems a little bit unlikable at first, this is not for you. Like my science fiction, same thing. If you get easily disturbed with a character that's a little bit aggressive at first, then my sci-fi is not for you. It's just not. I mean, Glory, you know the story, so you've seen the sci-fi. Well, Tom saw the sci-fi, but he told you. But he told you, so you
Tom
know
told
the
me at
story.
length, and of course, I also did actually go to look at various sections as he.
Okay, I've been polishing that thing even more, and I implemented the feedback. I fixed a lot of things that Tom gave me as feedback, like the gravitational thing that was not working. I was like, okay, I'm gonna fix it, and I found I was trying the hard way, and then I found something that was more of a simple tweak in the first chapter, and now it's like, oh, okay, it's actually not centrifuge gravity. Actually, that's just a smoke screen. There's another stuff happening in there we just don't know. Not even the character knows. So let's just leave it at that, and problem solved. But I left. I added more of his narrative voice. So it was just like sprinkled here and there. Now it's like a lot more of how he sounds and how he thinks. Now it's even more. A little bit of visual details when it comes to like the tech that's happening around there, but just a little bit. It's not. I'm not gonna go all techie about it. It's not important to the plot. I'm just like pleasing people. Yeah, that's what I'm doing, and it's just teeny tiny things here and there, like the mats on the floor. Where they lay for the test and things. Well, in the big room, the small room is just a whatever mat, but in the big room, that it's like a giant mat on the floor. Now it's a smart mat, and it bumps air bubbles when people lay down. So it's like a lot more comfy than just laying on the floor. Like, yeah, so it's a smart mat and things like that, like just tiny silly stuff like that. But it's sci-fi, you have to. So and the feedback near the ending about Annie and her mom, that I also did it. It's also there now. No spoilers. I'm not saying what it is because public stream, but yeah, I'm doing all those things. I even enhanced the ending scenes to the point where I cried while I was drafting the whole thing. Now, if you thought they were mean before,
I think it's a good sign when a writer has an emotional response to what they're writing, because it often means the reader will too.
Yeah.
That's what people are looking for, is stories that they truly feel like they're in, that they're a part of, that let's be honest, the brain can't tell the difference between actually living a life and reading a life.
Yeah. That's what happened to me. I was writing this thing and I was like, no, but why do I have to be so mean to this character?
Like, I have had so many funerals for characters, y'all. Like, where mom comes in, like, what's going on? And it truly, he's like, who died? I was like, no, this character. He's like, oh, okay. Should I just close the door?
Writer stuff.
Time. And he's like, and then he comes back in, I'm going to fry some things. You want some fries? We're like, yes. Also, he's like, do you want
Can I get some ice cream?
Right? Like, he's like, you want me to make the cornbread casserole? Because, like, cornbread dressing is very much a Southern funeral food. I was like, yes, thank you.
I've been working on this. I've been working on the sci-fi. I also got assistance from I don't know if you know about this, but Morgan Hazelwood has a stream that's called the Query Helpline. I got help from that guy. He's really good.
Nice.
Oh, what was that? Oh, Carrie. I think it was Carrie.
You all right, Carrie?
Yeah, I went to throw something away and I caught my arm in the cord of my headphones.
Oh no! I'm glad you're okay though, because
Yeah, that sounded rough. I
The
was like,
home
whoa.
is a dangerous place for risk.
That sounded almost as dangerous as
I
my
found my compression gloves while I was cleaning. It's
I
amazing.
noticed. You look so glamorous with your gloves on.
My wrists are gonna feel so much better now.
Oh, that's
So
good.
yeah, I've been working on this thing. This is why I've been getting lost throughout the month of October again, because like the knowledge was there, but I was not sure how to implement it. The new knowledge that I got, I mean, and I've been like improving the story, improving the narration style, getting rid of some things that maybe don't matter that much, intensifying other things. It is just. I've been crying and screaming, but
It's a process, yeah.
It's closer to done. It's closer to, I think this is actually ready, and I want to query again. But I am
so bad.
Maggie's got chocolate chip cookies, y'all.
Oh, nice. Now I want one.
Watering.
Now they're the wrinkly kind. You know, that's how you know they're good. So we're all did you save the little chicks? No, they've been split.
No, they're fine.
Okay.
Male guinea hen are the ones who brood the babes.
I did not know that.
Yes, the female guineas will lay eggs and leave them.
They're just like, whatever. I got life to live.
Yeah, they're as bad as ostriches for abandoning the eggs as soon as they're hatched. And so the male guineas brood them. And so Pewter has been our lone guinea for like 2 years, just him and the chickens. And so he was in the giant, the 90-gallon snake terrarium that I use for the baby chicks as a brooder.
Right.
Somehow he managed to get into there under the lids are strapped down, so the cats can't get in there, but he managed to get in there, and he was laying in there with 3 chicks on one side and 2 guineas on the other side, the guinea Keats, and he was just like looking at him, and the others are all over here in the other corner like, ah! But he had them up and close protecting him, and the eldest went out to check on them. And she came back in and she's like, the guinea's in the cage and he's growling at me.
Oh no.
Because they make this sound like aggressive, like velociraptor kind of a sound.
They kind of sound like snakes a little bit to me in a weird way.
And
when snakes hiss.
And they'll go, and when they start to get upset, up goes the pitch. Right. And so I walked out there, unstrapped everything, slid the lid off, and went, really? Reached in, picked him up, put him down next to Anise, my black one. You've seen my black one, my lap chicken. Mm-hmm. Put him down next to Anise, strapped the lids back on top of the brooder, and he just stood there and looked at me like, you have betrayed my soul, human. I'm like, stay out of there.
But the chicks need to be brooded. These poor babies need someone to sit on them.
Guineas will actually steal baby guineas, steal Keats from other male guineas.
Oh God.
They'll end, and the reason guineas lay so many eggs at once is because they're so stupid. Literally, there'll be a nest with rings of eggs, like 30 or 40 eggs, and only the middle 10 or 12 will hatch.
Right. Because they couldn't reach all of them and they got cold.
Because they can't get all of them underneath them.
Yep.
And so they have this ring of eggs that are basically predator bait. Yeah. It's like, you can go ahead and eat those. I just want these in the middle.
Yeah. I recently found out a lot inadvertently about guinea hens because Tom had me watch a short video about the Hmong in Wisconsin and Minnesota because they prefer guinea to chicken. And there's a family that actually has I don't remember, what do you call with when you raise chickens for meat? I don't remember because
hatchery.
A hatchery. And they're showing them all in this Kwanzaa hut, and oh my gosh, are these alarmist guinea hens? and everything. But like they were talking about how they taste different and everything. It was very interesting because, like, you know me, I was mostly just interested in Hmong cuisine, but
Guinea eggs have a very buttery flavor and taste.
And they were saying how the meat also is quite delicious, and is definitely way more flavorful, without being gamey. Also, the feathers are beautiful.
It's very similar to the texture of duck, without that kind of duckiness.
Yeah, I don't like the fishiness of duck at all. I can't stand. Oh my god! Like I've had duck several times, and I'm like, it's like somebody fried chicken in the fish fry oil. It's disgusting.
The thing
I've only had duck once, and it was when my dad made turducken for Thanksgiving.
The thing with guineas is they can scream louder than a jet engine.
Yes, I've heard that.
Coyotes
gotta wear.
The coyotes are like, if you have more than 4 guineas screaming at them, they will not come up.
I have never thought of birds being, you know, protective in some way, but that seems like an interesting security system one could have.
Oh, you can hear them in the house with the sports game on and everybody yelling. The guineas will go off and you can hear them.
Wow.
And it's the other thing about guineas is when they're babies, they're super smart. The older they get, the dumber they get. I
know humans like that, but anyway,
it's like it's like their eyeballs grow, but their head never does. But guineas, if you start feeding them snake when they're the size they are now, like next week, I have a snake I have actually 2 that I picked up from roadkill. They're in plastic bags. One is skinned, one is not. I'm going to start feeding them snake. And the reason is this. Guineas will hunt and kill rattlesnakes. If you feed them snake, they will get a taste for the meat. And rattlesnakes actually, they have a different taste than bull snakes. And so I feed them rattlesnakes when they're baby. When we lived in Texas, I would catch every kind of poisonous snake I could and feed it to them. But they will literally peck a snake to death.
Yeah.
And then eat it. And you feed them the meat when they're little, and they'll start to get a taste for it. And then you can literally, once they're getting their big guinea feathers and losing all of their head feathers and neck feathers, you just put the snake in there. I take the head off because I don't want them to take a chance that they get the venom.
Right.
But I just put it in there, skin and all, and they learn to peck through the skin. And so it's like neighbors around where I live, we have a couple of bull snakes that live on our properties. The guinea doesn't bother them. They don't bother each other. But the rattlesnakes, and because I've done this with the guineas and chickens together, they will hunt the rattlesnakes. They want to eat that.
Yeah.
And I that's what I've done. And we have a horrible problem, or when we first moved here, because my neighbor to the north, this was her parents' property, and she's never sold it. Her brother is selling his piece across the road, but she hasn't sold hers yet, and she won't sell it to me. But she doesn't mitigate, and so her entire property is covered in yuccas.
Oh,
yuccas shed seed pods and mice, and where there's seeds and mice, there's rattlesnakes.
Yep, every time.
And literally the first summer that we lived here, I was killing a rattlesnake every other day.
I'm not surprised. Because if you got that many mice, yeah, you're going to have rattlesnakes.
Jenny was 4, and I couldn't let her go outside without me. The goats got bit. I had 3 goats that got bit. And it was like, and I was like, we hadn't had guineas, and I was like, that's it.
Yep.
I'm getting guineas. They're going to start eating snake, and we are done with this. Because that's what we did in Texas. Because in Texas, there are 8 different kinds of venomous snakes that are native.
Yeah.
And then a couple of dozen that are not.
Ooh.
I mean, Texas is getting to the point where they have as many kinds of venomous snakes as Australia.
I'm so glad we got the Mississippi River to separate us from Texas then. Because all we have are 5 kinds of rattlers and water moccasin. Oh, and what is it? Not the corn snake.
Coral snakes.
Thank you. That's what we've got. But like honestly, our rattlesnakes are surprisingly docile. Like it's weird. It's like how the black bears are so like docile as well, and they're not just like waiting for donuts. I mean, they just really are scared, and that's probably for the best. But
friends, I think I have to go now. This is the stream quota for me. Time to
rest well, doll.
Thank
Sleep
you.
well.
I'll just no, I'm not sleeping. I'm going to see if I can edit my story.
Edit well then.
Yeah, thank you. I will just listen to the robot reading it for me, see if it's actually ready, and then I don't know. I'll need a pair of eyes because mine are broken. So I don't know, but it's ready, and the story will be up and out this Halloween.
Excellent.
Nice.
I always release stuff in Halloween. I don't know why. It's just something I did.
Would you like to do an outro while you're here?
Sure. Right. Thank you so much for inviting me. I was 2 streams in a row.
Your info is down below. I updated the description. It has your links in it.
Thank you so much for inviting me, Glory, and thank you for the updating of the description. I am Jessica Williamson. I'm a blind storyteller for introspective readers. I mostly do sci-fi, but I am not loyal to just one genre. I explore others with short stories, and I also do a little bit of poetry. If you want to see what I have available, I have a YouTube channel. You can follow me on Instagram and Twitter as Jessica Williamson. I also have a Ko-fi account if you want to go there. And I have some short stories already published. So you can see all the crazy stuff I do while we wait for my sci-fi that's still in the making and still querying. Thank you so much for everything. I'm glad to be here.
Thank
Love
you for
you,
coming, doll.
Oh, speaking of bears and donuts, they've arrested someone else making bear bait pits.
Oh man.
Well, anyway, I was reading about the rattlesnake. Did you see that article about the albino rattlesnake caught in Mississippi?
I did not.
It is huge, and it was docile. They're not saying it, but I'm absolutely convinced it was someone's pet. Because it actually would, like, it did not attack multiple times, but it would take food, like dead mice, and they would leave it. Like, it was not at any way, they said it was the most docile rattlesnake they'd ever found in the wild.
Wow. But
also, apparently, like, there are no stats on albino rattlesnakes. They're so rare.
Wow.
And I want to say it was a timber. I'll send you the article sometime. But it was fascinating. And I mean, there was a picture of it, and this thing was huge. I'm like, the reason why albino rattlesnakes are so rare is because baby rattlesnakes are delicious, apparently. And so albinos do not hide well. They have the worst camouflage you could imagine.
I actually fed my family we grew up eating what we could catch.
Right.
For years. And actually fed, after we were moved here to Colorado, it was like, I literally did not have any meat in the refrigerator, and I killed like this 3-pound rattlesnake. And I was like, well, we're going to have shepherd's pie for dinner, rattlesnake shepherd's pie. And if you soak it in vinegar and rinse it in milk, it tastes enough like turkey, dark meat turkey or dark meat chicken that's been marinated that you can get away with putting it in dishes and nobody knows.
I did not know that.
Yep, I have fed my family rattlesnake pot pie. And
my mother wanted me to definitely understand that rattlesnakes were not kosher. She made sure I understood that. He's like, no. I was like, but Mom, I'm curious. She's like, again, no.
Yeah.
I have tried it since, although it was honestly terrible.
It depends on how it's prepared. If
Yeah,
they don't prepare it right,
yeah, it was stringy.
It's gamey, and it's there's this flavor in the oil that like it makes your tongue. It makes your tongue
the smallest taste of it, and I was just like, "Oh, I am not that hungry." No.
And if you don't cook it right, it's like bad calamari chewy.
Yes, it was like it was worse than the alligator I tried. The alligator was stringy, but they had, and for some reason I still don't understand, they had rolled it in sugar. These alligator nuggets, and I was just like, sugar is not making this better. Y'all, it is nasty. It didn't taste terrible in itself, although the texture was terrible. It was so stringy. It was so tough. But it was like rolling this in sugar did not help this at all.
Alligator like gets stuck between your teeth. It's weird.
I feel that way about chicken though.
Yeah.
Of like,
but no, it's a thing. But no, about the I've got that scene in the book where and Windswept Stars, where my pilot confronts my sheriff because they're next to each other about the bear bait pit that is on their property line.
Mm-hmm.
Because somebody was buying stuff from the bakery and dumping it, and that's how they bait bears. Well, they just arrested they arrested these two guys that evidently Minnesota, not saying anything bad about Minnesotans, but they were from Minnesota, and they had a bear pit, and they said from the evidence they had killed 2 or 3 bears.
Oh no.
And
were they catching brown bears or black bears?
Brown bear. They're not sure which ones they got, but it looked like they'd had 2 or 3. But we've got brown bears, black bears, and grizzlies in Colorado. But it's, the claws and the hides are worth a lot of money. The bear fat at this time of the year, because they're all fatted up.
Yeah.
And it hasn't been cold enough for anybody to go to sleep yet.
That is true.
So they're trying to get that last little bit before winter, and and because of the drought, I mean, this year we did have more rain than normal, which is why all of the grass and everywhere is like knee high.
Yeah.
But it hasn't rained in a month, so now it's all just brown and dry.
Yeah.
And
sounds
I'm
like fire hazards too, quite honestly.
If there's a fire, the entire state's gonna burn. But the mountains are getting snow. All the ski resorts opened this week.
Oh, okay. No, I did not know that.
The ski resorts, they started opening last week. A Basin opened first again. A bunch of the others, Wolf Creek and the southern ones are not open yet. They have not gotten any snow. Of course, it was 75 degrees down there this weekend. So
yeah, I mean the weather.
But they've got groomed runs and they've got snow up in the high country. So
I'm still like, we're running low on water bottles. And when I say running low, what is running low for me? It's like 3 cases of water is like, oh no, the trauma. Because the Gulf is still so warm that if anything passes through, we're in danger.
The hurricane is going in on the southwest side of Mexico today. And if it makes it across the peninsula into the Gulf, because the high pressure that is coming down and is sitting on top of me right now, if that pushes that across the peninsula instead of up into the mainland, it's going to hit the Gulf and it's going to blow up. And they've had hurricanes blow up there before.
Oh, yeah.
They've had hurricanes blow up in the crook of the Gulf. One that started on the Pacific side, went across Mexico, hit the Gulf, because warm water is hurricane fuel.
Well, and like normally a decade ago, I would not be that worried this late in October that even if a hurricane came up, it wouldn't be that dangerous. Like at best, maybe a category 1, which like other places that are not used to hurricanes, a category 1 would be bad. But for us, Like all the
In
trees
the-
that were sensitive to a category 1 would not be a problem. They're not going to fall. But
in the 80s,
yeah.
we had a bunch of Gulf hurricanes.
But like, because right now the Gulf is still so warm, and I mean, this is just part of that whole global weirding and climate change. It's so warm that anything comes through, and it could be up to a category 3 without blinking. I would not be shocked at all. And it's like, that is not what we need. It's versus, I gotta be honest, I do love me a tropical storm because it cools the place off. It's fantastic.
If you could please send me your 20 inches of rain,
oh God,
I would appreciate it.
You know how much rain.
Just put it in a bottle and send it.
It's hard to make it go that direction, you know, like it's hard. It's really like, it's so tricky, Maggie.
We've had 5 wildfires start, and they managed to get them out before they got to be more than 5 acres.
Yikes.
Oh wow, that's impressive.
And there's a reason that I have this ring of dirt around all of my buildings.
Yeah,
yes, it sucks because there's dust.
Yep.
But if a fire blows through, I'll still have a house.
Yes.
Because I remember being a little girl growing up in Western Kansas in the 1970s, and literally the wildfires that were blowing through in the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
And my grandparents always kept this dirt ring around their house and all their barns, and none of their neighbors did. They had like grass and stuff right up to the homes. Mm-hmm. And my grandpa's like, these people are fools. And my grandma she was always dusting, and she griped about the dust, but she was always dusting. And as a 5-year-old, I did not understand.
Sure.
But I remember when the people 2 miles away were welding fence and started a fire. And the next thing we know, we're down at the McLarens, and everyone literally that could see the smoke was at the fire trying to get a line around it. And my job as a 6-year-old child was to walk down the fire line with a bucket and a scoop to give everybody something to drink.
Mm-hmm.
And the fire blew back on us. And the irrigation ditches were bringing in tankers to flood an irrigation ditch around the fields that were burning.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember being a child, everyone was running, and I was thinking, I can swim the ditch, but how am I going to get out of the other side? Because I could swim, I could already swim. And I was just running, and one of the neighbor boys just like picked me up like a football and jumped the ditch.
Mm-hmm.
And then he set me down on the road because the fire was perpendicular. He set me down the road and said, go to your grandpa's truck and wait.
Yeah.
But I was so upset because I had dropped my bucket and my pretty dipper with the red plastic handle. I was so sad. I was so salty.
Oh.
I mean, even I know about the ring of dirt because thank you, Laura Ingalls Wilder. I mean, like, well, yeah, it's reading books, you live other people's lives.
Oh, yeah.
Her very, like, pearl clutching depictions of the grass fires, various grass fires. I mean, like, honestly, I don't know if she actually had PTSD from it, but I mean, like, I swear I got secondhand PTSD from grown-up Laura having nightmares that the children, her kids, were stuck in the grass fire. They were caught on the wrong side, and her not being able to reach them. And, you know, you can't just get rid of your dress really quick to, like, run and get your babies. And, like, I just still can remember being a teenager going, and she would mention in these books, well, technically, you know, that these are characters who died in fires, but in reality, these were actual people.
Yeah.
Since, you know, she just kind of repackaged it. But
one thing that people don't realize is that during the Great Dust Bowl, you know, everyone talks about the blowing dust and, you know, it was blowing dust, and they don't realize that there were actually prairie fires that burned millions of acres. Yeah. But because the dust was already blowing, people from the outside, they didn't connect that not all of this is dust. Some of this is smoke. And that was part of the thing that complicated the Dust Bowl, is because first the rain stopped, everything dried out, and then everything burned.
Yes.
And millions of acres of cropland burned and then blew.
Yeah.
And so
they're forecasting another Dust Bowl.
Yeah, I know. Where I live in Colorado, literally this area that I live, Colorado, Texas, Oklahoma, and Kansas, this little bubble, and then you go down into Mexico and over toward the Four Corners area, and then down toward Southern California. This area at one time was like 1,200, 1,400 years ago was forested. It was green.
Yeah.
And then there was a 400-year drought.
Yes.
And the empires that were down in Peru, like the Nazcas and Pequasca.
I'm terrible with pronunciation on a good day, so.
But the empires that were down there, they went through a drought that lasted over 200 years, and then the drought shifted up to central Mexico, and then it shifted into the Four Corners area, and into this area where I'm at was on the very edge of it. And that drought lasted for the entire medieval warm period.
Yeah, it was kind of fascinating.
And half of a century on either side.
Like, people talk about how Mad Max is like fiction, and it's like, are you kidding? This happened in North America.
Yeah.
Like Mad Max, as we think of it, only without cars. But that is exactly what happened to a very large chunk of North American continent.
Well,
where people really were dying and orphaned and everything, because we know from the histories, at least before, churches burned the writings of regular tribe historians.
Yeah. Well, the thing is during the Dust Bowl in the 1930s, a third of the Midwest population left. So we had this huge population drop. And that's why, and that was part of the reason that the cities didn't suffer like they did when the water started dropping. Well, now we have millions of people in an area where they used to be able to make a well 100 feet deep and have water. Now they're drilling 400, 1,000 feet to get water.
I thought the 400-year drought is what also they suspect. Did you see that they have actually traced a lot of human migration through the use of, I can't remember which squash seed DNA, but it's one of the squash. Like, not patty pan, but it's one of those summer squash. And they found that that's actually where they have evidence that the 400-year drought around the Four Corners area actually pushed people to the St. Louis, Missouri area, where what was it, like a couple million people in that area right before, let's see. So, and then they died out, 40 years before the landing at Plymouth or whatever, because that was that.
Well, they have Pacific Coast shells in Native American tombs in Georgia.
They have Pacific Coast shells in New Hampshire tombs as well, that they have dated some of these shells more than 1,000 years ago.
Yeah.
So it was quite a long time, and that it looks like, and since there's actually a lot of shells from various time periods, that there was just a regular... People just be walking, I guess. I don't know.
Well, the thing is they have estimated between 20 and 50 million people.
Yeah,
were living on the continents before the bulk of the European migration began.
And then this Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome situation,
where what happened was the Anhazi, and they know this because when they're dating, like they have these huge cisterns in all of the more modern Anhazi cities. They have these huge cisterns that did not exist in the older cities.
Yes.
And the place where they have found similar cisterns is down by where the Nazca lines are.
Mm-hmm.
The cities they had down there, cities that had 10,000 people in them, had these huge cisterns, like they had in the American Southwest. But if you look, like one of the things is like I studied art in college because I was thinking about being an art therapist.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I noticed, and everyone was like, "Oh no, you're crazy." I'm like, look at the Northwest. The myth down there is that the people sailed toward the stars beyond the horizon. They sailed north.
Yes.
If you look at Tlingit and Inuit art, the line art, specifically the orca art.
Yes. I thought that also
in the Nazca orca.
I said that because where I went to school, we had a local Cowichan tribe, and I was like, "Don't you think it looks so similar? Why do you?" And they're like, "No, there's differences," and I'm like,
"There's a drift in the art style, yes, but the
similarity
this
of slow evolution."
Of the when you compare the two orcas, the heads are bent in different directions. One is bent up, one is bent down. But they have a very similar tooth pattern. And the thing they have in common is they have faces in their belly like they ate people.
Yes.
They have faces in their belly.
I thought that was very interesting too.
And if you look at the hummingbird art and compare it to the raven art.
Yes. Okay.
You can see the very similarities in these people. And it's like, and they're like, "Oh no, these are totally separate. They've never had any contact whatsoever."
And I was
I'm like,
weird. Like, and now we have all this like seashell evidence. It's like, no, people travel. And I mean, I can only assume it's because they did not have cable. At a certain point, they're like, it would be great. Let's go spend a summer on the coast. Let's go to another. I don't know. I don't know what it was, but for whatever the reason, they wanted to move around.
They have found cranberries.
Yes.
In the Peruvian cities. Cranberries do not grow in South America.
No.
But they have found cranberry residue. So it's I don't know.
I think a lot of people had wanderlust is what I suspect. And why not? I know, I get it. The panini has been very hard for me because of lack of travel. And I'm like, I have cars. Imagine, if you have boats and feet, it's just, hey, you want to go somewhere else? Why not? Why not?
Well, and if you have to travel to get medicinals that this area has this medicinal that won't grow here, so somebody's got to go down there and trade with them for it.
But yeah,
this area's got something that we can't grow here. Somebody's got to go there and get it.
Now they are unwinding the DNA of the squash and finding out that the squash, every stop on the way where these squash have gone, and actually being able to trace human migrations. And while it may not be like enormous, like whole tribes going anywhere, it may just be, apparently there was a regular yearly possibly, or every 5-year exchange in Texas. It would seem that where people were coming from all over every summer, just to bring their wares.
That tribe in Texas that was in Central Texas, they caught something from the Spaniards and they were dead in a generation. All of them.
Yeah.
All of them. My anthropology professor was one of them that was researching that one of the lost tribes. And they were like, "Oh no, they had like stone tools and they were very primitive stuff." No, they weren't. They were nomads, first of all, but they were basically gypsies. They basically traveled. His theory is that they traveled as far south as Argentina and as far north as the Yukon.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he ever got his thesis accepted. That was his theory, and but it's, I don't know. It's very interesting to, and when people all start going, oh, this temperature and that temperature and global warming and stuff. Do I believe in climate change? Yes, I do. The climate has been changing since the beginning. Do I believe that we can actually get an accurate reading on it? No. We are too short-lived. Our little tiny lives. I'm happy that you're narcissistic enough to believe that you can make these kind of judgments in your very, very tiny, minuscule lifespan in the purpose of the earth. But let me remind you of something. We have cities that are 8,000 to 10,000 years old that are over 100 feet below sea level. We have found them. They are there. We know that 12 to 15,000 years ago, during the last ice age, there are places that the water was 400 feet lower than it is now.
It's true. It is actually
so
true.
And if you want to go back even earlier, during the Pleistocene era, the water level was 75 feet higher than it is now. 75, the water 75 feet higher. Goodbye, Florida. Glory, you're going to have to come live with me. You're at sea level.
Yeah, I'm 50 feet inland. Not 50 feet, 50 miles
50?
inland. About.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not high enough above sea level, honey.
No, my father's been upset about that for years. Well, I mean, he's passed away, but yeah, I used to, North Mississippi is about 1,000 feet up, and that was his bare minimum. But, you know, there's no industry there. So, yep. I mean, it be what it be.
Yeah. So
I'll just start walking.
Well, and the thing is in the older times, people, the only reason there were cities on the coast is just for trade.
Yeah.
Everybody with any sense lived inland. Everybody with any sense at all lived away from the coast because they knew the coast was a dangerous place. And you go back and you look at the history of Florida. What was it? The 1911 hurricane that wiped out Miami-Dade County?
Somewhere in there.
1911. The Florida hurricanes were named after the storm. And they were having this big boom, and the roaring 20s. It was in the 20s, and everyone was moving to Florida.
Yep.
And then the Category 5 hurricane came in. Yep. And when the eye passed over, everybody came out to see what had happened, not realizing the other side of the storm was coming.
Yep.
And
I think it put a dampener on Miami growth for about 20, 30 years, pretty much till a generation forgot.
Well, it really, until World War II.
Yeah.
It really, really killed the growth in that area.
I saw like a memorial plaque about that in the Keys when we were visiting a few years ago.
Oh yeah, the Keys do not.
There was
a chance.
I cannot believe people.
The sad thing is because they did not know about the nature of hurricanes. As evidently the storm had a pretty good sized eye, and as it was passing over, people to the north assumed the storm was over, and they literally got in their cars, got on trains, and headed south to help the people to the south, because the last word they had gotten was the city is being destroyed. Water is up to the second story of buildings. Wind is tearing buildings apart. The city's being destroyed. Help us. That was the last information they got out. And so when they hit the lull, rescuers headed south to try to help them and were killed in the second side of the storm, which is always worse. The back side of the storm is always dirtier.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's when you start looking at like history, events like this in history and stuff, it gets terrifying.
Well, I always thought it's interesting that people always want to write about these apocalypses, and it's always got to be in the future, and all of this. When I'm like, do you know the history of North America alone? Like, sure, it was before Europeans arrived. What does that matter? There were so many apocalypses in North America in the past, I don't know, 1,500, 2,000 years that are like, they put to shame a lot of dystopian apocalyptic stories and movies. And nobody like, why can't we just film that? Why can't we write that? That seems pretty amazing.
The New Madrid, when the New Madrid fault went off in 1890, and the earthquake was so powerful that the Mississippi River literally flowed backwards.
Yep.
Or what was it? They just had here in Colorado we have this microverse phenomenon where literally we will end up with these super concentrated thunderstorms that will dump into the canyons and arroyos, and they'll dump like 18 inches of water in an hour. It's like a bucket.
Yeah,
and people downstream don't know that it's coming.
Right.
They're just seeing a storm. And like 100 years ago, the city of Pueblo, the reason Pueblo, one of the many times the city of Pueblo got wiped out was one of these cloudburst storms. Yeah. Literally dumped 28 inches upriver in an hour and a half. And literally this 12-foot high wall of water came down the Colorado River and wiped out the town of Pueblo. Pueblo used to be the saddle making capital of the United States. They made the best saddles in the world. My grandfather and my great uncle Ray had Pueblo saddles. And after this storm went through, the Pueblo saddle industry was gone because most of the saddle makers were at work and died.
Yep. It's true. Have you heard about, they have found one way to turn prairie and desert into forest land? Without it really costing money. You don't really have to do much.
I know that that the University of Colorado is working on dozens of different types of drought tolerant trees.
Nope, it's none of that, although I'm sure that would be wonderful. But apparently, you just need to import beavers. Plunking down 20 beavers, breeding stock, into a prairie or a desert. And because what do beavers do? But they make dams. And apparently, within 5 years, you have oases, you have forests and wooded areas because of beavers' very nature. And that is actually where they theorize why the Midwest is the prairie land it is, because when Europeans first started coming through, they were trapping beavers left and right and got rid of all the beavers, or at least enough breeding pairs of beavers. That is where the desert came from. It did not used to be this widespread, enormous desert or prairie land, these grasslands. It was because of the near extinction of beavers. That is why the grasslands now exist when they did not used to be. Hence, eventually the Dust Bowl, about 150, 200 years later, that is where it came from, was the death of beavers, the overhunting of beavers. So they were not making all these tiny little dams and essentially keeping these water reserves in these spots that beavers like, because apparently beavers have a great sixth sense for exactly where is the best place to make a wooded area. Even when there's no running water, which is the interesting part. I think beavers are fascinating. I mean, I don't want to meet one personally because they look.
Beavers will mess you up.
They look real fierce, Also,
they got claws on them and they got some teeth.
Yeah, they look very committed to their endeavors. However, that said, beavers are the reason that the Midwest has changed. The end of beavers, and then as they've been introducing breeding pairs of beavers into small groups, they've been finding that beavers do beaver, and
well, the thing, because we don't up here, because we don't get the rains that we used to get. The problems now are with the that they have now with beavers is, because they've moved, because they're following the moisture and they're moving up the mountains. Mm-hmm. They are now preventing the moisture from getting down to the prairie.
Yep.
And so, unfortunately, they trap and they move beavers, and they have to tear down beaver dams because we need the water downstream. I mean, my county, they used to be able to get plenty of water coming down from Woodland Park. We could get water, and now we don't. Mm-hmm. Now we have to pipe water up from the Colorado River on the other side of Pueblo because we can't get enough water through the river. There was talk for a long time of the coal plant that is literally next to the river, the coal plant, of converting it to a hydroelectric plant. But in the last 20 years, the amount of rainfall that we've gotten, the amount of water flow that we've gotten, the amount of snowpack that we've gotten has dropped off enough that having a hydroelectric plant in Colorado Springs is no longer a viable option.
Sure.
And they don't want to have the coal plants, but after putting up literally 300 square miles of wind turbines, the only thing that's done is basically move the migratory bird patterns away from El Paso County. Mm-hmm. They're not making enough energy to even take one of these plants offline. And unfortunately, down in Alamosa, in the valley, they put in these huge solar fields to try, because the wind there is actually too high to have wind turbines. The wind is like where I live. I am right on the edge where the wind just gets too high. It just tears the turbines apart.
I was wondering because
well, and so they put all these solar fields in. Well, now when you're down driving north from Alamosa, literally as you're driving toward the solar fields, the temperature starts going up. And you can look at your thermometer in the car and watch the outside temperature go up. And by the time you get to where the solar fields are, it is 10 degrees hotter because you're surrounded by all these reflective surfaces. And it's changing the weather in the San Luis Valley.
I mean, it makes sense. Like, I would expect that, just like you would expect that with all these reflective buildings in a cityscape of it. Yeah. It reflects and it retains heat. And I had wondered why nobody was talking about that when I was like, I'm not aware of solar panels.
Here's a thing that they've discovered here in Colorado. Mm-hmm. Where they have the wind turbines, because they do the same thing with the wind turbines that they do with the oil wells. You can only have so many turbines per so many square acres.
Sure.
They discovered that they cannot keep the pregnant cows within the vicinity of the wind turbines. The vibration makes them miscarry. People who have chronic migraines cannot live near the wind turbines because the vibration gives them migraines. I cannot stay near them for more than an hour or two, or literally my whole skull just feels like it's being crushed.
I've now three times now driven on I-10 through Texas with those turbines, and the creepiest feeling.
It's the vibration.
Do not stop. I cannot handle it. Even when we do try to stop, I'm like, we have to go. I have a terrible sense of impending doom, and we have to leave here.
It's the vibration.
Yeah,
it's the vibe. It's literally and it's literally to the point that with Colorado energy needs, especially like El Paso County, is 700,000 people now.
Wow.
And it's literally to the point where, well, we don't want to keep, everybody's like, well, we can't keep using coal. And it's like, literally, we're to the point where our only alternative is to go nuclear. And everyone's like, oh, God, nuclear, Fukushima, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, do you know how many nuclear power plants there are in the world that don't have issues, that have never had an issue? I mean, if we dropped the one that was outside of Tokyo in Denver, we'd never need burn another brick of coal again.
That is true.
It would provide every house in our state. Mm-hmm. But everyone's like, oh no, we need this and we need that. And it's like, I'm like, you're putting up all these wind turbines and we have ice storms. So the turbines have to be shut down. We have days where there's no wind at all. So the wind turbines just sit there. We have days where the wind is too high and they have to auto brake the turbines to shut them down. And it's like something, I don't know if you guys have heard about this on the news, but Montana, their governor has had it. He's like, they started to put turbines in. It took one storm to wipe them out.
Wow.
Because of the way the wind and ice hit the prairie in Montana.
Yeah, it's pretty fierce.
The wind turbine, they were collapsing. Literally, they were collapsing.
Wow.
Those things are huge. That's really bad.
Well, when you consider the weight of an inch of ice on the surface of a wind turbine blade, and they're polycarbonate blades, they make them down in Pueblo, just south of me. But when you consider that weight of ice on an object that moves, the towers that hold them up could not bear the weight, and they just. And it's like literally Montana's governor, and up in Wyoming, same thing. They are talking about putting in the latest end of nuclear reactors to power their states because they're like, alternative energy is great, but our weather won't put up with it. And
it's a good point.
You don't want us to burn coal. We won't burn coal, but we're going to burn plutonium. So I don't know what's going to happen in the next 2 decades because we have rolling brownouts in the summer.
Yikes!
And they promised the voters when they voted to put the wind fields in. Once we get these in, we'll never have another brownout again.
Yep.
But they're discovering all kinds of weird things. The migratory birds have changed their flight paths to go around the wind fields.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
And it's
because I thought it also changed the butterfly migration as well.
Since they put them in, I have far fewer monarchs. Now to see a monarch or a Wiedemeer's admiral is rare. I saw 3 this summer. 3.
Where I live, we do have one of the lesser, arms of the migration, but it's still, which is saying a lot. It's still incredible, and also, don't touch me; it's gross. It's nasty. They don't feel good when they land. It feels very disturbing, but they are beautiful to see. You just stay in your car, so they won't touch you. But they have, since people have been putting up the wind turbines elsewhere, in the mid-Atlantic, it has affected it, and now it's made the migration later and more spotty because they're getting all messed up and turned around. They're not all making it, because they used to stay in tight formation, which also was nice because then they didn't land. Now they get all turned around and they land in our area, and it's like, oh, nobody just do it. You have to like get a fan and brush them off the car.
Yeah,
just so you can get in because you don't want to kill them.
I don't know. It's really strange. And then like the arguments, like you know me, I recycle all my plastic as much as I can. Every kind of can that I use, whether it's a food can or a soda can, goes to the recycle center. And now they're charging fees to turn your recycling in, even if you sort it for them.
Yep.
And that's on top of, they already charge a recycling fee is an embedded tax for trash service, because you pay for recycling whether or not they actually sort your trash or not. So that's a fee that you automatically pay. But then if you like actually sort your recyclables and take them in yourself, because it's very hard to find anyone to pick them up anymore, then you still have to pay a fee. And we've lost Megan.
We lost her. It looked like she was having internet issues.
Yeah. But it's I would love all these programs to work, but you have to not punish the people who are using these programs by making it unaffordable to use them.
It's true. You are right. Oh, well.
Oh, wow.
Hopefully, my hope is that with continued internet access, these new young minds will come up with even more ideas that something will actually stick, because they haven't been told no yet. And they haven't been told, oh, that would never work, so they don't know. And so they'll come up with something better and brighter and potentially
my fear is that because everything has been so easy for them, so instant access, that regardless of what we come up with, no matter how easy it is, it's going to be, oh, that's just too much effort. That is my big fear. Because it's like, I see Glenn trying to hire people, like they're interviewing people for Home Depot. They finally have Home Depot's has hired an outside company to do their hiring, because their store managers and assistant store managers and department supervisors were turning down too many new employees. But the thing is, part of the reason they were turning them down is like, we're not going to hire someone. We would rather be short-staffed than hire someone who's not going to work. And when you have people coming in and they're like, I want a 15-minute an hour social media break. Wait, 15 minutes an hour? Well, you get a 15-minute break twice a day and a 30-minute lunch. Okay, what are my social media breaks? You don't get a social media break. What do you mean, social media break? And it's everywhere. Every group that's hiring right now, we'll talk about how time theft, specifically directed from social media stuff, is an issue. There was just an article that came out that said office workers now spend 40% of their time a day not doing work. They're on social media. And it's like, it's not sustainable. It's not sustainable for our society if we're hired to work and half the people you work with spend 40% of their time not working. Then the people who are working end up so exhausted that they're just like, I'm done. I'm out.
I consider it more of an endemic sign of dopamine deficiency. People get on social media to get that dopamine hit. And the dopamine deficiency that the general population is suffering from is not being addressed. A lot of when people talk about like burnout, where they're just exhausted, and it's not that they're necessarily even in a toxic environment. It's just, they're just worn out and they're tired. What they're really talking about is dopamine deficiency, and the medical community is not addressing it. and people are really running out of adrenaline. And yes, they are using social media and they're using games on their phone to just try to get a little dopamine just to function. But, there
And the
is
social
essentially the
media
cost.
people and the game developers
Oh
know
yeah,
this.
they know exactly what they're doing, and they make it as addictive as drugs or alcohol or gambling or sex or shopping.
Well, sure, because people don't have enough dopamine to function.
Yeah.
So they're just trying to get that release.
Well, another problem with that is look at us right now. 3 different time zones. How long ago did the sun set for you?
Let's see. The sun set about 2 hours ago, 2.5 maybe. Because I am on the east side of the house, so it's going to set sooner here, where I lose light versus the other side.
My sun set at 7. It is now 8:20. So the sun set an hour and a half ago.
Yeah.
But because of this, we no longer have to sleep. Humans no longer sleep in a cycle that is beneficial for their biorhythm because, look, we have light. We don't have to sleep yet.
Well, part of that is because they're getting blue light rather than amber light. And so their circadian rhythm is being disrupted. Most people do not have their TV set to be filtering out as much blue light as possible. And of course, everybody watches TV after dinner, if not at dinner. And they're just getting that blue light. It's constantly interrupting their circadian rhythm. Mm-hmm. And then they can't fully rest at night because their brain is still processing through all the blue light. They just turned off the TV and went to bed.
Yeah.
Plus, most people I know do not have a blue filter on their laptop, even though Windows comes with a natural blue filter setting now, specifically so that it won't interrupt circadian rhythms, as well as it will not give you wrinkled eyeballs and wrinkly skin.
I will say that the blue filter, that the nightlight filter on mine makes you look like you are you've got that rum red going on.
Well, it's not that wrong because I do have quite a bit of redness.
No, this is the I've already been having nips. The rosy,
I do not have an unusually red nose. It's still just, blood is my skin tone.
Yeah.
But yeah, everyone I've talked to, in fact, they're thinking that's why teenagers look so haggard now. Have you noticed how old teenagers look? It's because they're not putting blue filters on their phones and their devices, their tablets. It's not on the school computers. And so it's literally aging their skin prematurely. Optometrists and ophthalmologists are saying that 18-year-olds are coming in with eyeballs that have so much macular degeneration, they'd swear they were in their mid-60s. And
my 16-year-old, because literally since kindergarten,
mm-hmm.
they have done computer learning at the school stuff now. She is going to have to get computer reading glasses. Yep. Specifically reading glasses like mine, specifically for the computer that's got the filters on them.
The blue filter, yeah.
It's got two-way polarizing filter and a blue filter.
Yep.
And so to be able to read her computer, we're going to have to go buy her a $300 pair of glasses. Even though because she cannot wear her distance glasses and work. And when she takes off, when she's not wearing any glasses at all, her eyes still get very, very tired because of the light.
Yeah.
And now that she's doing online school, it's 12 hours a day. She's literally just doing school.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of people are using the LED lights with the full spectrum in it for their light bulbs. That has so much blue light in it. It is very dangerous to human skin, let alone eyeballs and your circadian rhythm.
My house came with those lights, came with the LED lights, and the globes on them are like an orange tint, so that the blue is not as harsh.
Yeah, to block it.
but it doesn't block at all, and I still get headaches. But yeah, no, it's, I don't know. All these. Yes, I'm very happy that I can have all the light bulbs on my on in my house and use the same power as 220-watt incandescent bulbs.
I mean, it is nice because, you know,
that makes
remember
my
how hot those light bulbs used to get?
That makes me very happy.
Yourself. I used to have a little burn on this finger that, like, I had it for years from touching. I did not realize my father put in 120-watt incandescent bulb in one of the lamps. And I went to change it. It turned off. So, you know, it went out. It burned out. And I went immediately because I thought it was a 60-watt. I went to undo and, oh, you heard it. It smelled. Oh, yeah. It was like,
I use those for my birds because they generate enough heat and light that's all I need in the winter for my birds to keep laying eggs all winter.
Yeah. I mean, I used to, when people were using regular halogen bulbs, like at art galleries and restaurants, I would literally get a sunburn just eating for an hour at a restaurant from sitting under a small, one of those little track lighting halogen bulbs. And I was like, hi, yes, I'm very pale. It's terrible.
When they were first coming out with those, in the very early 90s, one of our friends got one, and it was the torch that pointed straight up. Mm-hmm. And their apartment had low ceilings, like had 8-foot ceilings. They were very low ceilings. And I went over there to clean, and I was like, why is there a brown spot on your ceiling above your light? The light was cooking the popcorn ceiling.
Oh, that is not good.
And I was like, you need to not have this in this particular room, because they had a condo. It was 2 stories. That one room, the ceilings downstairs were lower by like 6 or 10 inches than the ceilings upstairs. And it was literally, there was this brown circle above the lamp. I was like, you need to not have this lamp in there. And so they took it out to the garage to see just how hot it would get. And they were touching things to the bulb, and they were setting the pieces of paper on fire with halogens. And you know, my ex-husband at the time, he was all about having the latest technology, and these are so cool, and and I'm like, nope. We are not having one of those.
I've done that before on halogens, and yeah, like you'll burn paper with
you
it.
You can burn paper, and it was like, I was like, I mean, I guess if you live in the Northeast and you need like an extra heat source in the winter, having a few halogen lights would be great.
However, some of those halogens are actually full spectrum, and that's why I was getting burnt, because they were exuding UVB rays.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, there's no justice in this world. It's not fair that you can make artificial sun and I still get burned indoors. Like, no. Like,
a few months ago.
Hard enough I can't convince anyone to do night golf courses. Like, I want to golf at night, and they're like, nobody wants to golf at night. And
we have glow golf here. We have mini
I would take that too.
One of the malls, malls are dying. Malls are dying. They just need to admit malls are dying.
Oh, yeah.
One of the malls down here, this guy, they're closed now since the pandy. I don't know if they've opened back up or not, but they took this entire wing of the mall where there used to be a Dillard's, and they converted it. The upstairs is nothing but arcade games, and the entire downstairs is this glow golf, like a 36-hole glow golf course.
Like I would,
like blacklight.
I would need a membership to this place. Like if I lived in that area, because like between arcade games and
they converted part of it to laser tag.
Yep.
So they had laser tag and glow golf and
I mean, if you're gonna go with the black light, do the laser tag and all.
They had dark room darts, which I thought was nice. So much fun. And then all these old style video arcade games.
Yes.
And it was like, I was like, this place is great. My brain hates this place.
I do okay under black light. I'm all right. Although ever since I found out humans have invisible stripes, it's like now you tell me I wanted to find out what my stripes look like, but
well, here's the thing: is not all humans have them though, and the humans that tend to have the most pronounced ones are humans who have chimeric traits. That means they have multiple genetic traits.
I thought almost all women are actually, it turns out, chimeras. Like that's the whole irony is almost all females, or at least by sex, I'm talking about, not gender, are chimeras. Like that's what they're finding out with all this DNA tests is, hey, did you know that you're actually a cross between your mother and your father's grandmother? Or your father's mother, of guess what? If you are female, that's because you're a chimera.
See, sister, my youngest sister had marks in her skin that would show up under black light.
Right.
But it's because she was a twin, and at some point she absorbed her twin very early on in the pregnancy. And they know this. They can like people who have chimeric traits. They'll go to a club and they will look like a freaking tiger, or like they've got this and when you look at their skin looks normal, but under a black light, it looks almost like they have a port wine stain.
Yeah.
Where it is.
Yeah, no, they're finding now with DNA testing that it turns out an enormous amount of females, it turns out, are actually chimeras of varying degrees. But yeah, we're not normal as humans. This idea of you're just you. No, it turns out human females are chimeras. Pretty much all of them are to varying degrees chimera. That's been the weird part they're not talking about because they don't want to freak out the human population of hey, did you know? Well, we're all genetically weird and wild.
I have this one, what was it? I have this one serial killer in a book who basically gets away with his murders because he had a full bone marrow transplant as a teenager. So his blood DNA is different from his saliva and sperm DNA, which is an actual thing. If you end up getting a full bone marrow transplant, your blood DNA will be different from your surface DNA. And there are multiple cases, and this is a scary thing. There are multiple cases where serial rapists have literally gotten away with it for decades because they're like, we want a blood test. They hold out a swab, and we want your DNA, and they would I'll swab you, and they're like, no, do my blood. It's more accurate. No, it's not. There was a case where this lady actually caught the guy who raped her friend by tricking him into having sex with her so that she could take the condom and get his actual sperm DNA tested, because they cannot compel a sperm sample from you.
Right.
They can compel a genetic sample, but you still have the right to dictate whether it's going to be an epithelial sample or a blood sample. So by saying, test my blood, see, it wasn't me. He was getting away with it. So, but her friend was like, no, it was him. It was him. And so her friend was like, I'll take one for the team. And that's how they caught him.
Friendship, y'all.
And he almost got off because it was entrapment. He almost got off because it falls under that very veiled gray area of, is this entrapment or not? Now, did he throw the condom in her trash can? Yes, he did.
That was his business, though, that he did that, and therefore
it was public trash.
He did that of his own volition.
And that's how they didn't get but they were trying to get it thrown out for entrapment.
They're finding that more and more women that they test are actually chimeras, and it's not a few or a small percentage. It's everybody, y'all. It turns out it's almost everybody.
Yeah.
But not males. Males are not as frequently chimeras. It's like, is that what happened to you? You only had the one part, and so you grew a male reproductive organ? Oh, okay.
You had to grow a junior because you don't have.
Because you don't have enough.
Because you will be
We're
forever
filled
alone.
with variety. Like, yeah. I think it's wild versus, I think it's like 1 out of every 5 people from the Philippines has an extra organ.
They're Klingons.
It's a different one. It's not like everybody
has
a
an
stomach or something, an extra stomach. Yeah. But having duplicate organs is 20% of people from the Philippine Islands have essentially a backup, I guess.
They have a fetal organ. They have a recessive fetal organ.
It's like it's functional. It's actually functional and it's not causing problems. But yeah, like it's just fascinating what humans are capable of, and I think it's all cool. I like it.
Yeah.
It's nice to know that no matter what we do, when we make it out into space, we will probably survive as a species.
Oh, God, help the universe.
Yeah, I'm pretty convinced that it's going to be true, like Doctor Who, where like, why, yes, humans will interbreed with anyone and everyone, and then we will have cat people one day. We've got what? Sheep people? The Chinese are splicing human and sheep DNA right now, and there's like humanoid sheeps. I'm not even kidding, y'all.
I thought that was just a political movement.
No, apparently they actually did. They were using the CRISPR thing. I think it's not a good idea.
Well,
but on the other hand,
here's why they're doing it. Here's why they're doing that. The majority of the northern Chinese genetic base has extremely straight, stiff hair, and hair products are expensive, and perms are expensive. So you can get sheep genes in your kids, and your kids will have curly hair.
Ain't nobody want curly hair. No.
I was resisting the urge to say something.
People who don't have curly hair pay a fortune to have curly hair.
I think it's just human nature.
Curly hair pay a fortune to have straight hair.
It's just human nature. We always want what we can't have. The grass is always greener in the other hair salon. Like it's.
So you're saying people are goats?
Yes. I think that's why we relate so well to goats. We're like, hey.
Do you know, I had to explain to a minister one time about why the ancient Israelites separated sheep and goats every evening. They would put them out in the field together, but at night, the goats go in one pen and the sheep go in the other pen. And the reason is goats will chew anything, including sheep pelt. They will chew on the sheep and ruin the pelt.
Ruin.
So if you're harvesting wool from sheep, you cannot have your goats in there because the goats will be like, nom, 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 cotton candy.
Anything and anyone.
Lanolin flavored cotton candy, nom, nom, nom. And so that's why you separate the sheep and the goats.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like,
they got these chewing habits.
And he was like, oh, I thought that was because goats smelled. And I was like, technically, sheep smell worse than goats.
Have you smelled sheep? I mean, like, goats don't smell that bad. I mean, like, look.
Goats in rut, bucks in rut will smell bad for about a month out of the year.
Sure, okay.
They will be rank and you can smell them from a mile away. But sheep just stink all year round.
Because I'm like, I mean, goats to me don't smell that bad. Like, you can't be a teacher and think goats smell horrible because children, when they come in from recess, smell like goats and copper pennies. That is exactly what hot, sweaty children smell like, is goats and copper pennies. So you have to just like, well, that's why, a school allows recess when you go to a school in the classrooms and you see teachers with like a little altar of scented candles. It's like, they light those when the kids come in from recess. They're like, we're just going to light all of these because y'all smell like goats and copper pennies. And it is a weird, disturbing smell. It's not terrible, but it's so weird. It takes them about 20 minutes to stop stinking. Cause like it's like, who brought a sack of copper pennies in? What the hell? I was warned when I was a student teacher. They were like, one of my mentor teachers was like, here, it gave me, I swear to you, it was a gallon size scented candle. And I was like, oh, thank you. Did someone tell you I was into candles? She's like, oh, honey, that does not matter. I got you the strongest smelling one because, your class. You're the youngest teacher, so you're going to get the stinkiest kids in your grade. And I was like, can we not talk to the social worker about getting the children soap? She's like, no, not that kind of stinky. Like,
Recess stink.
There's recess smelly kids. And so she got me one of those. I swear,
and it's a thing.
Gallon size. It was, or maybe it was a half gallon size candle. It had like 6 wicks in it. And it was laundry. It was a laundry smell. It's like, essentially, it's like, hi, we made Tide into a candle. And I thought it was a bit excessive, and then never mind. Yeah, summer hit, and it was.
See, I remember the kids in Texas had that smell.
Yep.
When I was growing up, they had recess smell. Here in Colorado, it's a different smell.
Oh, is
it? The dryness of the air changes the smell.
What do they smell like in Colorado?
Like zinc and cheese.
That is interesting. Because when I came back from the Philippines and I landed in Los Angeles and LAX, the smell of cheese and film canisters was overwhelming. It did not smell like stinky feet. It smelled specifically like gorgonzola or like some other very heavy smelling blue cheese and film canisters. Like, I could not shake this stench till I got to Mississippi, and it still took like another day for me to stop smelling the film canister smell, which I assumed had to do with all the plastic, like in everything, especially out west. Out west tends to have newer buildings than here in Mississippi. There hadn't been money since cotton was king, so that's how old the buildings are.
It's part of it is, and I don't know what the deal is, but everybody, recently it's not been this way. People have started finally stop having carpet. I mean, when we ordered on the new house, I was like, no carpet.
Mm-hmm.
When we moved into the old house, the very first thing we did when we moved into the old house, when we were paying off this land so we could pay off this land to buy this house, is we tore all the carpet out of all the rooms.
That's what I did in my old house, was
because of the smell.
Yeah.
But because out here, a lot of places out here, they don't use real air conditioners. Like in the deep south,
they're using those swamp coolers.
They use swamp coolers because the ambient air temperature or humidity, like today, the humidity I think was 15%. It was a high humidity day.
It's 54% here in my room right now.
Yeah. Yeah. It would have to be raining outside for me to have 54%. Literally,
when the air conditioner wasn't working over the weekend a month or two ago.
It will rain, and the humidity will not reach 100% here in Colorado. It will rain. We have this thing in Colorado called Virga, and you will see the thunderstorms start, and it gets thinner and thinner, and it just hits this level.
Evaporate.
No more rain.
Yep.
No more rain.
I've heard about that. I heard about it when I was moving out to Tucson. Yeah, I heard about that.
And out here, the reason that everything smells, you get that plastic synthetic disinfectant smell is because of the swamp coolers.
Oh, okay.
And it's because they have to work. It's like state law that you have to like clean your swamp coolers, like if you have public buildings and stuff, because of the Legionnaires outbreak in St. Louis.
Yep.
In the 1930s.
Wasn't there another Legionnaires outbreak in 1770 or not 17 in 1976 was that Legionnaire, or 72? Remember in Philadelphia?
That it didn't reach out here. I don't know about the East Coast, but I know that they do the St. Louis one is the one they cite when they're like, out here you have to clean your swamp coolers. And like even like huge business buildings won't have a real air conditioner. They'll have swamp coolers.
Oh wow, I did not know
because and usually it's fine, like because like the temperatures don't get that hot like down where they are. But it's like out where I live, we have a traditional air conditioner. I said, no, I want a real air conditioner, not a swamp cooler, because we get into the upper 90s and over 100 regularly. And a swamp cooler will not keep up with that.
No, they can't.
But it was also like, the fight for me to get a wood burning stove was, they were like, oh, but natural gas and you just flick the switch. And I'm like, yeah, the switch doesn't work when the power's out for a week.
Right.
But, it's like right now, the big ranch that's 2 miles north of us, the old guy died. His kids have finally quit fighting in probate, and they've basically sold off a half section and a full section to this guy who is putting in 20 houses on 40-acre lots. So he's putting in a house just like mine, he sued the power co-op to run the power lines to the property because the closest power was a mile away in one direction and 2 miles away in another direction. And they told him, if you want to develop it, you're paying for all these power poles. And he says, no, it's under Colorado statutes that you have to run power poles on public roads. And so there was this big fight, and he forced them to put the power poles in. And so now, and then he put the power poles up the center of the one section, which is a section is a 1 mile by 1 mile slice.
Mm-hmm.
So you basically have, I think it's like 635 acres. And so he's slicing it up, and he's putting in 20 homes out here. And it's like I look at it and I laugh because people are already like pre-purchasing the options to buy these homes. And I'm like, oh, you poor city people. I'm like, you realize 94, that highway 10 miles north of us that runs all the way to Colorado Springs, closes like 4 times a year. It ices like Elsa. And so, but now that happens. So we have people move out here all the time, and they make it the first winter.
Yep.
And then they're like, we're back to the city. And it's like, but when we got this house, I was like, I have to have wood burning stove. And it cost us extra.
Yeah.
To get a wood burning stove cost extra because nobody wants wood burning anymore. And I'm like, I got to have it because, if we have a day like a storm, like when we had the bomb cyclone, we lost 15 miles of power poles.
Wow.
We were without power for a week. There were people out here who died because they were trying to use propane halo heaters. We have these little hat heaters. It looks like a little silver hat.
Yep.
You screw it onto a 20-pound propane tank, and it's a barn heater, but it's meant to use in a ventilated place.
Yeah, it's not meant to be used indoors for any length of time.
We had people who died because they closed up their house and had this halo heater going, and they all died of carbon monoxide poisoning. They and their dogs.
Mm.
And we had people who they dragged because of the ice and blowing snow. They couldn't have their generator outside, so they had their gas generator in the garage with the garage door closed. And it's like, I'm like, okay, if you're going to move people out here, you need to give them a survival course.
Yep.
Because they will be leaving in a year if they don't.
Or they'll be leaving in a coffin.
They'll be leaving in an ambulance.
Yeah.
If the ambulance can get here, Some of them they put on tractors in the scoop and drove the tractor up to the highway to get to the ambulance.
Wow.
But I don't know. It's like when I had to tell the Twitch guy the other day, I was trying to comment on BC's stream, and they were only allowing verified Twitch users. I'm like, I don't have a cell phone, and cell phones don't work at my house. And they were like, but you live in the United States. And I was like,
they have no idea.
I'm like, you're not from around here, are you? But here's the thing. Here's the good news, though, is the highway that's 13 miles north, the state of Colorado and the counties got sued because there are areas along the main roads that don't have cell service. And this family sued because they rolled their car in the middle of this 45-mile expanse that has no cell service.
Yep.
And they were there for like an hour before another car came by and stopped and helped them.
They're lucky somebody came by in an hour.
Yeah.
I can show you the spot between here, South Mississippi, and the Gulf Coast where somebody rolled their car and they were upside down with a car full of teenagers for 6 hours.
Yep.
And the only reason why anyone even found them was because this little old man was walking his dog out to the highway, because they rolled their car right off of Highway 49, which is a major highway.
Did they go down the drop?
They went down and they flipped upside down into this major ravine. Like, it doesn't look like a big ravine until you're down in there and you're like, oh, good Lord, what happened?
Yeah.
I know where it is and I can show it to you. The car disappeared. You could not see it from Highway 49, but since the man was coming up from a separate highway, he was just walking his dog literally on this little highway, this little road.
Yeah.
That he could see it in this one dip. He's like, what is that? Is that a wheel?
See,
what is
they
that?
had places like that in Texas where they've got the road elevated because of the water.
Yep.
And they roll off the road, and once you're down there, you can't see the top of the car.
But anyway, this spot is on a major highway, and it is literally this divider between two counties. There's no cell coverage in this spot for 5 minutes in every direction, which is why the man had to turn around with his car, with his dog, and go back, walk another mile to his house, a mile and a half, I think, actually, and go call and say, hey, I need you to come out and help me see if that's a car. It looks like a car buried in the woods in this ravine. And we need to make sure that, this is like an old crash versus a new one. People were still in there. Everybody but the driver died because they had been upside down and injured for over 6 hours in the middle of the night, because this was like 6, 7 in the morning, because it's an old man. So of course,
yeah,
he gets
but
up,
no, it's like there's places up in the mountains here in Colorado where, like, if you go off like on one of the curvy roads, you go off that corner, you will go over the trees that are just below you and end up down and nobody sees you.
And like technically this spot is already below sea level. So guess what? When it rains, because this, like, I literally can tell you 18 different people who've died in this spot just since I learned to drive when I was 19. I know all the names of all the people who've died there because at least every 2 or 3 years somebody flips and they can't see anybody, and or it then is also raining, because that's often why the car flips, right? And they're down there and then the water's all coming in and there's no cell coverage and they're stuck, tangled in their seatbelt. It's just a situation is like, and it used to be there was no cell coverage for 20 minutes in every direction.
Yeah.
It's improved and it's now like 5 to 10 minutes in every direction. And that's going highway speeds. And people are like, I wouldn't expect that in Mississippi. We're so close to the coast where it's all populated. It's like, America has way more rule than people think.
Well, it's like there's a sign outside of Ellicott that literally says when you're leaving Ellicott, it says no services for 90 miles.
Mm-hmm.
And I was working up at the Rush Post Office. I always kept a gallon of gas in my car.
Mm-hmm.
Always. When I was the postmaster, I was there 6 days a week. I always had gas with me. And the reason why is someone would hit Rush.
Mm-hmm.
And coming from, and they, they look on the map and they see you jog down from Lyman and you turn at Pumpkin Center and you just go straight into Colorado Springs. And they have no idea how far it is. And they get to Rush and they're like, I am running on fumes. Where's the gas station? And I'm like, oh, honey, you've got almost 30 miles to a gas station.
Yeah.
And it's like, and when we have sporting events, there's always parents at the sporting events who have gas in their car because they know the parents and the people coming out from the cities with their kids, they're going to get to one of the high schools and they're going to be like, where's the gas station? And we're going to go back in Ellicott, 30 miles away.
First time I drove on I-10 between Mississippi and Arizona, I was 18 years old. I did it with my father in a beat up Volvo. And back then, this was 97, because this was right before the economic collapse in Asia. We left San Antonio. He filled up gas. Filled up. He knew, because he'd come the other way. He knew. He filled up with gas in San Antonio. My dad did. We filled that thing, and you know how you used to do, where even though it turns off that automatic sensor, you keep doing it till it's like coming out. He's like, I was like, Daddy, why are you doing? He's like, normally I would never waste gas. You know that, but we have to get to El Paso, and the Volvo has other problems. So, and he also, and he did fill up 2 1-gallon canisters, just in case. And I was like, it's like, you gonna see what's gonna happen. We're 30 miles outside of, was it 30? No, it was a little more, 45 miles, because we weren't to that. There used to be a tiny town, 30 miles outside of El Paso, east of El Paso, that had 1 gas station, and they charged an arm and a leg because they knew they could get away with it. But
that's the edge of the Winfield now.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We were 15 miles before that, and the Volvo was running out of gas because it had an unusually small gas tank. And he's like, he pulls over. He's like, this is why we got the 2 gallons. This will get us to that crappy gas station. And then, because he had already set aside money for their incredibly high rates, that'll then get us to El Paso. He knew exactly he needed 5 gallons. When we got to the crappy gas station, we pumped 5 gallons to then get to El Paso, because there was nothing. And I'm like, why is there literally nothing but actual tumbleweeds? That is the place I saw actual tumbleweeds the first time. Why is there nothing else out here? Shouldn't there be at least a state thing or a federal thing? Because if you build the road, should the car not be able to get somewhere?
The road is to get through there.
But you can't get enough gas because the U.S. government limits the size of gas tanks.
Yeah. No, there's an area in Montana when you're on your way to North Dakota. There's this area that you hit in Montana where you need to have 10 gallons of gas in you. Doesn't matter the size of your vehicle, you need 10 gallons of gas on you or you're not going to make it. And if you're there in the winter and the road if you get backed up on one of the roads because there's an accident ahead of you or something, turn off your car. I know you're like, oh, but it's cold, and turn off your damn car or you're not going to make it. Because there are stretches literally where it's no services for 120 miles, for 130 miles. They are not kidding. And it's like people from the Northeast and even people from the Southeast, they don't realize once you get this side of the Mississippi River,
Mm-hmm.
Once you get this side, they don't realize just how big it is out here, just how far you have to go to get places. I mean, they think I'm crazy because, I don't think it's a big deal at all to drive 70 minutes one way to go to work, to go to school, to go to the grocery.
Yeah. Oh, do you hear the people belly aching when it's 15 minutes to the nearest grocery store? And I'm like, you don't know my life. Like I live in a place that has more than 50,000 people in the metro area. And it's still a minimum of 23 minutes from where I live to the nearest grocery store. And that's not all night grocery store. That's just a grocery store that will like be open at noon. I don't have control over after 8 p.m. before the panini.
About 10 years ago, a little over 10 years ago, we had a whole bunch of Catholic churches in my area had to like consolidate together for various reasons.
Right.
And it was a big thing.
I bet.
So the parish that I grew up at was one of the ones that had to close. Well, we were combining with another one that was like 10 minutes across town. So many people were belly aching. And I'm like, have you not listened to any of our pastor's stories? Because he was from India. He said he had to go. There was like 2 days drive between Catholic churches.
Well, what they do here in Colorado, especially you'll recognize this in my Pagosa Cliff series, where I talk about the priest has a circuit and he does different Catholic church. He does morning mass at a different Catholic church every day, and Sunday mass goes between 2 or 3 large churches. But one is in the morning, one is at noon, one is at night. And where the priests are making circuits, that's what they do out in the West. And it's not just the Catholics that do that too. It's the Methodists and the Episcopalians and the Baptists. I mean, the cities, you have a church, you have 2 or 3 churches every block. I mean, just all the churches. But you get out in the rural area and it's like there is a church 9 miles to the south and east of me. And literally it is a church surrounded by a crossroad and cattle ranches. There's one up in Rush, 12 miles north of me. And then after that, you have to drive to Ellicott. There was a church in Truckton, but it's not open anymore. So you have to drive to Ellicott. There's one of the big churches in Colorado Springs bought a church that went under in Ellicott, and they now have a branch location where basically you just go there and they watch a screen. They watch the broadcast from the main church, and then they have like Bible study. And then there's the Baptist church that's over there.
I mean, now granted, the Christian population in India is significantly smaller than in the U.S., but
India's got more people than we do.
Yeah, like there's.
But I mean, like percentage-wise,
India's a weird thing. They have huge population clumps around the cities. But their rural they have these immense tracts of rural land that are extremely low population. But it's in the cities, plenty of churches, and in the country, no, it's like there's when I was growing up my grandparents had their farm in Kansas. We would drive 2 hours to one church on the even weekends and an hour to a different church in a different town on the odd weekends because the pastor was on a circuit and he went back and forth between these two churches, between these two towns. And he would do on first and third Sundays, he would do one church, and on second and fourth Sunday, he would do the other church. And so we would, depending on what Sunday it was, we had to go, we would either we were up at 6 o'clock or we were up at 7 o'clock to go to church because we had to make the drive. And it's the same thing with emergency services. Like when I tell people, if I have to dial 911 for any reason, it's 45 minutes to an hour, sometimes 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
And that's
People lose
why
their mind around here if it's less than a minute.
And that's why, like when I had my stroke, they didn't even wait for the ambulance to get there because literally they were like, we need to send her on an ambulance. And they were like, we won't have an ambulance available for your area for 2 hours. And they were like, send the helicopter.
Where I was talking about that place where cars every 2 to 3 years, sometimes every year, flip over and disappear in the ravine. An ambulance to get out there because for like a child's asthma, like life-threatening asthma, it's a minimum of a 45-minute drive for the ambulance from the nearest spot where they would be just out there one way.
My friend's 3-year-old got bit by a rattlesnake on the hand. And they told us it would be 90 minutes to get an ambulance. We packed his arm in ice and his dad made it to town in 35 minutes.
Yep.
And that's just, that's what you do. You're prepared. It's like I was telling Glory earlier about how I'm worried about.
Like the devil's on your heels.
Oh yeah. I was told her I was worried about like where we're at right now is the biggest concern is a wildfire. And literally every time a plume of smoke comes up, everyone shows up to fight that fire because they know if it gets away, we're hosed. 6 years ago, we almost lost the town of Truckton because some guy was barbecuing on his hibachi and he thought he had it out. So he dumped the coals out and then the wind picked up and it literally burned the farm, the local people. They all literally people were standing with garden hoses and their backs against their neighbors' houses, trying to keep the fire away from their neighbors' houses with garden hoses and shovels. And we almost lost 20 homes.
Yeah, I think people don't realize how much America still has a lot of rural area.
Which is why I think it's hysterical that they want to classify my fiction as urban dark.
Yeah, I think that, like, as I said, that is what we will be talking about on Monday. Not to do, but yeah, I will do it. Because that is some straight up Jim Crow shit.
Well, it's
like that is racism. That is what institutional and systemic racism look like. When it's like, no, your main character is someone who's not white. And they're having problems with addiction, alcoholism, whatever. So it must be urban. Even like, there ain't no urban in this story. Get over it.
Even the white characters that have issues.
Mm-hmm.
There is this, and it almost is a racism thing against people who live or choose to live in rural areas.
Mm-hmm.
It's if we have what's classified as a hobby farm,
right?
You know, I don't make cheese or milk for anyone but family and a few friends.
Right.
So I am not mass producing food. Yes, during the pandemic, I was giving eggs to a dozen different families because I had 14 laying hens. So I was getting a dozen eggs a day and I was keeping my neighbors in fresh eggs because we couldn't get eggs from the store. And, but people who choose to live rural, like we live rural because honestly, my brain will not only handles city for about 72 hours, and then I start getting squirrely. Ashley has autism. She can handle about 3 days of traffic noise, and then she's like, it's not quiet, it's not quiet, it's not quiet. And she will start having that sensory overload that is so common with autistics. And honestly, you get them out in the rural country, you get them out where it's silent, and their stress level goes down so much. And they're like, oh, they'll just tune the noise out. No, they don't. As an autism mom, I can tell you as a matter of fact, autistic children are not like neuronorm children who will tune out the planes flying over the airport.
Mm-hmm.
They still hear every single one of them.
Yep. I live
but there is a
the city
racism
center.
component to people who choose to live in rural lives. And unfortunately, a bunch of us have got lumped in with these uber conservative conspiracy theory, you know what political party I'm talking about, people. And I'm like, the majority of us who live in rural areas are not these people. We are not these people. We are intelligent people who care about the environment, who care about the health and education of our children. We care about recycling. We did get vaccinated. And it's this idea that just because you don't live in the city limits, that you are automatically, what was that movie, Deliverance?
Yes.
It's like a form of racism. And it's like, I try to explain to people, I said, you don't understand. My family has been farming and doing dairy work since 1609. 1609. 400 years. That's not just something that you walk away from. Now, to be fair, the majority of my family has walked away from it because it's too much work.
It's a lot of work.
Unless you have a reason like I do, I have children who need organic food. I personally need organic food. Can't afford it. Raise my own.
I mean, like, it is true. When I lived in the city center here, I did get overwhelmed far more frequently, even though where I lived was a relatively quiet little corner. But now that we live in a more rural area, even though to me, this is not actually that rural, because I could go out my front door and yell, and there would be at least 6 different houses that would open their door. And what you yelling about in the middle of the night? Like, so to me, I'm like, this is a lot of people. I intend to move out to a more rural area one day, hopefully soon-ish, so that there's even fewer people around, because I like that quiet. I don't get as overwhelmed as frequently. Even though I know bugs are gross, I get it, but I'd still rather deal with bugs than a lot of diesel exhaust, than a lot of the noise of in like city living.
Well,
it's just it's quieter and it smells better.
Well, remember we were talking. Remember we were talking about your friend, the house eater.
Are you talking about Lady Kaiju? Or wait,
no, your friend who is the house eater who is eating the flakes from the house.
Oh, well,
lead poisoning. The thing is people
my
don't.
Friend or Tom's friend.
The thing is people don't realize that from all of these like these cities and these roads that have been there for more than 50 years, these neighborhoods, all of the soil in these areas has lead contamination.
Mm-hmm.
Lead does not biodegrade. It does not break down.
No, it's a metal.
It's a metal.
Metals don't break down. What?
And it's like they don't and it's like when I have a friend in Thornton and they're like, we can't get our plants to grow in our front yard. And I'm like, you're going to have new soil.
Yeah, you're going to have to or abate it.
You are you're in an area where there has been literally car traffic in that area since cars were invented.
Yep.
And all of that lead comes out of the air and settles in the soil.
You got to bring in soil. You can't use that.
Yeah, you can't just.
That is.
And it's like.
Tainted.
And people are like, "Oh no, it doesn't work that way." And I'm like, "Well, actually,
it does.
I said, let me tell you about this little valley we have. You go up in the mountains, Cripple Creek, lovely place. Throw some money on the slots. Wild Horse Casino has a good buffet. Drive over to the next little town called Victor. There's this beautiful valley. I mean, beautiful valley. The grass is emerald green. The trees look like they're from, Happy Little Mistake Guy's paintings. What's his name?
Bob Ross.
Bob Ross.
Bob Ross. It does. It looks like a Bob Ross painting. But there was a town there at the turn of the century where the people mined gold and silver. They used arsenic and cyanide baths to get the gold and silver out of the ore. One day, the mining community burned. All of these heavy metals went into the soil in this valley. They cannot let humans live in this valley because everything there is still toxic. There are no animals that live in this valley. Occasionally you'll see a deer or birds or something go through this, but there's no animals that live there because the animals have learned this place is poisonous. Now, one thing you do learn is plants love cyanide. Oh yeah, they do. This whole area looks like it was treated with Miracle-Gro.
Mm-hmm.
It is so beautiful. And the cave, you can still see the caves where the mines were. If you go down in these mines, they call them robo mines because there is a natural hot springs in the bottom. And these caves will maintain 65 degrees all year round.
Wow.
They stay warm. Geothermal springs, they stay warm.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't be in this area because you will poison yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no way to mitigate it because it's leached into the soil and into the rocks.
Have you seen that thing about lavender? I wonder how accurate that is.
I don't know.
Apparently, lavender likes to attach, to connect with heavy metals and then hold on to them.
The problem
so they actually take them out of the soil over time.
They will, but you can't use that lavender for anything because if you burn that lavender, wouldn't it release that heavy metal back into the air?
I'm telling you right now, they are selling this lavender. I will send you a video. You let me know. They're making medical lavender out of it.
How are they getting the heavy metals out of?
I don't know.
Because they have to be doing some kind of titration filtration thing to get the heavy metals out of it. Because if the plant is bonding to it, it is going to leave trace contamination in the oil.
Lavender is actually a natural abatement plant. Well,
they planted lavender and Russian sage to get rid of when the railroads were building across the country, they were planting thuja trees because it's a semi-hard wood and it grows super fast. But the problem is thuja poisons the land, literally turns the soil into salt where it grows. And so they planted a bunch of the purple sage and lavender along these old railroad tracks where they had the railroad stations where they would grow these thujas. And to desalinate the soil because the soil had so much salt in it that nothing else would grow. I mean, when a soil is salty enough that tumbleweeds won't grow in it, it's poisonous.
Yep.
But I don't know. We have talked through so much tonight. Hi, Michael. I don't know. I worry about these people that they have moving north of us because, yeah. I understand everybody wants the quiet, and I appreciate that. I really appreciate everyone else wanting to get out of the city and get quiet and noise detox. And honestly, being able to stand outside at night and see all the stars and the Neowise comet last year, my daughter and I just stood out in the yard and stared at it.
I had seen videos of people looking at the Milky Way, and I always was like, I thought that was like a dramatic animation or something. You know, that it was a metaphor until Hurricane Katrina came through. And, you know, what was it, like 2.5 states wide of no electricity the first week or two? And y'all, the Milky Way was so bright. Like, it was so bright that I could walk. There was no moon. And I could still walk around. It was so bright.
Imagine what it looks like at 6,000 feet with no humidity.
I can only imagine, at least so far. One day I will make it up there, and you will bake for me, and it will be wonderful. And I will pet goats. And it will be fantastic.
I'll let you hold one of my lap chickens.
Yes. I do like chickens. I like birds, but I do think chickens are very beautiful. Hence, I do follow a lot of chicken accounts on Tumblr.
I have a gold-laced Wyandotte.
Ooh.
She is so beautiful. She is so broody. Oh my God, she's the broodiest one I have. But she came to me as an adult, and she does not tolerate my pettiness. She's like, no, don't touch me.
No, thank you. I am dinosaur. No. No touchy. Yep.
No touchy.
Well, it has been almost 10.5 hours of broadcasting.
Yeah.
And I have to be up for an 8:30 show tomorrow, my time. So, and it is now 10:20 at night, my time. So I guess I probably should say thank you all for coming.
Yes. I need to finish my husband's laundry because he's going to have to go into work early because his 2 days off turned into a day off that he had to fight for because COVID is going around Home Depot again because someone's lied about their vaccines.
Oh no.
And so now, and we've got variant in Colorado so bad, and 2 of them are pissed because they're like, we've already had COVID, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yeah, well, the variant doesn't care about that.
Yeah, no joke. I mean, people, you know what?
You won't wear a mask. You won't get your shot. You enjoy your nebulizer. No, I don't have one I can lend you.
It is fascinating since COVID has now also been traced to causing infertility in men. Like a lot of infertility. Not like, oh, you'll get over it in 6 months and you'll be fertile again. Like, no. There are some men, young men, by the way, who caught COVID early last spring and are still infertile. And they're only just now testing these things, but it's not.
There's a guy at the University of Colorado who is chasing the gastric inflammatory connection to COVID because all of these people who had the really bad can't taste, can't smell that has persisted are also showing signs of it's not IBS, but it's IBS adjacent. And all of a sudden they have food sensitivities they never had before. and they're not. And the only change in their life that has happened was they had COVID.
Yep.
And so it's going to be very interesting to see if, these variants are going to cause the same kind of inflammatory problems that like adults who get measles have, where their immune system decides, I'm just going to screw you now.
Yep.
So,
Eva, I hope, honestly, I wouldn't normally
feel better,
do this,
sweetie.
I hope it's just the flu.
The flu is very bad in Colorado right now. We have there is a sinus flu, a sinus virus going around. I don't know if that one is a flu virus or a cold virus, but it is a viral sinus thing going around. And there is a GI flu going around. It is just miserable. And that is why I am wearing my mask everywhere.
Oh. Well, I
RSV has also been rampant in kids and adults more than ever.
Oh,
at least in Ohio, at least in my area.
We had RSV and viral rosacea last year, 2 years ago, really, really bad here in Colorado. And hand and foot disease. Viral rosacea is the hand and foot disease where they get the blisters on their palms and they run a high fever. Yeah. Last year it was better, but I think it's because they were literally like dumping gallons of hand sanitizers on the children every time they like walked in the building.
That's what I love about children normally when I was teaching. Just like, let me just bathe you, and no. I'm still a proponent of soap, but yeah. Oh, I hope you didn't all get something really bad. Maybe it's just the acclimatizing to the drier.
The drier air will cause a dry cough. A lot of people who move in from out of state, a lot of times they have to have humidifiers, like the small in-room humidifiers for the first year that they're here. Saline sinus wash is something they recommend for everyone who is moving into Colorado because of how dry the climate is compared to other places. Hot teas, hot soups. We have a real problem in Colorado with the humidifiers growing things because they're the only humid thing in the world. So things tend to grow in humidifiers that wouldn't normally grow there. And that's because there's no other place with humidity for them to grow. My daughter has a humidifier. We literally soak it in vinegar once a month.
Yep. So I hope, Eva, you guys are going to be okay. Let us know how you're doing, though. I love you. And to anybody who is still watching or is watching later on the replay, we do tend to have a lot of people rewatch these long streams. I've been told it's because they like to be kept company. So if you
talk about weird things.
Yeah.
We talk about the weirdest things.
We talk about the most random things, and apparently there are people who really love that. So I hope that if you are now at the end of the stream on the replay, that you have a wonderful day and that you've written all that you needed to write with us while we talk about the world's most random things.
And we need to talk about Carrie. Oh, Carrie. Yeah. We need to talk about Carrie's Vela book and her blog and her Ko-fi and Patreon on her mom blog. Yes.
Her links are down below, as are Maggie's.
Yes, I'm Mama Maggie. But Carrie's updating.
Yeah, Carrie, would you like to do an outro? Maggie, or whoever, anybody? Don't.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm Carrie. I have my Misadventures of a Mom author up on Kindle Vella. If you do not want to support Amazon, which I can totally understand, it is available if you're a member of my Ko-fi. For if you're just following me for free, I do have my weekly writing updates that's up there, as well as on my blog on my website. hoping to get my first book of the fantasy series to Rose City at the beginning of 2020 with at least a Vella release on my birthday next year. That's what I was sitting here listening to you guys and flipping through my calendar, planning potential release dates. So.
Excellent.
Fingers crossed I could pull it off.
You can do it. We believe.
You can do it. You can do it. I believe in you.
Yep.
I'm just waiting for some feedback on it, and then it goes off to Jace at Rose City. And
nice.
I've never had a professional edit before, so I don't know what to expect.
Yeah, I've already promised Jace that I will never send him anything I write because I use ellipses and everything, and he hates ellipses. And he's always like, stop that, and I'm like, dot dot dot.
Yeah, it's taken many years to break myself of the habit mostly. Although with Maggie, I'm like ellipses because she understands and does not judge me.
It's a southern
scattered
thing.
in, but
it's a southern thing, y'all. We gotta have that.
And also, it's like if you like grew up in the '80s, you did it. Like it was like a thing.
It's true.
A time period. So
it is. Dot dot dot.
I mean, what was it? Pierce Anthony always put ellipses every time. People instead of making out, he never described anybody kissing. It was just ellipses, and then moved on. Like that was how he designated it's dot dot dot.
Everything was dot dot dot.
Yep, all the things you leave unsaid.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, is that your outro? Are you good?
Yeah.
Maggie, would you like to do one?
I can. I'm Mama Maggie Ward. I am a stroke survivor and writer farm mom from Colorado. I have goats and bees and poultry, and I bake cookies. And I'm still trying to finish figuring out getting my nano fixed because I have finished my 2021 New Year's Eve resolution, which was the Hold Your Coffee 2021. I am trying to finish my 2020 New Year's resolution. I have one book to finish, and then I will have that New Year's Eve resolution finished as well. And I'm looking forward to 2022, although I did so much in 2021 that now my brain is like, let's do something new and all that. And I'm like, we are not doing Hold My Latte 2022. And my brain is like, but this.
Maybe.
And yeah, I don't know. I've got so many ideas and I'm like,
you can do it. You'll be grand.
I will trade you my hashtag whip chat, eat chat videos for your pink notebook. I'll do it if you do it. I'll do it if you do it.
How am I going to give you my notebook?
I have to drive to Alabama to visit my new son-in-law's family.
Oh, are you?
Months. Yeah, probably.
Which part of Alabama?
I have no idea. We're driving. We're either going to drive all the way to South Carolina and then come back through Alabama, or we're just going to drive to Alabama, pick up the daughter and the son-in-law, and come back to Colorado for Christmas.
Let me know. I'll meet you at Bucky's.
I'm gonna show up at your door with a goat and say, "Look what I brought."
I'm not gonna answer the door unless you text first. Remember, I don't answer that door anymore. Only bad news comes there.
I will peek through Lady Kaiju's window with the baby goat.
Probably. I'll be like, "Who is banging on my window? Who is doing this? Can't possibly be the cat." So.
Or that giant puppy.
Oh my
enormous. God. He's just.
You realize that by next summer I'm going to just put a saddle on him.
Yeah. Yeah. As I said that because some of my former in-laws had this Mastiff puppy. I will send you pictures sometime.
We had neighbors had Irish wolfhounds, so I've seen dogs that big.
He was so big at 10 months old. At 10 months old, I think he weighed 140 pounds.
He's half as big as my Saint Bernard.
And
my big Saint Pierre, that her job is to guard the goats.
Right.
He is half as big as she is now.
He would sit under the dining room table, which, you know, like it's like a kitchen table really, but you know, it's like a big table. Christmas morning, I get out there and they're like, go sit at the table. The, you know, whatever maple bacon will be coming out soon. I'm like, no problem. You know, I'm sitting there and all of a sudden, and he's like, he sits under the table. I don't think anything about it. It's not, I think that's great. You know, warm my feet. I was distracted and did not notice that he was sitting under there, panting in anticipation of the maple bacon and candy bacon coming, and was suddenly like, why is my foot wet? Y'all, my little toes ended up, and he went in his mouth, and then he was like, what is happening? And did he clamp down? Did he spit it out? No, he just waited very patiently as I kept wiggling my toes in my sock on his tongue until it got wet. I know. Huge mouth. They're such sweethearts, but yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's why you're gonna have to get horse toys for your dog.
He and the old Rottweiler, they are already starting to have snoring contest. And he has not started leaving, like when Sweet Pea, the St. Pierre, when she sleeps, she leaves a little drool puddle behind.
Yes. Yeah, the family had all these little washcloths all over the living room, common area, so that whenever he walks by, you know, instead of him just soaking your knee, you could wipe him down a little. Like every day, it was 6 washcloths throughout the house. Like,
yeah, you walk by and you wipe their face,
right?
Or when they're asleep, you just tuck it under, just a little tuck.
Yes, I mean, I did not know that was the downside of soft mouth dogs.
It is
because like dachshunds don't normally drool much at all, except when they're super hungry, and then it's like a little.
See, Chihuahuas don't drool. Chihuahuas never drool. They don't. It's like they have dry mouth.
Yeah, Cassie would get a little moist at the corners. Only when like we were smoking chicken or something, like something really, and it wasn't like the whole like 3 hours of smoking chicken. It was just once the platter was inside the house and she knew it was imminent. Yeah. And as I said, it never drifted. It was just like you'd see a little wetness.
No. Sweet Pea will literally stand there and it's like just little light rain showers. Yes. I'm like, can you put your face over my roses?
Yeah, the cats in my in-laws' house had learned not to stand under the mastiff because it'd be raining. Like, no, it's so no. Anyway,
Carrie's laughing, and we're both like, "It's true."
So gross. Yes,
it's so true.
Well, anyway, so here we are at the end. We've made it an extra hour and a half past our Jude record of 8 hours and 51 minutes. Here we are making
10:36,
making a new record for chatty chatness. We hope that you've had a wonderful time. We're so grateful that you were here, or you fast forwarded your way to the end just to check out what kind of zaniness you're doing. Every Monday at 4 p.m. Eastern on this channel, we essentially do a show. We do a live sort of podcast show. Right now through October and all the way through November, we are really getting into the deep dives about genre writing. The goods, the bads, the terribles, the how to fix all the tips and tricks. It's pretty fantastic, I think. I may be partial. But we hope you'll come. Consider dropping by or watching on the replay because we'd love to hear from you.
On Monday to listen to Maggie rant about how contemporary fiction has gone from social commentary to the written version of Instagram.
Are you going to join us on Monday?
Yeah.
Are you going to be on screen?
If I don't have wind which there is the possibility we are going to have very bad wind on Wednesday. If we don't have wind,
yes,
I promise I will be there.
I definitely would love for you to definitely
after my little tirade the other night.
Yes, I loved it. I thought it was great. I enjoyed it, as well as like it. We need to talk about these issues in genre writing. These are very valid and important, and we're going to keep investigating genre writing all the way through November. And then in December, we will be starting life skills with the awkward siblings. That is the next series we are going to do, is everything we've learned in our many decades. So that's how we're going to get through December. Tom wants us to go through January with that. We'll see. We'll see how. We'll see. But no promises. But yeah, that is what we do. And it's pretty fantastic. And then we do stuff on Twitch too. So if you like Twitch, be sure to check us out below. Thank you so much for coming.
Coffee Bunny Thursday.
Coffee Bunny on Thursdays at 3:30 p.m. Eastern. It's always a wild ride. The only thing we can promise you is chaos. We have plenty of chaos. Essentially, if you enjoyed the chat today, then you're going to love Coffee Bunny on Thursdays on mine and Cat Leo Writing's Twitch channels. So, because this is what we normally do there, only for half the time. 4 to 6
A fourth the time.
So
sadly, now every time my husband enters the room, he will have a shirt on. So
I'm so disappointed, but so grateful that Carrie made us a clip though, so we could all just enjoy that curated. So it is what it is. And again, thank you all for coming. We hope you'll come back. We hope you had a wonderful time. Let us know what you think in the comments. And with that, I wave you all. Good night. Bye-bye.